Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Defile by Jessica Prince, narrated by Alexandra Shawnee and Chris Chambers. Chapter 1. Tatum, 7 years old. I pumped the brakes on my bicycle, bringing it to a fast stop. With my feet on the ground, I reached up, pulled the Tootsie Pop from my mouth, and tossed it aside before speaking. "Hey." The boy who'd been sitting on the curb lifted his head at the sound of my voice. "What you doing sitting out here?" He looked up at me, and I noticed his eyes were a funny shade of blue I'd never seen before. From where I stood, they looked almost gray. It was the coolest color I'd ever seen. "Nothing," he grumbled, looking back down at the ground. He kicked a rock and something shiny caught my attention. I pushed the kickstand down with my foot and climbed off to get a better look. Duct tape covered the whole toe of his shoe. "Why's your shoe got tape on it?" I asked, sitting down on the curb next to him. He curled his lip up like I was annoying him. "To hold it together, duh." I scrunched my face up and stuck out my tongue. "Well, you don't gotta be so mean about it. I was only asking a question." "You were being nosy is what you were doing." The boy threw back, but for some reason, instead of getting mad that he was being a turd, I found it kind of fun. "Why don't you just ask your mommy to get you a new pair?" The boy looked at me like I was crazy. "'Cause these are my lucky shoes," he answered. "You can't just get a new pair of lucky shoes," he finished with a snort, like I should have already known that. "What's so lucky about them?" For the first time since I laid eyes on him, he seemed interested in talking to me. "I was wearing them the first time I played basketball and I made like 1,000,000,000 shots. And I was wearing them the first time I picked up a guitar, and now I'm a freaking pro at it." I sat up straight, and my eyes went big. "You play the guitar?" "Yep." "That's so awesome!" I cried, scooting closer. "So, are you gonna be like a famous musician one day?" "Pfft, yeah, totally. I'm gonna be super famous." "Cool," I whispered reverently. "Cool," he returned. We sat quiet for a really long time, and I started to feel a little weird that neither of us was saying anything. "I'm Tatum. What's your name?" I finally asked when the silence started to bug me too much to ignore. "Declan." I let out a little giggle. "Declan? That's your name?" He scowled at me the same way my daddy did that time I used his fancy tie to wash the dishes. "Yeah, so?" "So? It's a stupid name," I laughed. "Who's named Declan?" "It's not stupid," he shouted. "It's an awesome name, and you're one to talk. You've got ugly hair." I tugged at the frizzy red strands, suddenly feeling uncomfortable. "My hair's not ugly," I whispered. We grew silent once again, and he looked like he regretted making fun of my hair. "So, I've never seen you before. Did you just move here?" I asked. "Yeah," he grumbled, looking back to the ground, kicking a few of the pebbles. "My dad's work made him move from San Diego, so I had to come. It's so dumb. I hate it here." "Hey, it's not so bad. There's a lot of places to ride your bike, and there's a really neat stream back in the woods behind the neighborhood. I could show you all the fun stuff to do if you want." "Why would I do that?" Declan made a face like he smelled something gross. "You're a girl." My anger made my spine stiff, causing me to sit up straighter as I narrowed my eyes into slits. It was a face I made a lot. My mom liked to say it was because I had a redhead's temper, whatever that meant. She said I got it from her. "What's that supposed to mean?" "It means you're nasty and got cooties, and I don't want to be your friend, so leave me alone." I stood and slammed my hands on my hips. "You'd be lucky to be my friend. I'm a great friend." He rolled his eyes and laughed. "Whatever." I let out a huff, unable to come up with words mean enough to make him feel as bad as I felt right then. When I couldn't think of anything else to say, I resorted to my usual reaction whenever I got angry. I hauled back and kicked him right in the shin. "You're a jerk-face," I shouted. Then I ran to my bike, hopped on, and pedaled home as fast as my legs would take me. "Children, quiet down, please," our teacher, Mrs. Heffernan, ordered. "We have a new student starting with us today. Please welcome Declan Forrester to our class." My head shot up and my gaze landed on the mean boy with dark hair and pretty gray-blue eyes that I'd kicked a few days before. He was staring right at me, the attention making my skin tingly and itchy. The classroom filled with whispers as he moved to take the empty desk next to mine. I looked back down at the notebook I'd been drawing in, still upset with him because of how rude he'd been the first time I met him. I felt him staring at me the whole time Mrs. Heffernan went on about the difference between verbs and adverbs. Every time I peeked up, I found him still watching me. I did my best to pretend he wasn't there, but he was making it really hard. Psst. I scribbled harder, my pencil nearly tearing through the page. "Psst." "What?" I hissed, slapping my hand on my desk. Mrs. Heffernan's attention came our way. "Declan? Tatum, is there something you'd like to share with the class?" "No, ma'am," we mumbled at the same time. He stopped bugging me for the rest of the lesson, and when it was time for recess, I practically ran out of the room to avoid him. I was sitting underneath a tall tree near the fence line with my head down, my notebook in my lap, and my pencil in hand when a shadow suddenly crawled over the page. Declan stood over me, staring with those cool eyes of his. I'd worked really hard to avoid him all week long, and I didn't want to talk to him now. "What do you want?" I snapped. "How come you don't play with the other girls during recess?" I glanced over to where Stephanie Walters and the rest of the girls were pretending to have a tea party. Tea parties were stupid. I'd rather have been playing tetherball, but the boys wouldn't let me play with them because I was a girl. It hurt my feelings, but my mom told me that when I got older, the boys would stop being so mean and would eventually want to play with me. I tipped my head back down to my drawing, letting my long hair block Declan's view of my face as I muttered my answer. "'Cause they don't like me." The leaves on the ground crunched as he sat down beside me. "Why don't they like you?" My face scrunched up like I just tasted something nasty. "Because I don't like to play their dumb girly games, so they always make fun of me." "Well, it's their loss. You don't need them anyway. They're losers." The pencil fell out of my hands at the same time my mouth dropped open. "Why are you being nice to me? Last week you said you didn't want to be my friend. You called me gross." He shrugged and started pulling blades of grass from the ground. "Yeah, well, I didn't mean it," he grumbled. "I decided I want to be your friend after all." I wasn't sure why that made me so happy, but my chest got tight and my heart did a funny, flippy thing. "Really?" "Yeah, sure, I guess. Besides, you've got cool hair." My smile stretched so wide my cheeks started to hurt. "And I think your lucky shoes are really awesome." One corner of his mouth tipped up in a little grin. "Thanks." "So? Best friends?" I held my hand out for him to shake, just like I saw my daddy do with other men. Declan took my hand in his and pumped it up and down so hard my body jerked, causing me to giggle. "Best friends," he agreed. Chapter 2. Tatum, 11 years old. I pumped the brakes on my bike and hopped off before it came to a full stop. After propping it against the side of the house, I took the porch steps 2 at a time and knocked loudly, excited to get to Declan. It had been 3 days since I last saw him. Thanks to the nasty flu that had been going around our school, my best friend had been out sick most of the week, leaving me all by myself. Luckily, he'd called a little while earlier to tell me he was feeling better and that his mom said he wasn't contagious anymore, so I jumped on my bike and sped to his house. I'd missed him like crazy. He was pretty much the only friend I had, and school had been lonely without him. His mom opened the door and offered me a kind smile. "Hi, Mrs. Forrester. I'm here to see Declan." "Sure thing, sweetie." She stepped to the side so I could come in. "He's upstairs with his other friends. You can just go on up." I jerked to a stop at the bottom of the stairs and looked back at her. His other friends? A sick feeling I didn't like one bit twisted my stomach into knots. "What other friends?" "Oh, just some boys from around the neighborhood." She turned and headed into the kitchen, leaving me standing there with an aching chest. I moved up the steps at a much slower pace, suddenly nowhere near as excited as I'd been just a second before. I knew it was a stupid thing to think, but he'd been my best friend for the past 4 years. It had always been just us. I wasn't sure I liked the idea of sharing him with other kids. I could hear a bunch of voices as I got to the top of the stairs and silently moved toward Declan's open bedroom door. I stopped at the threshold and stared in at the unfamiliar faces, feeling totally out of place. "Hey, Tate," Declan cried when he saw me. He sounded happy to see me, and that helped to untangle some of the knots that had twisted up in my belly. "Hi." I waved shyly as the rest of the boys turned to look at me. "Tate, these are my friends, Will, Killian, and Garrett. Guys, this is my best friend Tatum." I smiled brightly at Declan introducing me as his best friend. Unfortunately, Killian curled his upper lip and ruined it by asking, "You have a girl as your best friend?" Declan shrugged like it was no big deal. "Yeah, so? Don't you have girls for friends?" "Not unless I want to make out with them." Declan made a face like he just sucked on a lemon. "Oh, gross. Are you for real? I'd never make out with Tate. She's just my friend." Hearing Declan say that like it was the most disgusting idea on the planet hurt my feelings terribly. And because of my red-headed temper, when my feelings got hurt, I got mad. "What's so gross about kissing me, huh? I bet I could be a good kisser." His friends started laughing, and Declan's cheeks turned a weird red color. "I just don't think of you that way, Tate. You're not like a normal girl." I put my hands on my hips and glared. "What's that supposed to mean?" "I'm just saying, you're cool and stuff, but I'd rather kiss a girl who's more, I don't know, girly or something, like a girl who wears dresses." Tears burned the back of my eyes as I looked down at my outfit, a comfortable pair of shorts I'd made out of an old pair of jeans, my favorite t-shirt that had a hole in the left armpit, and my black Converse tennis shoes. My parents had taught me to dress and act however I liked and not care about what other people thought. But just then I felt like I wasn't good enough. And that was something I'd only felt around Stephanie Walters and her stupid friends. I never expected that Declan would make me feel like that. "Yeah, well, I wouldn't kiss you either, 'cause you're a loser." Declan's eyebrows dipped together as his mouth turned down in a frown. "Well, you couldn't pay me to make out with you. You aren't even pretty." I hate you." My voice made a funny cracking noise as hot tears fell down my face. I turned and ran out of the house, slamming the door behind me before jumping on my bike and rushing home. By the time I got there, I was crying so hard my mom freaked out. "Sweetie, what's wrong? Are you hurt?" The only thing I could manage to get out was a garbled, "I hate Declan Forrester so much. He's a big fat jerk." Then I let her hold me while I bawled. My eyes shot open at the sound coming from my bedroom window. It was late at night, so the room was pitch black. The tapping came from the window again, and I pulled the covers over my head and burrowed down further into the bed, trying my best to hide from whatever was out there. The tapping started again, and I was just about to scream bloody murder when I heard a voice. "Tatum, it's me. Open up." Throwing the covers back, I shot out of the bed and rushed across the room. "Declan?" I hissed after pushing the window open. He was standing on the little ledge right outside my window. "Why are you at my house? How'd you even get up here?" He looked over his shoulder toward the ground. "I climbed up the side of your front porch. Are you going to let me in?" I crossed my arms over my chest and scowled. "No, I'm mad at you. Go away." "Ah, come on, Tate," he whined. "It's cold out here, and I'm scared I'm going to fall. I snuck out to see you. Please, let me in." Huffing out a breath, I rolled my eyes and moved back to sit on my bed. Once he climbed into my room, I noticed he was wearing nothing but a pair of flip-flops with sleep pants and a plain white t-shirt. "You climbed onto my roof in a pair of flip-flops?" I scolded. "Are you crazy? You could have fallen." Even mad at him, I couldn't help but worry about his safety. "It's the middle of the night, Tate. I couldn't knock on your front door. Your parents wouldn't have let me in, and I needed to talk to you." My forehead wrinkled as I watched him move closer, coming to sit down on the mattress beside me. "Why, you want to be a jerk to me some more?" I asked bitterly. He blew out a breath and ran a hand through his dark, sloppy hair before looking at me with those pretty gray eyes. "I'm sorry, okay? I'm really sorry for hurting your feelings. I can't stand the thought of you really hating me. So can you please just stop being mad at me?" I looked down at my feet, digging my toes into the tan carpet as the hurt from earlier came back full force. "I can't just stop being mad at you, Deck. You were really mean. You made me feel like an idiot in front of your friends, and then you called me ugly." "I'm sorry," he mumbled. "Why'd you have to act like that, huh? You were totally different around those guys. You never treat me like that." His fingers tugged at a loose thread on his pants. "I don't know," he shrugged, watching that thread unravel like it was the most interesting thing in the world. He puffed out a big breath before continuing. "We were all talking before you showed up, and Garrett mentioned that he'd seen you riding your bike around and thought you were cute. I guess I didn't really like it, okay?" My eyes bugged wide. He thinks I'm cute? That was the first time I'd ever heard of a boy thinking I was cute. I couldn't remember which of them was Garrett, but the compliment still made my belly warm and floaty. Declan stared at me with a strange look on his face I couldn't quite understand. "Yeah, but Garrett's kind of a jerk, so you totally shouldn't like him." With a giggle, I bumped my shoulder against his. "You mean a jerk like you?" He snorted and rolled his eyes. "No, not like me," he grumbled. "Well, okay. So maybe a little bit like me, but I promise I won't ever be a jerk to you again." His cheeks turned pink, and I could tell by the sound of his voice that he really meant every word he said. "So, are we okay?" My face stretched into a huge smile. "Yeah, we're okay." Then I punched his arm playfully. "You know, you could have just waited until tomorrow. You didn't need to climb on my roof late at night to talk to me." He gave me an embarrassed look. "Yeah, well, I couldn't sleep until I fixed it, so—" My belly got that warm, floaty feeling again, but for a totally different reason this time. I sniffled and lunged, wrapping Declan in a big, tight hug. "Don't worry, Deck. You're still my best friend. You'll always be my best friend." With a groan, he pulled out of my arms. Okay, don't go getting all girly on me." I laughed, so happy Declan and I weren't fighting anymore. He made a sound like there was something stuck in his throat and said, "And you're not ugly. Like, at all. I think you're really pretty, Tatum." This time, my cheeks turned pink, and I ducked my head, suddenly feeling shy. "Ah, thanks. And, if you wanted, like, if you were cool with it." He swallowed so thick I could see his throat bob up and down. "I know it wouldn't mean anything, but since you're my best friend and I'm yours, I was thinking that maybe..." "Maybe what?" His left arm came up to scratch the back of his neck. "Maybe we could be each other's first kiss. I just thought that since we were so close, it would be better if it was each other instead of people we barely knew," he spouted quickly. "I totally get it if you don't want to, but..." I wasn't sure what came over me, but after hearing him say he wanted to be my first kiss, all of a sudden, I really wanted that too. So I did it. I leaned in and pressed my lips against his in a hard kiss. Neither of us really knew what we were doing, and our mouths stayed closed the whole time, but I had a feeling just then that it was going to be the best kiss I ever had, because it was with Declan. Chapter 3. Tatum, 15 years old. "How cool is it that we got our first gig?" I glanced over my shoulder at Killian and smiled before dropping my books in my locker and slamming it closed. "It's awesome, Kill," I answered, stepping over to join him, Will, Garrett, and Declan. The 5 of us slowly started making our way through the crowded halls toward the school cafeteria. It had taken a while after the bumpy start we had, but I eventually grew really close to Declan's 3 friends, firmly burrowing my way into their tight circle. I was just like one of the guys. I did everything with them. We hung out together all the time, and for a girl who'd grown up an only child, they'd given me the brothers I never had. I loved each and every one of them in their own unique ways. There was only one difference, and it was a huge one. I didn't just love Declan. I was in love with him. I wasn't sure exactly when it had happened, or even how, but there it was. I was crazy for my best friend. "I don't know," Declan grumbled as we pushed through the double doors into the loud, busy cafeteria. "I just don't think we're ready yet." After years of playing around on their instruments, they finally decided to get serious and put a band together. They'd been practicing like crazy day and night, trying to make something of themselves. It was an amazing thing to watch. Will played the drums, Killian was on the bass, Declan and Garrett both played the guitar. But the thing I loved the absolute most about listening and watching them play was hearing Declan's incredible voice. He was just everything. I loved experiencing the music they made. "What are you talking about?" Garrett grumbled as we moved through the lunch line. "We finally nailed every one of those covers we've been working on forever. We sound awesome." "We don't even have a name," Declan declared as we grabbed our trays and moved to an empty table. I remained quiet, taking my seat next to his. Will sat on the other side of me, Killian and Garrett across from us. I didn't say a word because he was right. They'd been going back and forth on band names for months, and each one was worse than the last. Satan's Homeboys. That had been a particular favorite of mine, said with sarcasm. The Butt Pirates. I Googled that one and informed them what it meant. Needless to say, it was vetoed pretty quickly. The Headboard Crushers. Leave it to a bunch of teenage boys to come up with something that juvenile and cringeworthy. The Demented Clowns. Yeah, I wasn't even addressing that one. "What's wrong with the Headboard Crushers?" Killian asked. "I mean, it fits." At least with me and Garrett." They bumped their fists together and laughed as I rolled my eyes. "Hey, guys, what are you talking about?" We all tipped our heads up at the same time at the sound of Mason Keller's voice. He was new to our town and school, having only just moved there a few weeks earlier. Will, being the social, easy-going guy he was, had become fast friends with him. I hadn't gotten to know Mace all that well yet, but from what I'd seen, he was a decent enough guy. Everyone seemed to be warming up to him pretty quickly. Everyone but Declan, that was. Mace took the empty seat directly across from me, getting fist bumps and backslaps from everyone except Deck. His gaze landed on mine, and a big, attractive smile spread across his lips. "Hey, Tatum." "Hi, Mace," I replied. As soon as his name left my mouth, I felt Declan move closer. When I looked up at him, I found him scowling across the table at Mason. "We're talking band names," Will spoke, answering his original question. "We still haven't come up with anything good, despite what these two shitheads think." He chuckled as he pointed at Garrett and Killian. I'd been giving their band's name a ton of thought lately and decided it was time to tell them what I was thinking. Guys?" All 5 sets of eyes came to me. "I think I might have come up with something. It's cool if you guys hate it. You don't have to use it." Declan bumped his shoulder with mine, and I turned my head his way. He smiled down at me in that way that made my tummy flutter. "Spit it out, Tate. You know we take your opinion seriously." My face grew hot as I offered a timid smile. "Well, what do you think of civil corruption?" They all stayed quiet for so long that I started to get embarrassed and dropped my gaze to the table. "Civil corruption," Will said in a thoughtful way. "That sounds freaking awesome," Garrett cried. "Holy shit! That name's killer!" My head shot up and I scanned each of their faces. "You really think so?" "Hell yeah, it's perfect, Tater Tot," Will declared. "Thanks." I was blushing furiously under all their attention. "Great thinking, Tate," Mace said. We just exchanged another grin when Declan's voice cut through the moment. "So, we finally got a band name," he started, sounding disgruntled. "But I'm still not sure about playing the dance. I mean, we sound good, yeah, but I hate the fact that we gotta play covers. We really need to start writing our own songs." The rest of the guys began grumbling. It was the same argument they'd had over and over. "Hey, Cranky," I said quietly, knocking Deck's knee with mine. "Every band has to start somewhere, right?" He shrugged. "I guess, but..." "But nothing. Look at the dance as practice. Play the covers now, then start writing your own music. What'll it hurt, right?" "Yeah, dude," Killian cut in. "Listen to your girl. She's always been smarter than you." I blushed like crazy at him referring to me as Declan's girl. I'd never admit it out loud, but I loved it when one of them called me that. It made me feel special, important. It was like floating on a cloud. Unfortunately, seconds later, that cloud disappeared and I came crashing back down to earth. A girly, high-pitched squeal of excitement cut through my happiness just moments before I was roughly shoved out of the way. "Hey, babe, I missed you." Amanda Pickler threw herself into Declan's lap and planted a hard kiss against his lips. If I listened hard enough, I was sure I'd hear my heart breaking. I hated Amanda Pickler. She and Declan had been going out for a little over 2 months, and I knew from overhearing conversations between him and the other guys that he'd lost his virginity to her shortly after they began dating. I'd cried myself to sleep that night. I was talking snotty, blotchy-faced, ugly crying. The only thing worse than the boy I loved being with another girl was having no one to talk to about it. I desperately needed some friends who were girls. "Hey, baby." He grinned up at her in a way that made me feel sick. I'd been on the receiving end of so many of his smiles I'd lost count, but I'd never gotten a smile like that. It was a secret smile between two people who shared a lot more than just friendship. "Guess what?" She fluttered her eyelashes and flipped her long blonde hair over her shoulder. "My parents are going out of town tonight. You should come over." My throat burned like I just swallowed acid, and my eyes began to sting with building tears. I had to get out of there or they'd all see just how close I was to crying. I cleared my throat and stood from my chair. "I'm gonna head out, guys. I'll talk to you later." Declan's hand came out and grabbed my arm. "But you haven't even eaten yet." "I forgot. I have to meet with Mr. Peterson about an extra credit project." Shaking my arm free, I all but bolted from the lunchroom, careful not to look back, because I was afraid of what I'd see if I did.
Chapter 4. Declan, 15 years old. I watched the doors as Tate walked through them, my stomach sinking from the look on her face. She'd been fine one second, laughing and joking like usual. Then all of a sudden she looked upset, and I didn't have a damn clue why. "Hey, you guys know Tatum really well, right?" Mason asked, pulling my attention his way. "Yeah," Killian answered, chewing a bite of his hamburger. "Known her for years. She's like a sister." Maybe to the rest of the guys. But lately I'd been feeling something for Tatum that wasn't the slightest bit brotherly. If I was being honest, it freaked me right the hell out. But I couldn't stop noticing the way she was changing the older she got. Tate wasn't the same scrawny-legged little girl I met on the curb outside my house 8 years ago. I shouldn't have been feeling that way about my best friend, and I knew it. That was why I was trying so hard with Amanda, even though she mostly just annoyed the shit out of me. If she hadn't put out as fast and easily as she did, I never would have kept dating her. "So," Mason dragged out, "do you know if she's single?" The hell? I opened my mouth and snapped. "Why?" Before I could think better of it. Don't get me wrong, Mason seemed like a nice enough guy, but the way he looked at Tate pissed me off. He didn't have any damn right staring at her the way he did. She wasn't his to look at. She belonged to me. She was my best friend. He looked at me, wrinkling his forehead as he answered, "Well, I mean, she's really nice." "Dude," Garrett laughed, "you interested in her?" I suddenly wanted to punch Mace right in the face and hopefully break his nose. His cheeks reddened as he looked down at the table. "Well, I mean, sure, she's kinda hot." It was official. I was definitely going to break his nose. I'd seen the way they looked at each other, and I was going to kill him if he even thought about touching her. "Tatum Valentine?" Amanda said, in a tone that I didn't like at all. "Seriously?" I pushed her from my lap onto the bench where Tate had just been sitting. "Why'd you say it like that?" I asked, my voice full of accusation. Amanda's face pinched in an ugly frown. "Don't tell me you actually think Tatum Valentine's pretty," she scoffed, like it was the most ridiculous thing in the world. "That's my best friend you're talking about." I gritted between clenched teeth. "Oh my God!" she shrieked in a Valley Girl voice that nearly made my ears bleed. "So what if she's your best friend? She's totally ugly. Like, all that frizzy orange hair and pale skin? Gross." The energy coming off the rest of the guys at the table was just as furious as my own. "Dude, Better tell your girlfriend to watch it before she says something that really pisses me off, Will warned, glaring at Amanda like he'd have hit her if she wasn't a girl. Too late, I grunted. She's already pissed me off, and she's officially not my girlfriend anymore. She spun around on the bench and looked at me in shock. What? I told you that was my best friend you were talking about, and you still said something stupid. No one talks about Tatum like that. Ever. Her top lip curled up in anger. Are you serious right now? You're really picking her over me? Man, she was stupid. Every freaking time, I answered. Just 'cause you put out doesn't mean you're special. She's special. You're just some chick I was banging for a little while. Now I'm over it. Pushing my tray away from me, I stood and climbed off the bench, shooting a look at Mason. I shoved my finger in his face, saying, "And you, stay away from her." Then I booked it out of the cafeteria, in search of my girl.
Tatum. Sitting in one of the stalls of the girls' bathroom, I finished the granola bar I had stashed in my backpack while trying my hardest not to cry. Stupid Amanda Pickler, I muttered to myself as I threw the wrapper in the trash and left the privacy of my stall. The bell was going to ring any minute, so I hooked my backpack onto my shoulders and headed out. Ignoring the pictures of me and Declan I'd taped all over the inside of my locker, I switched out my books to get ready for my next class when the door was suddenly slammed shut so hard the bang echoed down the empty hallway. "What the heck?" I cried, looking up at a furious Declan. "You almost took my fingers off. What's the matter with you?" "Do you like him?" My chin jerked back at his confusing question and angry demeanor. "What? Who? What are you talking about?" "Mason," he clipped. "Do you like him?" I gave my head a hard shake in an attempt to make sense of what was happening. "What in the world are you talking about?" Dec's fist collided with my locker door, making me jump again. "I saw the way you guys were looking at each other. And I know he's into you." I blinked rapidly. "He is?" His eyes bugged out for a second before forming into tiny pissed-off slits. "So you do like him?" It wasn't so much a question as an accusation. "I haven't even thought of him like that," I defended, because it was the truth. I really hadn't. He was cute, there was no doubt about it, but I was too busy wishing for something with my best friend to even consider another guy. "Then why'd you sound so excited just now, huh?" I'd gone from confused, and maybe the slightest bit frightened with the way he was behaving all of a sudden, to downright mad as hell. I wasn't sure what had crawled up his butt in the past 10 minutes. But there was no way in hell I was letting him take it out on me. "What the hell's your problem, huh? Last time you got an attitude with me, we were 10 and I beat the crap out of you. You want me to do it again?" "I still don't hear you denying it." "That's because there's nothing to deny," I shouted, throwing my hands up in frustration. I'd officially had enough. "I don't know why we're even talking about this or why you're being such a jerk, but I'm done talking to you. Call me when you decide to stop being an asshole." The bell rang right then, and kids started pouring into the hall as I stomped away. I wasn't sure what Declan's deal was, but as far as I was concerned, he was Amanda's problem, not mine. Since that very first night, back when we were only 11 years old, I had made sure to leave my bedroom window unlocked before I went to sleep. My best friend had a habit of sneaking into my room at night to wake me up when there was something on his mind. Normally, I loved being the first person he wanted to share his thoughts and feelings with, but after how he'd treated me earlier, Declan Forrester was the last person I wanted to talk to. Later that night, I laid in bed, searching for sleep that refused to come. The fight we had played on repeat in my head. We'd barely had so much as an argument since we decided to be best friends under that tree on the playground years before. I told my heart to shut up, to stop aching over what had happened, but the damn stubborn organ refused to listen. When the sound of my window rattling hours later resonated through my dark, silent bedroom, I pulled the covers over my head and did my best to tune it out. "Tate?" Dec's voice called out, muffled by the glass. "Tatum, open up. It's me." Squeezing my eyes closed and slamming my hands over my ears, I tried to block him out, but the stupid jerk was persistent. "Tatum?" Tap, tap, tap. "Come on, let me in." Tap, tap, tap. Throwing the covers back with an annoyed huff, I stomped to the window and tossed the curtains aside so he could see me. "Something's wrong with your window," Declan said from the other side of the glass while trying to force it up. Crossing my arms over my chest, I gave him a look that I hoped would burn his skin off. "Nothing's wrong with it. It's locked." He actually had the nerve to look surprised. "What? Why is it locked?" I don't know," I started sarcastically. "Maybe because I don't want to talk to you?" "Go away, Declan. I'm trying to sleep." I pulled the curtains closed and started for my bed, but he just wouldn't stop. "I'm not leaving until you talk to me, Tate. Just open the freaking window." Something inside me snapped. I rushed back and yanked the curtains open. "Go bug Amanda," I gritted. "I'm sure she'd be more than happy to let you in her bedroom window." I moved to shut him out again when he said something that made me stop. "I broke up with Amanda today." My hand was frozen in place as I stared into my best friend's gray-blue eyes through the glass. "She said something about you that I didn't like, and I went off. Then I dumped her in front of all the guys. Look, I'm sorry, Tate. I acted like a jerk earlier, and I came here to apologize. But I really don't want to do it from here. Your dad could bust me hanging outside your window, and you know how much that man scares me." He had a point. John Valentine was a big, strong man who could intimidate almost anyone. My dad looked like he could bust a boulder apart just by glaring at it. The only people I'd ever seen him be gentle with were my mom and me, treating us like we were the finest china. Over the years, he'd managed to tolerate Declan, but if Dad knew he'd been sneaking through my bedroom window for years, I was pretty sure they'd never find Dec's body. "Please, Tate, just let me in. I can't stand that you're mad at me." He looked and sounded so sincere that I couldn't help but believe him. And the truth was, I hated being mad at him too. More than anything in the world. With a heavy sigh, I flicked the lock and walked back to my bed as he slid it open, taking a seat on the edge of my mattress. Declan sat beside me a second later, looping his arm across my shoulders. "Please, stop being pissed at me. I freaking hate it." "I hate it too," I whispered, laying my head on his shoulder. "But you deserve it." "I know," he whispered back. "I'm sorry I was such an asshole." Pulling back, I looked up into his eyes. The strange blue reminded me of storm clouds rolling across the sky. "Why were you acting like that?" He looked away, but didn't loosen his hold on me. From so close, I could see the muscle in his jaw tick before he finally answered. "After you left, May started asking about you, like if you were single and stuff. He told the guys he thought you were hot, and that he was interested in you. I guess." Declan pulled a long, deep breath in through his nose. "I just didn't like it." My chest got so tight it was hard to breathe. My heart started doing flip-flops behind my ribs, and my stomach had taken flight thanks to the butterflies inside of it. "Why?" I asked so quietly I was afraid he might not have heard me. But then he turned those stormy blues my way and answered, "Because I'm selfish. You're mine, and I don't want to share you. The thought of you dating another guy makes me want to put my fist through a wall. I don't want you to be with anyone else because I want you to be with me." My lungs squeezed at the same time I sucked in a gasp. He looked terrified by his admission, but I'd never been happier in all my life. I thought the best day of my life was the day Declan and I shook hands under that tree, agreeing to be best friends. But I'd been wrong. This was the best day of my life, hands down. "I hate Amanda," I said on a whisper. His shoulders slumped as he replied, "Yeah, she's kind of a bitch." No, I didn't hate her because of that, even though it's totally true. I hated her because you were dating her, and I don't want you to be with anyone else because I want you to be with me. Declan's eyes bugged out so wide I couldn't help but laugh. "You mean that?" "Yeah," I answered with a nod. I've felt like that for a really long time now, but I didn't want to say anything because I didn't think you'd feel like that about me. "I definitely feel like that about you," he said quickly. "So, no Mason?" "No Mason. I never even looked at him as more than a friend." "Good," Declan murmured, bringing up a hand to tangle in my hair. "Because you're with me, and I'm not letting you go." Then he gave me the second best kiss of my life, and I knew without a shadow of a doubt that all the best kisses I'd ever have would come from him. All the best anythings that happened in my life would be because of Declan Forrester. Chapter 5. Tatum, 18 years old. The windows of Declan's truck were fogged up, the air thick from our heavy breathing. My skin was damp and sticky, but I couldn't bring myself to move. "Fuck, baby, this truck's too small. This shit has to stop. You deserve more than being nailed in the back seat." Placing my hands on Declan's bare chest, I rested my chin on top of them and smiled up at his sex-drunk expression. I wasn't sure I'd ever get used to that look. It took him from naturally beautiful to downright gorgeous, the way his stormy eyes lay half-masked, glazed and slightly unfocused, how his entire face softened and warmed after he'd come. It had been 3 years. 3 years since Declan and I had gotten together, since I gave myself to him in the most intimate way humanly possible. And he treated me like a queen every day since. "I don't know," I said on a giggle. "I kinda like it. Sneaking around makes it hot." His face scrunched in a playful glare. "So what? You're saying it's old hot because we have to hide from your folks?" Looking up and to the side, I pinched my lips into a thoughtful expression. "Well, now that you mention it." My words were cut off by a loud squeal as Declan's fingers came down to tickle my sides. Okay, I shouted through my laughter. "I didn't mean it. I promise." He finally stopped tickling me, and when I got a hold of myself and looked up at his face, he was smiling beautifully. "You know I love you more than anything, right?" My heart sighed. "I love you too." "More than anything?" It was the same thing he asked every time if I didn't clarify from the beginning. "You know it, baby." His head fell back and his eyes went to the ceiling of the truck in contemplation. "How long you think it'll take your dad to stop hating me?" he finally asked a few minutes later. Honestly, I wasn't sure how to respond to that question. I didn't know the answer myself. My parents always stressed the importance of going to college after high school, and yet there I was, a high school graduate with no intentions of college in my near future. The guys had been working their asses off trying to make a name for their band, and I'd been doing everything in my power to help. I lined up gigs at every hole-in-the-wall bar from here to San Diego. The next 6 months of their lives would be spent traveling from city to city in a shitty van, sleeping in equally shitty hotel rooms, and playing their music for anyone who would listen. They couldn't have been more excited. And I was going with them. When I told my parents the plans for my future, my mother had burst into tears and my dad had lost his mind. He blamed Declan for my decision when that couldn't have been further from the truth. Sure, I didn't want him to leave me behind while he traveled the state and I headed off to college, but that wasn't why I'd put my education on the back burner. The real reason was that I believed in my guys. I had every faith that one day they'd be huge, famous beyond their wildest expectations, and I wanted to be a part of that. I wanted to do everything I could to help them rise to that level. That was why I was going with them. "He'll get over it eventually," I whispered. Declan sat up, gently shifting me onto the bench seat beside him and tucking himself back into his jeans. Reaching to the floorboards, I picked up the t-shirt he'd discarded earlier and slipped it over my head to cover my nakedness. I don't blame him, you know. I get why he's pissed. And if I wasn't such a selfish bastard, there's no fucking way I'd let you go with us. But I am, and the thought of not having you with me all the time kills, baby. There's no way I could do this without you by my side. None of it would matter for shit without you." The self-deprecation in his voice made my throat tight. "Hey." I scooted as close to him as I could, placing my palm on his chest. "Stop beating yourself up. Even if you tried to make me stay, I would have forced my way into that van. There's no way in hell I'd have let you and the guys take this trip without me. This is just the beginning, Dak. This is going to be the start of our new lives. I can't wait." His arms came around me, squeezing tight like he was afraid I'd disappear if he didn't hold on. "No matter what happens, I need you to make me a promise." "Anything," I answered instantly. Those storm cloud blues met my gaze, intensity and determination flashing back at me. "Never leave me, Tate. Even if all this bullshit ends up to be for nothing and we have to come back here. Even if I end up working as a mechanic like Will, or what the fuck ever. Promise you'll never leave me." My mouth fell into a severe frown at the sound of his uncertainty. In the years we'd been together, it was as if Declan's desire and love for me grew so much he couldn't trust it. No matter what I said or how I acted, he seemed to have doubts in himself and in me. He'd told me more than once that he knew I was too good for him, that one day I'd wake up and see I deserved better. What I couldn't get him to understand was that there was no better out there for me than him. He was it. I think that was why he pushed himself and the guys so damn hard to succeed. I was afraid he wouldn't feel like he deserved me until he had enough fame and fortune to give me whatever my heart desired. But I didn't need any of that. I just needed him. "It's you and me until the day we die," I declared, taking his cheeks in my hands. "You couldn't get rid of me if you tried. I'm so in love with you, Declan, that some days I don't know how to contain it. Sometimes I feel like it's going to grow too big and burst from inside me, like the only thing holding me together is my skin." His eyes slammed shut as he dropped his forehead to mine. You and me, baby. Always and forever. You and me. You and me forever, I told him. We stayed in that position for what felt like an eternity, whispering our conversation. How's Will feeling about everyone leaving? I asked. I'd been unable to let go of the worry for my friend. After all, he was one of the founding members of the original Civil Corruption. But after discovering Mace's talent on the guitar, he'd bowed out of the band, claiming he was only holding them back from real success. Will had been the drummer, but everyone knew Garrett was the better choice behind the kit. The only reason he wasn't there was because Will couldn't play the guitar if his life depended on it. Then Mace revealed his gift one day when the guys had been screwing around in Killian's garage. The next day, Will informed them that he was quitting the band and said Garrett should move to the drums, with Mason taking over lead guitar. And the rest was history. Declan pulled away, dropping his head back against the seat, and began massaging his forehead. He keeps saying he's excited for us. I just wish he'd said yes when we asked him to come with us. Doesn't feel right leaving him behind like this. I know, I replied sorrowfully. But you knew he'd never leave his folks and Lila behind. Will was amazing in pretty much every way possible, but it was his love and loyalty for his parents and little sister that made him one of the best men I'd ever known. Yeah, Declan sighed. I know you're right. Still doesn't mean I don't feel like shit about it. He's happy. He loves it here, and he loves working at the garage. Cars have always been Will's passion, Deck. Declan laid back down on the bench, pulling me on top to rest. Well, it doesn't really matter. As soon as we hit it big and start making money, we're gonna force his ass to move wherever we set up roots. Even if we have to pay to ship his whole family with him. We'll be together again, just like we've always been, he stated, while reaching down and grabbing the small tattered notepad and pencil he always kept within reach. I loved that damn notepad. It was where he kept his most personal, most meaningful thoughts before eventually turning them into some of the most beautiful, heart-wrenching lyrics I'd ever heard. And he shared every single one of them with me. I watched in fascination as he scribbled the word crimson at the top of a blank page. Then he started writing. Burning with passion, the intensity cuts like a knife. Like the blood running through my veins, my crimson gives me life. I'm tangled and twisted in her, content to live in my chains. Without her passion and soul, only a shell of me remains. Pulling in a sharp breath, I read those lines over and over, knowing he was talking about me. Looking up into his eyes, I spoke the words that were stamped on my heart. I'm her storm on the horizon, swirling blue and gray. I complete her as she completes me in every way. That infectious smile of Declan's finally made an appearance as he whispered, See, there's no way I could do this without you. My face started to ache from the smile stretching across my lips. Hush, I said quietly. I'm not going anywhere. Ever. I love you, Declan. Now write me a beautiful song.
Chapter 6. Declan, 20 years old. Holy shit! Killian exclaimed, just as shocked as I was. I can't believe this! It was happening. It was all really happening. Believe it, Chris replied with an oily grin. Congratulations, boys. You're officially the opening act for Crossbones' North American tour. Crossbones was an alternative rock band who'd hit the scene a couple years earlier and was really starting to make a name for themselves. Being the opening act for their shows was the foot in the door we'd been chasing for the past year and a half. What had originally started as a 6-month road trip across Cali, hopping from shithole bar to the next, had stretched into a year and a half thanks to our manager, Chris Evers. He'd approached us after watching us in San Diego, one of our last shows before heading back to San Francisco with our tails between our legs. We were officially out of money, and because of that, out of time. My heart was broken at the thought of going back. But then Chris appeared, promising that he could get us success if we signed with him. At first, it had all seemed too good to be true. I had to admit, there was something about the dude that didn't sit right with me. He was slimier than a used car salesman and twice as slippery. But he lived up to his promise. For the past year, the 5 of us had been living in a crappy little studio apartment in L.A., recording our first album, and playing at bigger bars where people who mattered could see us. We'd busted our asses, put in our time, and it was finally paying off. Now we were on a fucking tour with one of the fastest-growing bands in the U.S. As far as I was concerned, Chris Evers could be Satan himself. As long as he kept living up to his own hype, I was on board. Looking across the shitty apartment, I spotted Tatum sitting on the worn-to-hell couch Mace and I had found in the alley behind our building. I broke from the guys and headed toward my girl, scooping her into my arms and spinning her in a circle. "You hear that, baby? It's finally fucking happening. We're going on tour." She smiled and placed a kiss on my lips, but there was an uncertainty in her eyes that made an uncomfortable knot form in my stomach. Something was off. Tatum hadn't been herself for a long time now, and I didn't understand why. I got the impression that Chris made her uncomfortable and that she didn't trust him, but she'd never spoken a word against him, and the guy hadn't done anything to warrant us dropping him. I kept telling myself that it was just the instability of our life over the past 18 months that had been weighing on her. Now that the doors were finally starting to open for us, she could breathe a little easier. "That's fantastic, Deck. I'm so happy for you guys." I set her back on her feet, but kept her close. "What's wrong, Tate? You don't look that excited." "No, I am," she declared loudly. Her expression finally began to warm, and genuine happiness shined in her eyes. "This is it, honey. I'm freaking thrilled." Resting my forehead against hers, I spoke in a hushed voice. "Nothing but good from here on out, baby." "I'm so proud of you," she replied, her tone just as quiet as mine. "I'm gonna give you the world, Tatum Valentine. Just wait and see." Her smile wobbled as tears pooled in her eyes. "I don't need the world. All I need is you." She might not need it, but like hell I wasn't going to give it to her. She deserved nothing but the best. My girl deserved to eat at the best restaurants, wear the most expensive clothes, live in the biggest house I could build her. She deserved to drip with diamonds. And I was going to make all of that happen. "Declan," Chris called, pulling my focus his way. With my arms still wrapped around her waist, I kept Tate plastered to my side as I looked up at my manager. "I don't think it's wise for Tatum to go on the tour with you." My entire body locked tight, and I felt my girl's muscles tense against me. "Why the fuck not?" "Deck," Tate whispered in a warning tone, telling me to keep my anger in check. "A tour like this really isn't the place for a young woman. The travel is grueling. You'll be working constantly. It's not like you two would have much time to see each other, and she'd only be a distraction when you should be focusing on the music." I was 2 seconds from burying my fist in the shithead's face if he didn't watch what he said. "Where I go, Tate goes," I ground out between my clenched jaw. "She's been with us from the very beginning," Garrett added. "She's just as much a part of civil corruption as any of us are. Hell, We wouldn't even be here if it wasn't for her. I knew the other guys felt the exact same way. She was the one who'd come up with our band name and gotten us our first gigs. She was the one who made it possible for us to play in front of Chris in the first damn place. Without her, most of the songs on our album wouldn't even be complete. Chris held his hands up. I just don't think it's wise. I don't give the first shit what you think is wise. I interrupted, then repeated, Where I go, Tate goes. End of story. Declan, Tatum said, loud enough to get everyone's attention. It's okay. Maybe Chris is right. I don't want to get in the way. I came along when you guys first left San Francisco because I wanted to help. You haven't really needed me much this past year, and if Chris thinks it's best... My throat started closing up, making it damn near impossible for me to breathe. You promised, I hissed, with so much anger it caused her eyes to widen. You said you'd never leave me, remember? Baby, she whispered, placing a hand on my chest to try and calm me. I'm not leaving you. Not like that. I just want to do whatever's best for you and the rest of the guys. I felt like I was losing my goddamn mind. Panic had started to seep into my bones at the thought of her not being with me every goddamn day. What's best for me is having you by my side. I'm done talking about this. I snapped, lifting my head and skewering Chris with my gaze. She's coming on the tour, and I'm not going to have this fucking discussion again. Got it? Got it.
Tatum. After Declan's proclamation, Chris had looked at me like I was shit beneath his shoe. He didn't like me, and the feeling was 150% mutual. Things had changed since he came on the scene. I couldn't quite put my finger on it, but it was as if the axis of my world had shifted, as if a wedge had been placed between Declan and me. A big, stupid, Chris Evers-shaped wedge. The guys had gone down to the studio to start the finishing touches on their album before we all had to pack up for a trip around the country in only 2 short weeks. I used the alone time, so I used it to my advantage and called the only person who could help me navigate the storm raging inside of me. Hey, honey bunch. Mom? My voice cracked on that one word, and tears started leaking from my eyes. Oh, sweetie, what's wrong? Sniffling into the phone, I sucked in a deep breath and batted the wetness from my cheeks. Nothing, I miss you. I miss you too, Tate, but that's not why you're upset. You forget, even through a phone, I can tell when you're lying. Did something happen? Is it Declan? No. Well, I don't know. I blew out a frustrated puff of air, trying to find the right words to describe what I was feeling. It's nothing bad. Actually, it's really great. The guys got invited to open for a big band that's going on tour in 2 weeks. Well, that sure sounds great to me. So why are you crying? Pressing the heel of my palm into my forehead, I clenched my eyes closed and replied honestly. I don't know, Mom. Things are different, off-kilter. I can't explain it. It's just something I feel. I could hear my mother breathing through the line and knew she was trying her best to come up with a way to soothe my pain. Is it the tour? Does them joining mean you're coming home? Home. That was a concept that had been completely foreign to me the past year and a half. I'd never felt more adrift in my life. No, he wants me to go with them. Actually, he got really upset when Chris suggested I not go along. It's just, when we first left, I had a purpose, you know? I was booking them gigs and helping with their schedule. I was useful. Then Chris came along, and I just feel like They don't need you, she finished for me. Exactly. I mean, what's the point of me still being here? They're always in the studio or playing at clubs I'm not even old enough to get into. Or they're hanging with this industry person or that record exec. And I'm either waiting tables at a crappy diner or sitting in the apartment alone. I feel useless. Have you talked to Declan about what's bothering you? I don't want to turn it into a thing. He's working so hard. All the guys are. I don't want to add more stress on top of what they're already dealing with. So what? You think your stress doesn't matter? Honey, I'm not going to lie and tell you I wasn't upset when you first left home. I was, but I get it. And despite what your father says, he gets it too. And it's obvious to anyone with eyes that Declan's crazy about you. You really think he'd rather you keep everything to yourself instead of confiding in him? No, You're right. He asks me all the time. Annoyance with myself held me in a tight grip. I don't know how to explain it, Mom. Nothing's actually happened. It's just this feeling in the pit of my stomach. It's like everything's changed since Chris came into the picture. The guy sets me on edge. I don't know what it is about him that makes me not like him. My mother's voice was soft and gentle as she replied. That's called women's intuition, sweetie. Your gut is telling you to be wary of this guy. But he hasn't even given me a reason not to like him, I cried. He hasn't actually done anything wrong. He doesn't need to. You can see beneath the surface to something in him that's not good. Talk to Dak, honey. Tell him how you feel. And watch yourself whenever this Chris guy is around. Maybe this is your subconscious telling you that you need a little break. What if you came home for a week or two, just to get your head straight? Maybe you're right, I admitted. Maybe I should come home for a bit. Think of it as a mini vacation, she chirped brightly, trying to lighten the mood. A little time apart is always good for a relationship. And you two have been on top of each other for over a year now. It'll do you both good. A mini vacation, I whispered, more to myself than my mom. Yeah, I'll think about it. You do that, and let me know what you decide. You know you always have a place here whenever you want. Thanks, Mom. I'll let you know what I decide. I love you. I love you too, honey bunch. Pulling the phone from my ear, I ended the call just as the front door slammed shut so hard the walls rattled. Jerking around in fright, I saw Declan standing just inside. Oh, my God, I breathed, my heart nearly beating out of my chest. You scared the shit out of me, baby. Where are the rest of the guys? How long have you been standing there? The blue-gray of Declan's eyes were full-on thunderstorms as he stalked toward me. When he got close enough, I could see the gray had swallowed his pupils, making them nothing more than tiny pinpricks. They went out with Chris to blow off some steam. I came back because I wanted to be with you, and I've been standing there long enough to hear you're considering leaving me. I stood from the couch and took a step back as his menacing stride brought him closer. I'd never seen him look so furious before. It's not like that, Dak. We were just talking about me going for a visit, that's all. Yeah, because your head's all twisted up and you've been keeping that shit from me. Crap. He'd been listening longer than I'd anticipated. What the fuck, Tate? Why haven't you told me what's been bothering you? Jesus Christ, he snarled, raking his hands through his dark hair. Because there's nothing to tell, I shouted, throwing my arms up. How the hell am I supposed to explain that your manager, the guy who's making all your dreams come true, freaks me the fuck out? You'd want an answer, and I don't have one because it's just a feeling. You explain it like you just did, he shouted back. And what about all that shit you said about feeling useless? Were you planning on keeping that from me too? They're my own issues to deal with. Bullshit. Your issues are my issues, Tatum. Everything about you is mine, and everything about me is yours. It's you and me forever. Or have you forgotten that? Of course I haven't, I yelled as the need to cry overwhelmed me. You and me forever, he repeated in a ravaged whisper as he reached out and took my face in his hands. His expression was so full of need and despair when he pressed his forehead to mine that it made my skin tingle. I can't do this without you. None of it matters without you. How can you think you're useless when you're the only fucking reason I'm doing any of this? Losing my hold on my tears, they began racing down my cheeks as I wrapped my fingers around his wrists. Don't say that, I pleaded in a small voice. You're doing this because it's your dream. It's what you love. His forehead rubbed against mine as he shook his head. You're the only dream I have, the only thing I love. He pulled his wrists from my hands and began tugging at my clothes, stripping me with almost manic desperation. His touch ignited the exact same feeling inside of me. He began walking me backward toward the bed, and before I knew it, we were both completely naked. None of this matters if you're not by my side, Tate, he said, as he pushed me onto the mattress and followed me down, pinning me in place with his considerable weight. Declan, I whimpered, suddenly crazy for him. I needed to feel him everywhere. You can't leave me. Then he drove into me in one savage, claiming thrust, making me cry out in pleasure and pain at the fierce intrusion. You're not leaving me. I'm not leaving you. I won't, I panted as my belly coiled tighter. Promise, he growled as he moved hard and fast inside me. I promise, Declan. You and me forever. Forever. Never forget that. Chapter 7. Tatum, 22 years old. While there had been a few ups over the past 2 years, most of that time had been full of soul-crushing, heart-breaking downs. Civil corruption had burst onto the scene like a juggernaut. After their tour with Crossbones, life exploded for the guys. Doors burst open, record labels salivated over them, fighting each other tooth and nail to sign the hot new band that was taking the world by storm. Their first album had blown to the top of the charts, and they'd become a sensation practically overnight. Things moved at a whirlwind pace after that. Their own tour, another album, radio interviews, TV appearances, magazine spreads, award shows. Hell, a year back, they'd taken the stage at the Grammys to claim their statues for Best Rock Album. And I'd been present for all of it, while simultaneously being shoved into the shadows by Chris. I was background, wallpaper, that pointless artificial plant tucked into the corner that goes completely unnoticed until it eventually gathers too much dust to ignore. Excuse me, miss, you can't stand there. You're in the shot. Please get out of the way. I spun around, the red carpet area surrounding me in a flurry of activity. The handler for the celebrity coming up behind me was staring daggers as she tried to get the famous person she was escorting in front of a wall of photographers. Sorry, I muttered, trying to move out of the way. Problem was, I didn't have the first fucking clue where to go. Declan and the rest of the guys were currently standing on a little podium doing a quick interview with one of those entertainment news guys. their handler, because apparently grown-ass people weren't allowed to walk down a long, blood-red carpet without assistance, had shoved me back here in this corner and was currently standing by the band, drooling over each and every one of them. A hand grabbed my elbow and pulled me further off to the side. When I looked over my shoulder, it took every bit of strength I had not to curl my lip in disgust at the sight of Chris.
"In the way again, I see."
"It's hardly my fault," I grumbled, careful to keep a platonic expression on my face, lest I be photographed and put in a magazine or something as Declan Forrester's guest. It had happened more times than I cared to admit. "This place is a freaking circus. It'd be easier to herd cats, for Christ's sake." He gave me a sour look before wiping his face clean and staring back at the mayhem around us.
"I've said it before and I'll say it again. You don't belong here, Tatum. You're only holding him back."
Pasting on a fake smile, I looked him right in the eyes and hissed, "Fuck you, Chris," between my pearly teeth. Another piece of me died inside right then, because I knew he was right. My relationship with Declan had been going steadily downhill the past 2 years, and I had no idea how to get us back on track. I couldn't put my troubles on Garrett's, Killian's, or Mace's shoulders, because they were just as wrapped up in the life as Declan. The parties, the flashy people, the lights and cameras, the fame. My sweet, loving boyfriend had become consumed by all of it. He reveled in it. The Declan I'd known before was a distant memory, replaced by a rock star immersed in his celebrity status. I barely recognized the man I slept beside on the nights he decided to actually come home from whatever party or club he was hanging at. It wasn't like he was treating me badly, at least not intentionally. Whenever I brought up the distance or mentioned missing him since he'd been gone so much, he'd hold me like he used to. He'd whisper sweet words in my ear as he made love to me. It was as if he didn't even realize how much he was changing, and I couldn't help but start to resent him because of it. Gone was the shitty apartment in the not-so-nice part of town. The second Declan had gotten his first paycheck from the label he'd splurged on a glamorous house in Hollywood Hills and planted me in it. He'd spoiled me with expensive clothes and jewelry, the occasional date to a restaurant we'd never been able to afford before, but I hated all of it.
"He'll eventually get tired of having to hold your hand through all of this. He's a star on the rise. They all are. He shouldn't have to coddle you because of your insecurities."
Telling Declan about the mean, spiteful things Chris had taken to saying to me would have been absolutely pointless. Declan thought the man walked on water. He made the band's dreams come true. Chris Evers could do no wrong. When the guys left the podium and started back toward me, Chris took a subtle step away, putting some much-needed distance between us.
"Hey, baby."
Declan looped his arm around my waist and started guiding me farther down the carpet toward the theater where the award ceremony was being held.
"You having fun?"
"A blast," I lied, grinning up at my handsome man. Well, not so much mine anymore. Declan Forrester, front man for civil corruption, was no longer just mine. He now belonged to the world. I hadn't realized it was possible to be jealous of every single person on an entire planet, but I was. We took a few steps, him waving at the crowd of screaming, adoring fans, while I kept my head down, my hair forming a curtain that shielded me from the voyeurs. "You know, I was thinking maybe we could fly home this weekend," I suggested quietly as we walked in perfect synchronicity. Declan's cloudy blues pointed down at me.
"Baby, L.A. is our home now. not San Francisco. Pushing that to the back of my mind, because he was so very wrong about that, I continued. You know what I mean. Anyway, we haven't seen our families in forever. I thought it would be nice to get away for a few days. What do you say? Hope swelled in my chest that if I could just get Declan out of this poisonous city and away from that snake Chris, I could get my Declan back. Then he went and burst that hope like a spoiled little boy jabbing at a balloon with a stick. Fuck, babe. I'm so sorry. I forgot to tell you. Our tour starts in a week. I'd love to take you back to see your folks, but we're gonna be slammed until we leave for New Zealand. My heels caught on the plush carpet when I came to a screeching halt. Wait, another tour? New Zealand? Please, miss, you can't stop here. A man with a very official-looking headset commanded. Declan took my hand and pulled me back into motion. I'm sorry I didn't tell you, but this is huge, Tate. I know it hasn't been all that long since the last tour, but this one is a huge fucking deal. This is a world fucking tour, he exclaimed with excitement. You name a country, we're going there. On a private fucking jet, baby. He squeezed my hand. I finally get to take my girl to see the world. It was neither the time nor the place for the conversation I needed to have with him, but something told me that when we finally did, he wouldn't be anywhere near as excited as he was right then. You fucking promised me, Tatum. It was the same freaking song and dance we'd been having the past 4 years, and I was so sick of it. I was exhausted. It was the middle of the night, and Declan had only just gotten home from some bullshit party. It had been 5 days since the award ceremony, and I'd only now found the courage to tell him that I wouldn't be going with him on this latest tour. You're not being fair, Deck. I have a job and school. You can't just expect me to pick up and fly around the world. You take classes online, he shouted, throwing his arms wide as he paced around our bedroom, pulling at his hair. And I told you to quit that fucking job. I made more than enough money to support us. You shouldn't be a goddamn waitress, for Christ's sake. I like my job, I snapped, standing from my place on the edge of the bed. At least there I have a purpose. You have a purpose here. Your purpose is to be with me. My head snapped back. Are you kidding me? I asked on an ominous whisper. You think my sole purpose is to be at your beck and call, catering to your every need? That's how you see me, as something you can tuck away in a closet until you have a use for me. God damn it, Tatum, no, he growled. I didn't fucking say that. Well, that's sure as hell what it sounded like. He rushed to me, worry painted on his face as he took my cheeks in his big calloused hands and tried to kiss me. But I saw his pinpoint pupils and lost my mind. Oh my God, I yelled, wrenching from his hold and taking a step back. Are you high again? That was yet another way Declan had changed recently. The old Declan never would have touched drugs. Jesus fucking Christ, he hissed, looking at the ceiling in frustration. It's not a big goddamn deal, Tate. Will you stop riding my ass about it already? Not a big deal? I asked incredulously. You're joking, right? It was just a couple lines of coke. Will you get off my back about it? I crossed my arms over my chest in an attempt to hold myself together as my insides threatened to shrivel up and fall apart. I'm not going with you, I whispered. Not this time. And maybe you should use this tour to think about what you really want from me. Something in him changed. Standing right there in front of me, a mask of bitterness slammed into place. "Fine," he gritted. "You don't want to go? Fuck it. Don't go. See if I fucking care." With that, he turned and stormed out of the room. I listened, with tears building in my eyes as his footsteps took him down the stairs. A second later, the front door slammed shut, causing my heart to splinter into a million pieces. Chapter 8. Tatum, 22 years old. I'd never been more miserable in all my life. After our fight, Declan hadn't come home for 2 days. Then he'd flown off for the first leg of Civil Corruption's world tour. That had been 2 weeks ago. I missed him so much, it was like a piece of my soul had died. He'd called and apologized from the airport, begging me to meet him there, but I'd held firm. I wasn't going. I was going to try and live a life that didn't center around all things Declan Forrester. We made up as much as 2 people could from such a distance. There had been a few phone calls and texts since then, but with the time difference and his insanely busy schedule, keeping in contact had been nearly impossible. No longer able to take it, I'd bitten the bullet and bought a one-way ticket to Australia, where they were currently playing. By the time I landed, well past 2 a.m. Australia's time, their show was long over. Jet lag was going to be a bitch, and the thought of navigating a foreign place all by myself scared the absolute shit out of me. But I'd do it for him, because it was Declan and me forever. When the cab I'd taken from the airport pulled up in front of the hotel, I was finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. I made it. I paid the driver and climbed from the back seat, hooking my small carry-on over my shoulder before heading inside. It wasn't until I reached the front desk in the lobby that I realized my crucial mistake. I'd always been with them when we checked in, so I never really paid attention to the lengths the band's team went to in order to maintain their privacy. Hi, yeah, I'm Tatum Valentine, here to see Declan Forrester? The woman behind the desk stared me down like I was nothing but a groupie or rocker whore. I'm sorry, there's no one by that name checked in? God, I was so tired that even my bones were weary. I just wanted to get to Declan, then get to the closest bed. Look, I know you have to say that, but I'm not a groupie. I swear. I'm his girlfriend. We live together. Funny, she said, in a way that told me she didn't find anything about our exchange the slightest bit funny. You're the 3rd woman today to claim such a thing. Yeah, but I'm actually telling the truth. Look. I pulled my phone from my purse and scrolled through the photos until I reached a selfie I'd taken of me with Declan. See? I'm sorry, ma'am, but that proves nothing other than you've met him before. And as I already said, there is no one here by that name. Forget this. I'll just call him myself, I grumbled as I stomped away from the counter over to the seating area. Flopping down on one of the cushy chairs, I hit his number and held the phone to my ear. It rang and rang before eventually going to voicemail. I tried it again to the same result. Anxiety started to churn in my belly as I scrolled down to see Mason's contact and hit call. I was beginning to worry that I'd get a voicemail again when his deep voice finally rumbled through the line. Hello? Mace? I collapsed into the chair in relief. Tate? That you? Yeah, it is. Sorry for calling so late, but I'm in the lobby. I got silence for a few seconds, then, the lobby where? Rolling my eyes to the ceiling, I answered, the lobby of your building, jackass. I came to surprise Deck, but he's not answering his phone, and the bitch at the front desk won't tell me what room he's in. Could you come down and get me?" A distinctive rustling sound came through the phone, like he was putting his clothes on. "Yeah, just hang tight, babe. I'll be right down." "Okay, thanks again. I'm sorry if I woke you up." "You didn't." I paused for a second before my nose scrunched up. "Oh, gross, Mace. You answered the phone when you were having sex?" My squeaked question was followed by his bark of laughter. "You really want me to answer that question, or you want me to finish tucking my dick in my pants and come get you?" "Gah! Just stop talking and come get me." I hung up on another laugh and waited patiently for my friend to appear. A few minutes later, an elevator dinged and Mason came strutting through the doors, his hair and clothes rumpled from his recent activity. Ignoring the fact that this man, who was like a brother to me, had just been having sex less than 5 minutes before, I stood and wrapped him in a hug. When I pulled away, he led me back to the elevator, calling to the lady at the front desk over his shoulder. "Yo, future reverence, she's with the band. You let her go wherever she wants to go." The woman blanched, and I couldn't help but turn my head and stick my tongue out. What can I say? It had been a bad couple of weeks. "Is Deck asleep or something? Is that why he didn't answer?" I asked, once we were safely tucked inside the elevator. Mason lifted his arm and began rubbing along the back of his neck. The air around us shifted at his discomfort, and that sinking feeling I'd been experiencing in the pit of my stomach lately roared back to life. No, some of the guys from our opening band are having a party in their room. I think you might find him hanging out there." I tried my hardest not to let my dread get the best of me as I asked, "Same floor as you guys?" "2 below." At his answer, I reached over and hit the button to let me off 2 floors before Mason's. It wasn't hard to figure out which room the party was in, the music so damn loud the fixtures on the walls were rattling. "You want me to take your bag back to his room?" Mace asked, holding the doors open with his hand. Smiling as genuinely as I could muster, considering how bad I was feeling, I told him, "Nah, I got it. I'm just gonna grab Deck and head back up in a few minutes anyway." He nodded, leaning forward to place a kiss on my cheek. "All right, sweetheart. See you in a few." Then he was gone, leaving me to navigate the hallway on shaky legs. That women's intuition my mother told me about was currently sounding an alarm inside my brain. I spotted the open hotel room door and began squeezing through the crush of people filling it. I wasn't sure who the opening band was for this tour, but whoever they were, they must have been good, because they weren't put up in just any regular room. This was a suite, and while the space was definitely huge, the crowd was so thick it was suffocating. Standing on my tiptoes, I searched every square inch of the main room for Declan, coming up empty. "Hey!" I called over the blaring music to a guy I recognized as part of Civil Corruption's road crew. "You seen Declan?" I knew he recognized me when the guy's eyes bulged out of his skull, and he knew exactly who I was. No, I haven't seen him. I think maybe he's in his room, crashed for the night. You should check there," he stammered uncontrollably, casting nervous glances toward the hallway. Lying asshole. With a glare furious enough to peel the paint off the walls, I shoved past the bastard and started down the hall at a fast clip. "Hey, no! Don't go down there! I told you he's not here!" The first door I threw open housed a group of men and women who looked like they were engaged in a freaking orgy. Declan was nowhere to be seen, so I slammed the door shut and moved to the next one. No Declan behind door number 2. With the third door, I hit pay dirt. And I'd have given absolutely everything I owned to have never witnessed what was taking place in that room. Oh, yeah. Fuck yeah, baby. Your pussy is so goddamn tight. My heart fell right out of my chest at the sight of Declan fucking a blonde woman. A jagged gasp scraped its way down my throat as I stood, frozen in place. A second woman, a brunette as naked as the day she was born, sauntered up behind him as he took the blonde from behind. She lifted a handheld mirror with 2 lines of coke up to Declan's face, and he snorted them both, never once breaking rhythm. Once he'd finished shoving the powder up his nose, he turned his head, grabbed the brunette by the hair, and yanked her down viciously, sealing his mouth with hers as another moan ripped from his chest. I knew that moan. I'd heard that moan countless times. Then, sure enough, he jerked his face away and came, long and loud, into the blonde on her knees in front of him. That last little piece inside of me, the one that had been hanging on for dear life these past 2 years, died in that moment. There was nothing left. He'd taken it all and destroyed it. Destroyed us. Destroyed me. I wasn't sure how I managed to function, let alone move after that. But I somehow managed to make it out of that goddamn room and out of the hotel in one piece. It wasn't until I was in the back of a cab heading for the airport I'd left only an hour earlier that I finally broke down.
Declan. I fucked up. Jesus Christ, I fucked up so goddamn bad. I hadn't even realized what I'd done until the guys came barreling into that room 3 mornings ago, ripping my naked ass out of a bed that wasn't mine, and from between 2 chicks I'd never seen before in my life. I'd been so fucked up the night before, having snorted enough goddamn coke to choke a horse, and drunk my weight in Jack, that I didn't have the first goddamn clue what was happening. Then Garrett and Killian clued me in. Of course, that was after Mason had almost broken my nose. Tatum's phone went to voicemail for the 100th time, and as I paced our suite in Amsterdam, I left another frantic message. Baby, look, I know what I did was the worst, but I can fix this. I swear to God I can fix this. Tatum, please, just call me back, okay? We have a break coming up in a few days, and I'm coming home. I'm coming to you. I'll make this right. A loud beep sounded, cutting my message off, and I hurled the cell across the room with a vicious yell. You really surprised she's ghosting you, shithead? Killian growled from the couch. She doesn't want a fucking thing to do with your sorry ass, and I can't blame her. Mason glared at me like he'd been doing non-stop for the past 3 days. You're fucking lucky they kept me from knocking your teeth down your goddamn throat for what you did to her. Needless to say, the guys were pissed. Tatum was almost as important to them as she was to me. When they found out I'd gotten high as a kite, then proceeded to cheat on her, I could have sworn they were going to kill me. You think I don't know I fucked up? I shouted, collapsing onto one of the chairs scattered around the main area of the suite. I know. Dropping my head, I rested my elbows on my thighs and yanked at my hair as I started rocking back and forth. I know, okay? Jesus. I need to fix this. I couldn't wait another day. I was going out of my mind. Fuck this, I muttered as I shot to my feet and headed for the door. Where the hell are you going? Killian called as I jerked the door open. I'm not waiting. I'm gonna get her back. Dude, we have a show in 2 days, Garrett shouted. You can't just bail. Chris will have your ass. The label will have all our asses. Fuck Chris, and fuck the label. I need to see Tatum. I'll be back in time, you have my word. It took a little over 15 hours to get back to our home in L.A., and as soon as I ran through the front door, I knew something was wrong. The house was empty, and not a sound other than my ragged breathing could be heard. Racing to our bedroom, I whipped open the closet door, all the air rushing from my lungs at the empty hangers scattered across the floor. Her drawers were empty. All the girly shit she kept stashed in the bathroom was gone. I bolted down the stairs, taking them two at a time, and skidded to a halt in front of the fireplace. All the knickknacks she bought those first 6 months after leaving San Francisco were still lining the mantel. The snow globe from Santa Monica, the little figurine of a hula girl she picked up at a shop in Venice Beach. Every piece of junk she collected, so we could, as she put it, remember where it all started, were still front and center. But the framed pictures of her with her loved ones that she'd put around the room were all missing. The only photos that remained were the ones I was in. I struggled for breath as I turned toward the kitchen. On the counter that separated it from the living room was a notepad with her handwriting scrawled across the top page. "We're done. Stay the hell out of my life. I never want to see you again." She didn't even bother signing her name. The first thought that ran through my head was no. No, this can't be happening. It wasn't until I collapsed onto the floor, clutching my chest where my heart used to be, that I realized the ugly, horrible truth. She was gone. Really gone. She'd broken her promise to me. As the years passed by, that bone-deep sorrow grew into fury. What I'd done was the worst thing a man could ever do to the woman he loved. But she hadn't even given me a chance to make it right. She wouldn't let me fix it. If it hadn't been for the drugs and the booze that night, I never would have touched those women. But none of that mattered, because she didn't care. She was through, and left me less than half the man I was when I had her. Eventually, that fury turned to hate. I hated her for leaving. I hated her for breaking her promise. I hated her for not letting me explain. But mostly, I hated her because I couldn't stop loving her no matter how hard I tried. Chapter 9. Declan. Now. She looked like a goddamn walking wet dream, and it fucking pissed me the hell off. I saw her the second she stepped into the auditorium, on the arm of that pussy who crooned touchy-feely shit about love and the one and all that other bullshit. It was the first time I'd seen her in person in... Jesus Christ. Had it really been more than 10 years? It felt like she just walked out on me yesterday. And while I was standing there, miserable and bleeding out from the side of her, she'd been laughing and smiling like she didn't have a goddamn care in the world. That was why I'd made the decision to change the song we were set to perform. Originally, we were supposed to play one of the singles from our last album, but when I saw Tatum's happy, cheerful fucking face and felt my heart shrivel in my chest, I talked the guys into performing one of the new ones we just laid down in Garrett's studio. It was rough and painful. It exemplified every chaotic feeling swirling around inside of me after laying eyes on the woman who destroyed me. I'd written it after watching Garrett fall ass over elbow for Gwen. Watching the two of them lose themselves in each other brought back all the painful memories I'd buried deep down inside of me. I was happy for my brother, over the fucking moon. But seeing that shit still killed, because I'd had it once. Then she ripped my goddamn world apart. They knew why I wanted to play that song. The second I suggested it, they knew she was there, sitting in the audience. From the looks on their faces, they weren't happy about the passive-aggressive fuck you I was handing to my ex. But they also knew I needed it. I'd given up all this shit that got me through a long time ago. There were no more pills, no more powder. Sure, I still drank, but nowhere near how much I used to. I didn't smoke. Pussy was only a temporary fix. The only relief I got from the memories of Tate was through the music. So, we played Soulless live for the very first time, and the crowd fucking loved it. My fingers moved over the strings of my guitar like it was second nature as I crooned the words into the microphone for the world to hear. The memories of you still burned into my brain, remembering the feel of sinking deep inside you, the way you gasped and moaned, hearing you breathing my name. You took it all away, leaving me broken and shattered, bleeding and dying, like none of it mattered. Now I'm standing here, half a man, where my heart once was is nothing but an empty hole. Was it even real? Did you ever care? You vindictive bitch with no soul. Growling those lyrics into the mic was a catharsis like no other. Once I stepped off that stage, I was healed. I could finally take a real breath. The song was dark and gritty. It was fucking perfect. And the fact that our fans felt the same way gave me a high like no drug ever could. They went wild, screaming and cheering, begging for more as we left the stage. It was more intense, more pleasurable than a hit of coke, or the feeling of blowing my wad down an eager groupie's throat. Fuck. I loved my job. When we got to the after party, I was looking forward to chilling with my brothers, having a few drinks, maybe picking up some available pussy for the night. Then she appeared again like a goddamn nightmare, bringing everything back, and I knew my night was shot. Tatum Valentine, the only girl I'd ever loved, the woman who'd been my absolute everything. She promised she'd never leave me. But when life got hard and I fucked up, instead of sticking by me like she'd sworn to do, she bailed. She was the one I was supposed to be experiencing all this glory with. None of the success or fame or money mattered if I didn't have her to share it with. I knew I could have made it right between us if she had just stuck around, but she refused to give me a chance. I still had my music, and I got off on giving that to our fans like nothing else. But everything else we'd worked so long and hard for was still absolutely pointless, because she wasn't by my side. I'd spent the past hour tracking her every move. That motherfucker she arrived with never outside touching distance. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't make myself stop staring. When I finally got sick of myself, I headed for the bar, ready to drown my despair in top-shelf booze. Garrett had baby mama on his arm. Killian already found his hookup for the night. And Mason was already good and fucking drunk. That left me alone to wallow in my misery. The second Gwen got up to go to the bathroom, Tatum headed over in Garrett's direction, and I knew, I fucking knew, she'd been just as aware of me as I had her this whole time. There wasn't a single ounce of surprise on her beautiful face when she sat down beside him and wrapped her arms around his shoulders. She'd known where our table was and had just been waiting for an opening, a time when I wasn't there so she could say hello to an old friend. That realization settled in my chest, creating a pleasant warmth that made me smile. It was proof she wasn't unaffected, that the happy-go-lucky attitude she was exuding was all an act. "Hey, sexy, what's got you smiling?" I turned from Tatum to the blonde who just sidled up to me and pressed her plastic tits into my arm. "Just in a good mood, sweetheart," I answered, giving her the smirk I knew would make her panties wet. She hummed seductively. "Is that so? Well, how do you feel about seeing if we can make that mood even better?" I was definitely down for that. "Tell me something, gorgeous. You ever had 9 inches of pure rock god shoved down your throat?" The chick giggled like a kid on Christmas morning. "Can't say I have." Standing from the bar stool, I downed the last of my drink and set the empty tumbler down. Then I hooked my arm around her waist and started leading her away from the party. Looks like it's your lucky day then.
Tatum. God, that song. That stupid freaking song, sung by that stupid freaking asshole, wouldn't stop playing in my head. It made me hate him all over again, which was something I hadn't thought was possible. Leave it to Declan Forrester to prove me wrong once again. I wanted to march up to him and punch him in his perfect, sexy nose. How dare he accuse me of being the one without a soul? I didn't break us. He did. He pushed and pushed until I had no choice but to leave. He'd chosen Chris and that goddamn rock star lifestyle that snake was promising over me. Vindictive bitch? What an epic prick! Camden's soft, gentle voice pulled me from my sour thoughts. You okay, honey? Looking up at him, I offered a kind smile, thankful that I at least had a friend by my side to combat the pain from seeing him again. I'm fine, I said, as the party swelled around us. Just a little out of sorts. You know I'm not a big fan of all this Hollywood stuff. You and me both, baby cakes. That's why I forced you to come to this shindig with me. You're the only real person here. I let out a snort and bumped my shoulder into his side. Hey, Mr. Celebrity, you're the one who wanted to be famous, remember? Damn, he grumbled, as another woman who'd been nipped and tucked within an inch of her life passed us. I seem to be forgetting that a lot lately. Camden's cheerful mood and all-around good nature was infectious. That was part of the reason we were such close friends. I met him 5 years earlier when he came for an open mic night at the bar where I waitressed in San Francisco. His voice was what drew me to him, but it was his bluesy alternative style that kept me hanging by every thread. We got to talking, and after about a year of friendship, I finally trusted him enough to tell him the whole sordid story about Declan Forrester, lead singer of Civil Corruption. He hadn't reacted the way I'd expected. I'd grown very leery when it came to trusting people over the years, and the more time that passed, the more jaded I became. There were people from my past who knew my connection to the band and reached out, hoping I could get them into the inner sanctum. Then there were those who I met after everything imploded. They were just as bad, if not worse. As soon as they found out the truth, they begged and pleaded for me to reopen that old wound. Come on, Tate, it's just one phone call. Or, you used to know the band. Think you could hook me up? They didn't give a single shit whether talking to any of those guys again would hurt or not. They just wanted their shot with a celebrity. Camden wasn't like that at all. He didn't care who I knew. He found out my appreciation for music, and we built a solid foundation based on that and that alone. When he started showing me his lyrics, the part of myself I'd buried since things went sour with Declan came rushing to the surface. He'd been so impressed with the revisions and additions I made to his songs that he asked me to help him write his album. I did, as a friend, but Camden had taken it a step further and given me creative credit on an album that eventually led him to fame and fortune, hitting the Billboard charts at number 6 and staying there. That had been the very same album that led him to win countless statues, and tonight he'd added another one courtesy of the AMAs. For every nomination he got, he forced me to tag along. He said if it hadn't been for me, he'd still be singing on street corners for change. He was full of shit. I barely even tweaked his songs, but to hear him tell it, I might as well have written every damn track myself. Camden Knight was a musical genius. I'd only ever known one person better, and I refused to give him a single ounce of praise.
In the end, I got serious bankroll. He got his dream of hearing his songs on the radio, and our friendship not only survived, it thrived. People don't realize the fame's not worth it until they can't get rid of it, I mumbled under my breath, since we were surrounded by nothing but fame whores. Ain't that the damn truth, Camden grumbled. So you're really okay? I gave him a side-eyed stare and replied, I'm totally fine. He lifted a skeptical brow. That was just another thing he was good at. Lifting a single brow. When he gave me that look, I wanted to smack it off. And for good reason. The comments that usually followed were usually bound to piss me off. Really? Because I don't know how fine I'd be if the ex-love of my life called me a vindictive, soulless bitch for millions of people to hear. Case and point why I want to slap him. You caught that, huh? I deadpanned, grabbing a glass of champagne from a passing server. Hard to miss with the way that prick was throwing it out. I tossed back a large, refreshing gulp and sighed, ignoring the way my chest constricted at the memory of that hateful song. Yeah, well, that's Deck for you. Now can we please stop talking about this before someone overhears? Last thing I need is for people to think I have any sort of connection to that asshole. Casting a glance from the corner of my eye, I looked to the couches where I'd last seen him and the rest of the guys. Garrett was currently sitting by himself, and my heart cried out to go talk to him. You mind if I leave you to fend for yourself for a bit? I asked Camden. There's an old friend I'd like to talk to. Just then, a brunette with scarlet lips came sauntering past with a look pointed Camden's way that spoke to all the things she was willing to do if he gave her a few minutes of his time. I knew he caught the same look as I had when he mumbled, "Oh, I think I can find a way to fill my time," and quickly followed after her. With a good-natured laugh and a shake of my head, I turned from watching him disappear into the crowd and headed toward my past. Chapter 10. Tatum. OMG! Are you Garrett Wilder? Can I get your autograph? I'm like your biggest fan. Garrett's head came up, a pissed-off expression on his face, at least until his green gaze landed on me. Then he shot to his feet, the guy he'd been having a conversation with before I showed up all but forgotten. Tatum fucking Valentine. Christ, you're a sight, sweetheart. He scooped me up into a massive bear hug, lifting me right off my feet. Garrett had always been one of the biggest guys I'd ever known. Even as a kid, he was a head above the rest of our class. God, it's good to see you. Miss you like crazy, woman, he exclaimed once my heels were back on the ground. The excitement pouring off of him caused a knot of tears to form and crawl up my throat, threatening to choke me. I've missed you too, I croaked, as wave after wave of nostalgia crashed over me. It's been a long time. Fuck me, he grunted, jerking me back into his massive body. Give me another hug, girl. Jesus, it's been too fucking long. The people he'd been talking to were long gone by the time the hug ended, and I'd beaten back the threatening tears. You have a few minutes to spare, or is Mr. Rockstar needed for something special? Still such a smartass, he chuckled. Got all the time in the world for you, girl. Take a load off. He pulled me down onto the couch next to him and made himself comfortable. It amazed me how easy it was to be in his presence after so long. It felt like no time had passed at all since the last time I saw him. You look great, Garrett. More ink than I remember, I said, pointing at his bulging arms. But still great. He flashed that dimpled smile I remembered from when we were kids. Told you after the first tat, ink's addictive. Man, I missed him. And I missed the other guys, too. But I knew I couldn't ask about them without Declan being included, so I had to keep to the safer topics, like those that were solely about Garrett. So, I started, a teasing smile pulling at the corners of my mouth. I saw you with that beautiful brunette earlier tonight. You finally settling down? She didn't look like your typical groupie type. Something in his expression shifted dramatically. For the better. Just the mention of the woman made his face light up so damn bright it was like staring at the sun. Gwen's something else, isn't she? Never known a more beautiful woman in all my life. A part of me silently cheered while a smaller, quieter part grew just the slightest bit envious. I'd had that once. Then the jerk went and ruined everything. So it's serious? I asked, genuinely wanting to know. As serious as it can get. We're working through a rough patch, but that girl's it for me. Wow. My eyes bugged out. So you're engaged then? Not yet, he continued to beam, but soon enough if I have my way. Tate, you won't believe it. Wish with all my heart I could have reached out to you and told you sooner, but I have a daughter. Oh my God, I gasped before clamping my hand over my mouth. 3 years old. Name's Liddy. Most beautiful little girl you've ever seen. You're a daddy? I whispered reverently. Garrett, I'm so happy for you. Took a while for me to pull my head out of my ass, but I couldn't be happier than I am now, and it's all thanks to those two. A laugh bubbled from my chest. Why am I not surprised that it took you a bit to see what was in front of you? Never were the sharpest knife in the block. His head fell back on a bark of happy laughter. You aren't wrong there. Then Garrett grew serious. I want you to meet her, Tate. Both of my girls. I don't want another decade to pass before I see you again. Losing you was like losing a piece of me, and I know Mace and Kill feel the same damn way. God, he was killing me. Garrett, I spoke quietly, giving my head a shake. You know it's not as easy as that. His expression grew stormy as a frown snuffed out the earlier happiness. You are our friend, too. He's not the only one who lost you. It's not fucking fair. I gave him a sad smile, shrugging a shoulder. Life's rarely ever fair, Garrett. You know that as well as I do, but... I couldn't believe what I was about to say, but there was just no stopping it. I'll try, okay? I want to meet your girls, too. That seemed to make him happy, because the dark mood that was suddenly surrounding us lightened in the blink of an eye. All I can ask, sweetheart. Now tell me about you. One of his eyebrows shot up. Camden Knight? Really? Letting out a giggle, I smacked him in the chest. First of all, Camden's just a friend. One of my best friends. Secondly, whether you want to admit it or not, you know damn good and well his music is amazing. First of all, he started mimicking the tone I just used. Used to be that me and the guys were your best friends, so that sucks. But I'll give you the second one. His shit's not terrible. I'll be sure to pass along your kind words, I laughed, before my smile and blissful mood both fell flat. I should probably go. We both have dates we need to get back to. Yeah, he said softly, but yours is totally platonic, right? I'd hate to have to track the dude down and beat the shit out of him at such a swank party. Totally platonic, I grinned and stood from the couch. It was good to see you again, Garrett. You have no idea. He followed me up, wrapping me in his arms once more. Yeah, I do, Tate. And this isn't the last time. I don't care if I have to hunt you down and drag your ass out of San Fran. I returned his hug just as tightly before pulling away and taking a step backward. I'll look forward to you trying. Take care for yourself, and tell Kill and Mace to do the same. A disappointed look marred his handsome face. You could always tell them yourself, you know. That time, when I said his name, it was in a warning. Okay, he relented, holding his hands up. I'll tell them. Anyone else you'd like me to give a message to? Tilting my chin down, I glared up at him through my lashes. Nope, I covered everyone. Those dimples made another appearance. All right, sweetheart. Take care of yourself, and don't be a stranger, yeah? Blowing him a kiss, I headed back in the direction I'd last seen Camden, reaching into the tiny purse looped around my wrist to retrieve my cell phone. Me. You about ready to go, or should I find other means of transportation? His response came through a second later. Camden. Give me 5, cock-blocker. I'll meet you out front. Me. I'll give you 10 just to prove I'm a good friend, and we'll meet out back. Less paps. Camden. 10-4. I headed in the direction of the back exit while shooting Camden's driver a text, telling him where he could find us. Then I dropped the phone back in my bag and pushed through the heavy metal door into the cool night. The temperature might have dropped, but the pollution still hung heavy in the air, and there wasn't a single star in the sky. I hated L.A. To be honest, I hated most all of California, San Francisco included. The entire state held way too many memories. But my family, Lila and Will, were still there, so I couldn't bring myself to leave. And to top it off, Camden spent most of his time there close to me when he wasn't touring or recording. Maybe I just need a vacation, I muttered to myself as I leaned against the brick exterior of the swanky hotel. I just closed my eyes and rested my head on the wall when a rough, gravelly sound from several feet away startled them open. Looking to my right, I noticed the shadowed figures from the other side of a dumpster. I was just about to head back inside, worried I'd stumbled upon a mugger or something, when a familiar voice spoke, sending a chill down my spine. That's right, baby. Suck it hard. Take all of it. I know you can do it. Oh, my fresh hell. I'd have known that voice anywhere. Bile crept up my throat as I stood frozen in place. "Ugh," he groaned. "Yeah, just like that. Fuck me, I'm about to come. Want you to swallow every fucking drop I'm gonna give you." I was going to be sick. There was no doubt about it. It was the very same voice I'd heard when I walked into that hotel room years back and had my life destroyed by the one man who was supposed to love and cherish me as much as I did him. Coming unglued from the pavement, I quickly turned and bolted back toward the door I'd exited minutes earlier. "Whoa, where's the fire, honey?" Camden asked when I crashed into his strong chest just inside the ballroom door. "What?" He looked at me, his gorgeous face laced with concern. "You okay? What's wrong?" "Nothing," I panted, trying to catch my breath. "Nothing, I'm just ready to leave. Can we leave now?" He looked like he wanted to push, but thankfully decided against it. "Yep, we're out of here." Thank God. As I let him lead me back outside, I kept my gaze straight ahead, refusing to look in the direction I'd heard Declan's voice just short moments ago. I couldn't risk seeing him, not after what I just heard. Climbing into the sleek interior of Cam's Bentley, I finally released an unsteady breath while thinking, "Yep,
I definitely need a fucking vacation. Chapter 11. Tatum. In the weeks since that godforsaken after-party, I'd done everything in my power to avoid any and all mention of civil corruption. My TV stayed off unless I was imbibing in a Netflix binge. The only music I listened to was the stuff I'd downloaded myself. And I'd even gone so far as to order any groceries I needed online to be delivered, so I didn't risk seeing any magazine covers or gossip rags with their pictures pasted across the front. It was a lot of work, but I was dedicated to my task and damn proud of my success so far. The bar had been a mad crush tonight, and I thanked God I hadn't been on the late shift again. Getting out at 10 as opposed to 2 in the morning made a world of difference, but I was still exhausted and wanted nothing more than to eat my weight in cookie dough for dinner and fall into my bed. But my plans were thwarted as soon as I pushed my front door open and heard, "Welcome home, baby Case." Rolling my eyes to the ceiling, I headed through the foyer and into the living room. Not that I don't love you, but is there a reason you're currently in my apartment? My voice trailed off as I scanned the empty bags of chips and the half-eaten roll of cookie dough scattered around my coffee table. And eating all my shit? Damn it, Cam! This was my dinner, I cried, lifting the cookie dough and pointing it at him accusingly. Sitting up from his relaxed position, Camden put his feet on the floor and pushed to standing, propping his hands on his hips while shooting me a disapproving look. "I've told you before, Tate, cookie dough is not one of the basic food groups." I mimicked his position and glared daggers at my friend. Says the guy who just devoured half a roll and 3 bags of Doritos. Speaking of, clean this shit up. I'm not your maid. Casual as could be, he started gathering his trash and headed for the kitchen, snatching the cookie dough from my grasp on his way. Filthy bastard. With a heavy sigh, I rubbed the space between my eyebrows as I spoke. "Look, Cam, if you want to hang out here, that's cool, but I'm beat. Work kicked my ass tonight, so I'm going to crash." Camden grabbed himself a beer after tossing my beloved Pillsbury snickerdoodle dough on the top shelf, then headed back in my direction. "Why are you still working there, Tate? It's not like you need the money, and even if you did, I'd help." Lifting my hand to cut him off, I glowered. "You know why, Cam? We've had this conversation 100 times. Despite what anyone thinks, I can take care of myself. I don't need a man to take care of me." I couldn't help the bitterness that twisted around my words like barbed wire. No matter how much I tried to let go of the past, I still harbored so much animosity toward Declan for having that very same mindset years ago. "You know I didn't mean it like that," he said softly. Setting the unopened beer bottle on the coffee table, he wrapped me in a hug and continued talking. "I'm not him, babe. I just mean you should be using this time to get your degree. College was important to you, and you never got to finish. If you have the money and someone at your back to help you along the way, why don't you dump that job that's below what you're capable of and go back?" Pulling from his embrace, I stepped away and pressed the heels of my palms against my eyes. "Can we stop talking about this, please? Let's change the subject. Not that I'm not happy to see you always, but what brought you by tonight?" He made a face before pulling his lips between his teeth and biting down. "I'm not sure that's a subject change we should delve into right now, honey." The muscles in my body started to tense and lock. "Why? What's going on?" "Well," he hesitated, reaching around to scratch the back of his neck.
Figured you haven't been watching much news lately since you haven't brought it up. But your ex-loser dipshit's band has been front and center in the media for a while now. My hands clenched into tight fists, all on their own. And I care about this why? I asked, trying my hardest to appear unaffected. Camden gave me a pitying look that set my teeth so on edge I was worried about the bill for my next dental visit. Because, despite how things ended with you two, I knew you still really care about the other guys in that band. And it's not Declan making waves. It's that huge, blonde, Viking-looking bastard. Garrett? I asked, my heart in my throat. What happened? Camden's face was full of concern for me as he relayed the information. The story was leaked about a week ago. Turns out your boy's got a little family he's been keeping secret. Oh no, I gasped, covering my mouth with my hand. The media found out? Wait. Cam's chin jerked back. You know he had a woman and kid? I only just found out after the award show a few weeks ago. Tell me what's going on. I had some of my people do some digging when I found out, 'cause I knew you'd want details. Looks like their manager got pissed over something and helped an ex-assistant who'd recently been fired leak the story. The press has been relentless. Some of the shit they're printing is downright savage. Chris Evers, I hissed, my blood burning in my veins. That fucking snake! God, he's such a scumbag. This is the same dude who gave you shit back when you and Declan were together, right? Yes, I grumbled through gritted teeth. The bastard's a piece of shit. I can't believe the guys kept him on for this long. Well, if it's any consolation, he's not anymore. Dude got shit-canned, and then they took it a step further and had him totally ostracized. I'm talking mean girls, you can't sit with us style. I narrowed my eyes. I really shouldn't have let you watch that damn movie with me. You quote it all the freaking time. Cam made a pff sound and waved me off. Anyway, I asked around, found out that motherfucker's on every blacklist in the industry. He's fucked. I suspect he'll be living in a cardboard box in a back alley somewhere in the very near future. Like I said, mean girls. I couldn't help but smile at that. Chris Evers deserved nothing less, and I was glad karma was finally coming back around. I gotta say, the chick is hot as hell, and the kid they made is one adorable little rugrat. He's fucked when she reaches dating age. My eyes bugged out as I gawked back at Cam. They printed pictures of their little girl? I cried incredulously. God, is nothing private anymore? She's just a little 3-year-old baby. She doesn't deserve to have her picture plastered all over the place. This is the life, babe. Are you really that surprised? Not a single moral in sight. He was right, and I absolutely hated that. Fame and money corrupted absolutely everyone. No one was safe. That was just one of the many reasons why I hated this freaking industry. I was just so damn grateful that Camden hadn't been corrupted. I could only hope and pray it never happened. I was about to ask for more information when my cell phone started ringing. Pulling it from my purse, I looked at the screen and saw my friend Lila's name pop up. Will's sister had been a few years younger than us in school, so she didn't really hang out with us a lot before we all took off just after high school. But when I came back from L.A., completely broken and distraught, Will had been there, and so had Lila. The two of us became close. Other than Camden and Will, she was the only other real loyal friend I had. Even after everything imploded, Will had stuck by my side.
I knew he was still close with all the guys and went to visit them as often as possible, but he'd always been mindful not to mention them to me. Our friendship was totally separate from theirs and vice versa. I'd worried about that at first, but Will was a great guy, the very best, all the way to his core. "Why, hey, are you calling about Garrett?" I asked as soon as I answered the call. "I only just found out. I can't believe—" "Tate?" She choked through the line. "Oh, God, Tate?" Fear froze me solid at the sound of her ragged sobs. "Lila? What is it? What happened?" It's Will. He—" Another cry cut through her words. "He was in a car accident." Tears sprung to my eyes as my chest constricted painfully. "Is he—" I swallowed past the painful knot in my throat. "Is he okay?" "He didn't make it, Tate." And just like that, my world stopped.
Chapter 12. Declan. I couldn't fucking do this. I didn't know how. How did someone say goodbye to the best person they'd ever known? How did you keep the overwhelming sorrow and bone-crushing pain from destroying you? I didn't have the first goddamn clue how to handle losing Will. It didn't seem real. It wasn't right or fair. He was the very best of all of us. It shouldn't have been him. I'd have given anything for it to not have been him. Sitting in the hard, uncomfortable pew, I stared ahead at the casket, trying to come to grips with the fact that one of my best friends, one of my brothers, was lying inside that goddamn box. Huge pictures of his grinning face rested on easels along both sides. Smaller framed photos of Will with his family, with his younger sister, with us, took up every inch of space that hadn't been overrun by flowers. Fucking flowers. Because nothing says sorry your loved one's dead like a goddamn bouquet of roses and daisies. His family didn't want flowers. They wanted their fucking boy back. The last thing a grieving person wanted to deal with was keeping something alive after someone they loved just died. With every dead flower came the reminder of their loss all over again. Fuck you, fucking flower companies. The sound of metal on metal pulled my attention from those pictures to Mace sitting on my left. God damn it, I growled under my breath as he finished twisting the cap off his flask and brought it to his lips. Get your shit together, asshole. Mason's red-rimmed eyes came to me in a glower. Fuck off, he grumbled, taking another pull. I need this to get through today. I didn't know what the hell was happening with him, or why he seemed so determined to pickle his liver before the age of 35. But something had to give, and it had to give fucking fast. No. What you need is to pull your head out of your ass and put the goddamn flask away. Lila deserves better than to have to deal with your drunken bullshit the same day she puts her brother in the ground. Our whispered argument stopped when Mace's face fell, and he slowly put the flask back in his inside jacket pocket. Sorry, he grunted quietly. I'll get my shit together. Lifting my hand, I gave him a pat on the back. I knew he, Garrett, and Kill were taking this just as hard as I was. The only silver lining in this whole disaster was the fact that Gwen seemed to have gotten her head together and came back to Garrett. After everything that went down with our ex-manager helping that bitch Kimber leak her and their daughter's pictures worldwide, I was worried she was gone for good. I couldn't stand to see him as miserable as I'd been when I lost Tate. Then we got news of Will, and I couldn't take it anymore. So, I tracked baby mama down and spelled it out for her. She belonged with Garrett, and he belonged with her. Luckily, She actually listened to me, unlike a certain heartless redhead. Speaking of... I lifted my eyes for what had to be the 1,000th time, scanning the pews around us for any sight of her. I was certain she'd have been sitting in the row right in front of us, with Lila. I might not have talked to her in years, but Will had, and the bastard had made a point to rub my fuck up in my face every chance he got. So I knew those two women were tight, but she was nowhere to be found. Lila was currently sitting between her and Will's mom and dad, her head down, her shoulders shaking, as the minister carried on about my brother being in a better place. Fuck that. He should have been here. "Second row from the back," Killian muttered from my other side. When I looked at him in confusion, he continued from the corner of his mouth. "Tatum's in the second row from the back. You didn't really think she'd skip out on this, did you?" When I turned to look over my shoulder, sure enough, the first thing that caught my attention was that familiar fiery hair. Her head was down, shoulders slumped, and I could see the tears falling from her cheeks. Every fiber of my being wanted to get up and go to her. Christ, I'd never been able to stand it when she cried. It gutted me. Every tear was a shard of glass piercing my heart. But then an arm reached around her, resting on her shoulders. And when I glanced to the side, I saw that prick Camden Knight holding her. I wanted to rip that arm off and shove it so far up his ass, his fingers would tickle his throat. "Chill," Garrett whispered, leaning over Kill to talk to me. "This isn't the time or the place for you to lose your cool. And they're just friends." "How the fuck would you know?" I asked. "Because she told me a couple weeks ago, asshole. Now relax, will you?" It took every ounce of control I had, but I somehow managed to smother the anger smoldering in my gut and focus on the minister spewing a bunch of shit no one wanted to hear about time healing wounds and seeing them again on the other side. By the grace of God, I managed to keep my mouth shut as I glared at the bastard at the podium. But with every word he said, I retaliated in my head. "Fuck you. Fuck this. Fuck all that stupid bullshit, you stupid motherfucker." It didn't help one damn bit.
Tatum. The service had been beautiful, or at least I assumed that was the case. I hadn't been able to lift my head. I couldn't see the casket or the pictures of Will's handsome, smiling face. The pain was too unbearable. I sniffled and cried while trite, cliched words were spoken about a man who'd been stolen from all of us far too soon. We went from the funeral home to the gravesite, and I spent that time staring at the bright green grass beneath my shoes, thinking that the vivid colors of the bright sunny day were a contradiction to the somber, depressing mood hanging in the air around all of us. The cheerful day only made me that much angrier. There was nothing anyone could do or say at a time such as this to make those who loved him feel any better. I was in a sinking pit of despair, and rationally I knew that only time would help me to navigate my way out. But right then, all I wanted to do was curl up in a ball and wallow in it. It felt like the agonizing sense of loss would never fade. "You sure you don't want me to go with you?" I looked up at Camden and offered a small, sad grin. It was the best I was able to do. Everything hurt. My eyes, my head, my heart, my soul. Granted, the first two were due to crying nonstop since Lila's call a few days before. I wasn't sure if the last two would ever stop hurting. Trust me, I'd give anything to be able to take you with me, but this is something I have to do on my own. I need to be there for Lila. The last thing she needs is a big drama because Declan and I are in the same room together for the first time in a decade. I just don't trust him not to cause a scene if I walk in with you." Camden's gorgeous face twisted in a furious frown. "I don't give a shit about that asshole.
I care about you. I don't want you to have to do this alone, Tate. Will was like a brother to you."
I placed my hand on his arm and tried for a genuine smile this time. "I won't be alone, honey. I'll have Lila, and she'll have me. It'll be fine, and I'll call you as soon as I leave." He looked like he wanted to push further, but gratefully decided to let it be.
"You promise?"
"I swear, as soon as I leave."
"Fine,"
he huffed, blowing out a long, beleaguered breath.
"You staying with your folks again tonight?"
I nodded, swallowing thickly, unable to answer out loud. Since the call, I'd been crashing in my old bedroom at my parents' house, needing the security and comfort only they could provide.
"Okay, I'll be there when you get back. I'm crashing there tonight."
My nose began to sting with a fresh wave of tears, only that time they were of relief. "You don't have to," I whispered, mainly because I felt I had to at least give him an out.
"I know I don't have to. I want to. You're my best friend, Tate. I'm going to be here for you whether you like it or not."
"You're my best friend, too," I managed to croak past the golf ball in my throat. "And if you want to torture yourself by sleeping in that twin bed my parents keep in the guest room, then you won't get any argument from me." Camden's arms came around me like two strong metal bands, holding me securely. That was one of the reasons he was my best friend. He always knew exactly what I needed before I even had a chance to tell him. "Thank you," I said in a hushed voice as I laid my cheek on his chest. "Thank you for being here. Thank you for being my friend."
"I'll always be your friend, baby cakes. Never doubt that. Now get going. Go be with Lila, and give her my love. Tell her I'm thinking of her."
We separated, and I headed to my car just feet away from Will's gravesite. I made the drive to Lila and Will's parents' house in complete silence. I didn't let myself think about seeing him again, or what I would say, if anything. I didn't let myself think about how unbearably sad I was, or how much I was going to miss Will. I put all my focus on Lila. I tried to figure out how I could help her, how I could make this easier, if that was even possible. Less than half of the people who'd been at the service were at the house, the family having opted to keep this part of the day to only those closest to Will. Putting the car in park, I closed my eyes and pulled in a deep, stuttered breath. "Miss you," I whispered to the heavens. "I'll miss you forever, Will." Once I was back in control and no longer at risk of breaking down in a fit of tears for the billionth time, I cut the ignition and climbed out. Walking through that familiar door without hearing Will's loud, boisterous "Tater tot" was a knife to the heart. I scanned the faces, unseeing until my gaze landed on my friend, and then I made a beeline right to her. "Lila," I breathed, wrapping my arms around her the second I reached her side. She returned my embrace, her arms squeezing so tight my ribs groaned in protest. "I'm so sorry." "Tate, I'm so glad you're here. When I didn't see you at the service." "I was in the back," I whispered close to her ear, still holding on for dear life. "I wouldn't have missed it for anything, you know that. But I didn't want to cause any problems." "You could never cause any problems, honey. I love you. You're welcome anywhere, at any time." Just as we pulled apart and wiped the tears from our faces, a gruff, gravelly voice spoke my name. The first sincere smile of the past couple days finally spread across my face as I moved into Garrett's warm embrace. Camden hadn't been kidding. The dude looked like he belonged on a Viking ship, not behind a drum kit. When we broke apart, I noticed the woman he'd had with him at the AMAs was by his side, the same woman whose face had been plastered across millions of celebrity trash magazines lately. Her expression of uncertainty tugged at my heartstrings. I totally understood why she'd be feeling a little uncomfortable. Wanting to put her mind at ease, I moved to her and gave her a hug, making sure to keep smiling when we broke apart. You must be Gwen. I've heard so much about you. I'm glad to finally meet you in person. She gaped for a few seconds, unprepared for my kindness, before stammering, you have? I could see why Garrett was so enamored with the brunette beauty. She was adorable. Sure, we ran into each other in L.A. He couldn't stop talking about you. I've been dying to meet the woman who was able to tame the caveman. At my teasing barb, Garrett scoffed. Please, you know I was the easiest one to deal with out of all those assholes. He wasn't wrong about that, but instead of admitting it, I rolled my eyes and gave my head a shake. It's nice to meet you, too, she finally said. Garrett had nothing but nice things to say about you. That statement warmed my chest at the same time that familiar ache reappeared. These guys had been my brothers, my family. God, I'd missed them like crazy. Pushing the melancholy back, I kept up the playful facade and laughed. I highly doubt that, I said, smacking Garrett in the ribs. This guy was like a brother to me growing up, so I was basically the annoying sister following them around, getting in their way. Killian and Mason showed up just then, each of them greeting me like a long-lost family member finally returned home. I'm not going to cry. I am not going to cry. Just as I worried I'd burst into tears all over again, he spoke. One word, 2 syllables. Tatum. And I could have sworn my brain exploded. Chapter 13. Tatum. I wasn't sure what had gotten into me, why an angry cloud of red had suddenly blanketed my vision and pushed all my sadness away. Maybe it was because of how horrifically he'd broken my heart so long ago. Or maybe it was because the first time I saw him after nearly a decade, he was crooning hateful words into a mic before getting his cock sucked by some groupie. Whatever the reason, I barely noticed Lila and Mace taking off before Mount Tatum could explode and rain holy terror down on everyone around me. Deck, I replied flatly, feigning a boredom I most certainly wasn't feeling. You look better than the last time I saw you. Not that I'd expect you to remember the last time I saw you. If I recall, you were balls deep in some skank and high as a kite. I'm pretty sure you didn't even know I was there. Oh, fuck, Killian mumbled. Oh, hell, Garrett grunted. But I could barely hear it over Declan's feral growl. Then before I could so much as blink, that asshole lunged, threw me over his shoulder like a sack of potatoes, and charged up the stairs. Declan? I screeched, pounding my fists into his solid back. Have you lost your mind? Put me down! He didn't listen. Taking the stairs 2 at a time, he stomped down the hall, carrying me like I weighed less than nothing, until he came to an empty bedroom. The sound of my feet hitting the carpet was accompanied by the door slamming so hard it rattled on its hinges. What the hell do you think you're doing? I shouted at the top of my lungs. You have no right to touch me, let alone carry me around like a goddamn caveman. Declan crowded me, forcing me to stumble back until my butt collided with the dresser. 10 years, he hissed, looking dangerously similar to a raging bull. I haven't seen you in 10 fucking years, and you show up to my best friend's funeral with that guy? He finished on a roar. My entire body grew cold from the inside out. Don't you dare, I whispered, before losing my cool completely. Don't you fucking dare. He was my friend, too. I loved Will, so don't you stand here and insinuate that today is about anything but him. Will and Camden liked each other. He wanted to pay his respects. Quick as lightning, Declan grabbed the lamp from the dresser and hurled it across the room. The ceramic base exploded against the wall, raining jagged shards onto the carpeted floor. I stood with my mouth hanging open in shock as he began pacing, raking his fingers through his hair. Will liked that guy?
God damn it, Tate. Are you trying to hurt me? Just then I was hit with a fresh wave of tears. I'm not doing this with you, I whispered as the first fell, followed by many more. Not today, not any day, but especially not today. I bolted for the door just as a loud hiccuping sob ripped from my chest, but he was too fast. Placing his hand on the door above my head, he shoved it closed and pressed his back against my chest. Tate. My name came out haggard and pained, causing me to cry even harder. He's dead, Deck. Will's dead, and I can't do this. I can't handle it. I broke down like I had the night I got the phone call. I'd cried every day since, but not like this. Not the kind of crying that was so loud and hard it made your chest ache and your stomach muscles feel like one big bruise by the time you were finished. That was how I cried as Declan turned me into his chest and held on tight. I was so lost in my misery that I completely lost track of time, and it wasn't until I'd cried myself out and exhaustion was setting into my bones that I realized where I was and whose arms were giving me comfort. Shh, baby, he soothed, running his hand down my back. It's okay. I got you. Jerking from Declan's hold, I sidestepped in order to put some much-needed space between us. With a frown, I looked up into those stormy blues I'd once loved so much. I didn't have the first clue how to react to being in his presence. Everything had changed. I had changed. And I didn't know how to be around him anymore. He'd been my best friend for longer than we'd been together as a couple, but it was as if I was staring up at a complete stranger. Why did you bring me up here, Declan? I asked, my voice hoarse and raspy from my latest crying jag. He shook his head violently, like doing so would help to form a clear, concise thought. I don't know. I saw you and I just reacted. I didn't think. There was no stopping the bitter, sarcastic laugh that burst from my throat. I might have been a different person than I was 10 years ago, but it was clear as day that Declan hadn't changed one damn bit. Seems you make a pretty nasty habit out of that, I sneered. Screw how other people might feel because of your thoughtless actions, right? Tatum, Did you even stop to consider the fact that I didn't want to be alone in a room with you? Or that maybe I didn't want you touching me? Did that thought ever even cross your mind? I was on a roll, ranting uncontrollably, but damn if it didn't feel good to say what had been weighing on me for so long. I mean, you couldn't possibly have taken one single freaking second to think about what I wanted, because if you had, you'd have stayed way the hell away from me, as if flying halfway around the world just to witness your coked-out ass in the middle of the fucking threesome wasn't bad enough. Then I get to sit in an audience of thousands and listen while you rip me to shreds with one of your songs. God, you're such an unbelievably selfish bastard. But then again, you always were. Was destroying me once not good enough for you? Had to go tear that wound open all over again and pour salt in it just to make yourself feel better? For Christ's sake, Tatum, will you fucking listen to... No, I won't. I won't listen to a goddamn word you have to say, because you're a liar. That's all you are, Declan. A liar. Your words mean nothing. Now I'm sorry for what you must be going through right now. I know you loved Will and he loved you too, but this isn't something I can commiserate about with you. I won't share my grief with you or let you hold me while I break down. We aren't in this together. That's bullshit, he growled, taking a step closer. Of course we're in this together. No amount of time or distance can change the fact that it was the six of us. It will always be the six of us. We're in this together. Will was all of ours, and we need to lean on each other. That familiar anger he exhibited whenever he didn't get his way came rushing back to the surface. But I was done. I had nothing left in me. The emotional upheaval I'd been experiencing the past few days had officially taken its toll. When I spoke next, my words were empty, hollow. There wasn't a single ounce of emotion, good or bad, left in me. I'd been tapped out. I don't want to lean on you, Declan. Don't say that, he pleaded in a hushed tone. Why not? It's the truth. I don't even want to know you. If I could go back in time, I'd erase you from my memory completely. Unfortunately, that's not an option. He looked like I just slapped him. I wanted that to give me a thrill, but all it did was make that gnawing emptiness in my gut grow even wider. Neither of us said another word as I opened the door and walked out of the room. I spent the remainder of my time in that house catering to Lila's every need. I talked to the other guys, got to know Gwen, and when I finally left, I breathed a sigh of relief. It was over. Done. I'd never have to see Declan Forrester again.
Declan. She spent the next few hours acting like I didn't even exist. And damn, she was good at that. Her eyes didn't even trail in my direction for a fraction of a second. And I would know, considering I spent the entire time watching her every move. Hey. Gwen's voice pulled my focus from my fixation on Tate, and I turned to her just as she took a seat next to me on the couch. You doing okay? Can't say I am, baby mama, I muttered, lifting my beer bottle to my lips and taking a pull. She fiddled with her fingers in her lap. Well, I know it doesn't really help much, but I'm here if you need to talk. About anything. I don't know if Garrett told you, but I lost both my parents, so I get what you're going through. I felt a pang of sympathy in my chest for her. Shit, babe. I'm sorry to hear that. Garrett didn't say anything. Her smile was full of sadness as she shrugged. Yeah, well, it was a while ago, but I lost them pretty close together, so it was like one hit after another. When was this? My dad was back when I was in college. It was unexpected. We didn't see it coming. My mom was about 2 years later, but she was sick for a long time before that. Cancer. I had to watch her suffer before she finally let go. It was only a couple months before I met Garrett, actually. The night we... She swallowed audibly, and I knew exactly what she was trying to say. The night they'd hooked up, and he'd inadvertently gotten her pregnant with their daughter, Liddy. Fuck. I wrapped my arm around her shoulders, pulling her against my side. I'm so sorry, honey, I muttered against her hair. I had no idea. It's okay, she said softly, leaning against for comfort. Like I said, it was a while ago, and I'm okay now. But I get it. What you're going through, I mean. I understand. So if you ever need to talk, I can do that. Or I can just listen if you want to vent about how incredibly unfair it is. I understand that too. I offered her a genuine smile when she finally pulled back and looked up at me. Thanks, Gwen. Garrett's a lucky bastard. She turned her gaze, so full of longing, toward my brother. Funny, she muttered, so softly it was almost as if she was speaking to herself. I thought the lucky one was me. I really fucking liked that for Garrett. We sat in companionable silence for a few more minutes before Garrett finally had enough of me monopolizing his girl's time and came to steal her back. Then I turned my attention to finding Tatum. It took me a while to realize she'd snuck out while I was preoccupied with Gwen. That was okay, though, because I had a plan. She thought she didn't want to know me anymore, but she was wrong about one thing. I wasn't the same selfish prick I'd been back then, and I was going to make her see that if it was the last thing I did. Chapter 14. Declan. Shooting off a group text 20 minutes after we all got back to the hotel, I barely gave the guys a chance to settle in before demanding an impromptu meeting. Me. Band meeting. My room. Now. Mace's response came in a second later. Mace. Fuck you. I'm beat. I just want to crash. Me. You can crash after. Get your ass over here. Pacing the living area of my hotel suite, I waited for those good-for-nothing bastards to start showing up. Garrett. Piss off. Gwen just agreed to marry me. We're celebrating. Shove your meeting up your ass. Well, that was fantastic news. I was thrilled to my bones for those two. But they'd have forever to celebrate. What I needed had to happen now. Me. Congrats, brother. But pump the brakes on the celebration. This is important. I wouldn't interrupt otherwise. I knew that would get them, and, sure enough, 5 minutes later, there was a furious pounding on my hotel door. This better be good, you cock-blocking son of a bitch, Garrett grunted, as he dragged a deliriously happy Gwen into the room behind him. Killian and Mace waltzed in a few seconds later. Spit it out. What's so damn important that it couldn't wait until tomorrow so I can take my ass to bed? Mason grumbled. Obviously, a day of drinking his sorrows away was beginning to take a physical toll. So, I've been giving this a lot of thought, and I think it's time to hire a new manager. Chris was a piece of shit, and I'm glad we fired his ass, but we need to replace him. Killian's eyes went to the ceiling as he groaned like a damn baby. Are you serious right now? This is really what was so damn important? Yeah, because I think I've found the perfect one. All lies came to me, each brimming with curiosity and skepticism. Who? Mace asked hesitantly. Think about it, I replied. Who's the person who basically started this for us? Who's the one person who had only our best interests in mind? No way, Garrett snapped. Don't even think about it, Deck. Don't you think you've done enough? Who's he talking about? What am I missing? Gwen asked, looking to each of us in complete confusion. Leave her the hell alone, brother, Garrett continued. Tell me she's not the best option. I pushed. I'm not saying she isn't the best option. She busted her ass for us. But that was before you fucked it all to hell. Wait, just hold on, Killian cut in. Let's just think about this for a second. I mean, she's the one who lined up all those gigs for us when we first started out, right? And she's friends with that Camden Knight dude. So she's obviously got connections. And we trust her. This might actually be a good idea. You're kidding, right? Mace laughed sarcastically. He approaches her with this, and she'll string him up by the goddamn short hairs, he added, pointing in my direction. I nodded, knowing damn good and well he was right. That's why I suggest we do it as a group, with Gwen here for a bit of female support. Whoa! Gwen held her hands up, palms out. You're talking about Tatum? Like your ex-girlfriend Tatum? The one who looked like she wanted to cut your balls off and feed them to you? That would be the one, Garrett mumbled, looking like he wanted to do the exact same thing. And how exactly am I supposed to offer any kind of support? Don't you women like solidarity in numbers or some shit like that? I asked her. Come on, guys. You know I'm right about this, and you can't tell me you don't want her back with us. The three men in the room went quiet, looking down at their feet in contemplation, and I knew I had them. Tate was important to each and every one of them. She was like their sister, for Christ's sake. I wasn't the only one who lost her. So how do you suggest we do this? Garrett finally asked minutes later, and I almost pumped my fist in triumph. You mean how do we get her to agree to this fucked idea? Mason scoffed. Offer her more money than she'll know what the hell to do with, maybe. We'll talk her around, I answered confidently. I was pretty sure I was getting ahead of myself, but I didn't give a shit. I was going to find a way to make this happen. Tomorrow morning, 9. Be prepared to grovel if that's what it takes. Where are you going? Killian called after me as I started for the door. Looking over my shoulder, my hand on the doorknob, I replied, Well, someone's got to tell her we're having a band meeting in the morning, don't they? Then I walked out without so much as a backward glance. I remembered the trellis being a lot sturdier when I used to climb it back in high school. I wasn't sure if it was because the wood had worn with age, or because I had about 40 more pounds of muscle on my body than I did back then. But either way, I held my breath as I climbed toward Tate's window, praying the goddamn thing didn't crack and leave me with a broken neck on the ground. Making it to the top, I pulled in a relieved breath and tested the window, shocked as hell when I found it unlocked. It had been a long shot, coming to her parents' house. I wasn't even sure she'd be there. But as the light from the moon poured into the dark bedroom, the first glimpse I got was of her fiery hair draped across the pillows. My heart clenched at the sight of it, but that wasn't the only thing I noticed. Used to be, Tatum slept freely, her long limbs stretching out and taking as much space as possible. When we slept together, she always stayed curled around me, but if she was alone, the whole bed was hers, and she utilized every inch. That wasn't the case now. Now, most of her queen-size bed was empty. Tatum was asleep on her side, her knees tucked tightly against her chest with her hands wedged beneath her face in a prayer position. At the sight of her sleeping in a protective little ball, the tightness moved from my chest to my stomach. I wasn't sure what made her change her sleeping habits, but there was no doubt that it was somehow my fault. I couldn't stand seeing her like that. Even in sleep she looked vulnerable. I wanted to protect her. I wanted to take back the mistakes I'd made in the past and be the one she clung to at night. Unable to resist the pull of her, the same goddamn pull I'd felt since I first saw her when we were 7. I moved as quietly as possible across the room. I had no right to do what I was about to do, but I couldn't stop myself. She didn't look comfortable, and every fiber of my being was screaming out to make it better. Kicking off my shoes once I reached the side of the bed, I slowly lifted the covers and climbed in beside her. The smell of vanilla and citrus invaded my lungs, and I could have sworn I'd been pulled back in time. It was the same scent she'd worn for as long as I could remember. In the past, when it had been my right, I used to bury my face in her hair every chance I got and pull that fragrance into my lungs. I got close enough to feel the heat from her body radiate against mine. It was as intense as a physical touch. I fisted my hands against the overwhelming desire to reach out for her. But then she moved in her sleep, rolling to her other side and shifting until her face was nuzzled into my chest and her legs tangled with mine. It took everything in me not to cry out my thanks that, despite her hatred for me, Tatum's subconscious still craved me as much as I craved her. She had always been my favorite drug, and now that I had her pressed against me once more, I was certain there was no chance of curing my addiction, and I didn't even fucking want to. Twining my arms around her, I pulled her even closer. The feel of her curves nestled against me made my cock stir to life. Tatum Valentine always had the best goddamn body of any woman I'd ever seen. All lush and curvy. She was built like every man's dream woman, with ass and tits to spare, a tiny waist you could easily grab hold of to lift her up, long legs that were made to wrap around my waist as I drove my cock into the tightest, hottest pussy on the planet. Everything about her was pure, unadulterated perfection. The muscles in my jaw ticked from how tightly I was grinding my teeth together. This had been a huge mistake. The urge to slide my palm beneath the back of that flimsy t-shirt, just so I could feel her skin, was almost too much to bear. Breathing deeply, I concentrated on giving her comfort, not taking anything for myself like the selfish bastard she thought I was. Eventually, my body calmed down, and I was able to relax. With her unique scent in my nose, and her warm body beneath my hands, I felt like I was whole once again. I had no business being there. I should have left. I should have given her what she'd asked for and stayed away. But seeing her again earlier that day was like finding the missing piece of my heart that had prevented it from healing properly all these years. Several minutes later, she hummed and twisted to her other side. She mumbled sleepily. I don't care how uncomfortable that twin in the guest room is, Cam. You can't sleep in here. Go away. The muscles in my body strained for a split second before I reached out and pulled her back flush to my chest. Then I spoke. You know, baby, I might have gotten jealous that you mistook me for another man, if you hadn't been telling him to get out of your bed.
Chapter 15. Tatum. I'd been having the best dream. It was dark. The only light in my room was from the moon shining bright outside my window. But I didn't need sight to know who it was in my bed. I knew exactly whose hair I was pulling, whose back I raked my nails down, whose tongue dueled with mine as my body received the most intense pleasure. But when those stormy blues met mine, I couldn't shake the sense that this was wrong. What we were doing was wrong. Even in my dreams, I knew Declan was all kinds of bad for me. The dream eventually faded, and a tiny niggling of consciousness crept in, along with the heat of someone's body. Still half asleep, I moaned and rolled to my other side to get away from the person who'd taken up most of my bed. I don't care how uncomfortable that twin in the guest room is, Cam. You can't sleep in here. Go away. I was being yanked across the mattress into a solid wall of chest that woke me completely. Then the person holding me in a vice grip spoke, and my blood turned to ice. You know, baby, I might have gotten jealous that you mistook me for another man if you hadn't been telling him to get out of your bed. My scream was quickly cut off by Declan's large hand as he whispered in my ear, Chill out, Tate. You'll wake the whole goddamn house up. With that, my momentary terror gave way to blind rage. Spinning around as best I could, I started smacking the shit out of Declan, landing open-handed slaps wherever I could reach. You stupid son of a bitch, I whisper-yelled. You scared the hell out of me. Jesus Christ, Tatum, he hissed. Calm the fuck down. Calm down? Calm down? You broke into my house in the middle of the night and climbed into my bed. I will not calm down, you psycho. My assault was quickly cut off when Declan moved fast as lightning, pinning my arms against the pillow above my head. His body straddled mine as he leaned closer, his face just inches away. Relax, he commanded. I came in the same way I always have. You left the damn window open for me, for Christ's sake. I felt my eyes bug out so far, I was afraid they were going to pop right out of my skull. I didn't leave it open for you, you arrogant prick. I haven't checked that lock in years. A cocky smirk tipped the corners of his mouth upward. That's 'cause your subconscious has been waiting for me to climb back through all this time. What happened next was nothing more than my body's reaction of him being a massive jerk. It was a reflex, pure and simple. My knee came up swiftly, connecting hard with Declan's frankenbeans. And as he let out a bark of pain and rolled off the mattress onto the floor, I couldn't bring myself to feel guilty. I was actually pretty damn proud of myself as I peered over the edge of the bed and saw him curl up in the fetal position, clutching his manhood and gasping for breath. The bedroom door burst open a second later, light from the hallway spilling in to reveal Cam, dressed in nothing but a tight pair of gray boxer briefs, with one of my dad's golf clubs held over his head.
"What's happening? What's going on?"
he asked frantically, his eyes searching for an intruder.
"I'll kill him. Where'd they go?"
I pointed down at the ground casually, just as Deck let out an agonized,
"Fucking fuck me, I'm dying. Jesus Christ."
"Oh, stop being so dramatic," I sighed, pushing myself up to sitting. "And will you close the damn door already?" I snapped at Cam while flicking on the lamp on my bedside table. "Last thing I need is for my parents to wake up and come rushing in here. Dad'll get one look at Declan and shoot him on the spot, and I really don't want to have to visit him in San Quentin." Camden stepped farther into my room, lowering the golf club as he kicked the door shut behind him.
"What the hell, Tate? You actually let this fucker in your house?"
"Of course I didn't," I sighed with a roll of my eyes. "I woke up with him in my bed. He climbed through the window." Cam's expression morphed into one of rage as he jerked the golf club back up.
"You sick bastard. I'm gonna—"
"Whoa, stop." I jumped off the bed and put myself between the two men. "Geez, Cam, what are you going to do, huh? Murder Declan Forrester with a 9-iron?
Yeah," he snapped. "The creepy fucker breaks into your room in the middle of the night and crawls into bed with you while you're sleeping? No jury in the world'll convict me."
Declan moved behind me, letting out a groan as he slowly lifted himself off the floor.
"What's this asshole doing here, Tate? And why the hell is he practically naked?" "That's none of your goddamn business,"
Cam threatened in a low, menacing voice.
"Sure the hell is, seeing as you're standing in my woman's bedroom in nothing but your underwear," Declan growled. "Not your woman, asshole. Not your anything. She's been mine for the past 5 years.
Wait, what? When Deck took a step forward, Camden's hand came out, resting on my lower belly and guiding me behind him like he was my own personal protective shield. I noticed Declan's eyes immediately hone in on that hand, then grow dark as thunderclouds.
"You'll want to take that hand off her, bud, before I do it for you."
The two of them stood toe-to-toe, nose-to-nose, and I briefly recalled thinking they were very similar in build before the reality of the situation finally dawned on me. Forcing myself between them, I placed a hand on their chests and shoved them with all my might. "Enough," I hissed warningly. "Whatever pissing match you two feel like having isn't happening right now, and it's definitely not happening here. Back off." Surprisingly enough, they both listened, each one taking a single step backward to put more space between them. Turning to look Declan right in the eyes, a huge mistake on my part, since those eyes had a way of slaying me, I asked, "What are you doing here?" His attention shifted from Camden to me, and his face went from granite to soft with the flip of a switch.
"Believe it or not, I didn't come here with the intention of crawling into bed with you. It just happened."
Squeezing my eyes closed, I lifted my hand while giving my head a shake to clear the tumultuous jumble of thoughts floating around inside. "Just answer the question, please."
"There's a band meeting tomorrow at 9. "The hell's that got to do with her?" Camden barked from behind me,
not helping the situation in the slightest.
"Man, you want to stay the fuck out of shit that's none of your goddamn business?"
At Declan's words, I felt Cam bristle, anger pouring off him in waves.
"She's my business."
"Deck," I said firmly, gaining his attention once more. "He's right. Your band's business doesn't have anything to do with me." Something flashed across his face, too fast for me to recognize before he blanked his expression.
That's where you're wrong, Tate. The guys need you to show in the morning. I know you hate me, but you don't hate them. You really want to let them down? He hit right where it hurt, right where he knew it would have the most impact. Damn him. He knew I couldn't let those guys down. All right, I relented on a sigh. Where do I meet you? Declan smiled triumphantly. 4 Seasons on Market. Presidential Suite. 9 o'clock. I opened my mouth to tell him I'd be there when Camden spoke up. I'm going with. The hell you are, Declan growled. What part of band meeting didn't you understand? And what part of she's my business didn't you understand? I'd officially had enough. My head was killing me. I'd just had the day from hell, saying goodbye to a man who was like a brother to me, and I didn't have the energy for this to continue. He's coming with me, I cut in. Take it or leave it, Deck. Fine, he replied stonily, but keep your guard dog on a goddamn leash. It's a nice hotel. With that, he strolled back to the window, casual as could be, and climbed out, disappearing a few seconds later. I spun around on Camden, both of us snapping "what the hell" at the exact same time. Don't you what the hell me? I shoved my index finger in his face. I'll what the hell you all I want when you're doing something as epically stupid as agreeing to go to your ex-boyfriend's hotel room. Jesus, Tate! He began pacing my room, raking his fingers through the hair that women all across the globe would give an ovary to touch and caress. You know what he did to you. Why would you willingly walk into a situation where he could stomp you to dust all over again? I couldn't find the words to make him understand why I had to do it. It wasn't about Declan. It was about Mace, Killian, and Garrett. 3 men I'd lost a long time ago, but 3 men who, to this day, I'd give my life for. I don't know how to explain it in a way you'd get, Cam. You weren't there when we were growing up. All I can tell you is the other members of civil corruption are important to me. Always have been. Always will be. I'm not going tomorrow for Declan. I'm going to hear what they have to say. Besides, I tried my best to smile reassuringly. You'll be there to make sure no stomping of any kind happens. Can't promise that, he grumbled, crossing his arms over his bare-toned chest. It seemed that it was my curse to spend my life surrounded by some of the best-looking men to ever wander the planet. After this lovely little visit, I'm in the mood to stomp that jackass's face beneath my boot. Cam, I whispered, dreading asking the question I needed to ask, and fearing his response. What he said could end up breaking our friendship, and the thought of that killed me. When you said I'd been your woman for 5 years, relax, baby cakes. The tension melted from his frame, a teasing smile taking over as too handsome for his own good face. I love you, but definitely not in that way. That was just me screwing with Forrester's head. I wanted to feel relief, but I hesitated. You sure? Because I don't want what we have. He pulled me into a tight hug, forcing my head to rest on his shoulder. I'm positive. You're beautiful. There's no denying that. And when we first met, sure, I'd have given my left nut to nail you. But it's different now. You just don't do it for me, sweetheart. I should have been insulted. Hell, I wanted to be insulted. But the relief was just too damn strong. Thank you, I whispered, returning his hug. You're thanking me for not being attracted to you? He asked on a bewildered laugh. Lifting my head to look up at him, I smiled. Yeah, despite the crushing hit to my ego that I'm not sure I'll ever recover from. He pinched my side and muttered, "Smartass." I can't lose you, Cam. You're one of the most important people in my life. If that was hanging between us... I trailed off, unable to finish the thought. It's not, he assured me in a quiet voice. "I swear, babe, you're my family." Thank God. I'd already lost one family 10 years ago. I couldn't risk losing another. Chapter 16. Tatum. "You ready for this?" Nope, not even a little bit. But instead of admitting that out loud, I simply sighed and answered, "Let's just get this over with." The elevator doors leading us up to the presidential suite opened, revealing Mace propped against the wall on the other side. A massive sense of relief swept over me at the sight of his smiling face. "Figured you'd feel more comfortable walking in with a little backup." "You're the best," I said on a breath, walking up to him to give him a hug. When we separated, he held his hand out to Camden. "Mason Keller, but friends call me Mace." "Camden Knight." The two men shook hands for a second before Mace started leading us down the hall. "I've heard some of your music," Mace continued to talk. "Gotta say, it's pretty damn good." Camden's chuckle reverberated off the white walls surrounding us. "Don't sound too surprised or anything." The innate need to defend my longtime friend overwhelmed me. "Well," I started looking up at Cam. "I'm sure you've heard some of their stuff. You can agree, you aren't exactly his style." "I'm teasing, baby cakes. Relax. This is all gonna be fine." Taking his hand, I gave it a squeeze in silent thanks for his support. When Mace opened the door to the suite, I wasn't sure what to expect. Maybe for the ground to drop out from under me all of a sudden, or the sky to start falling and whack me on the head. But when I stepped across the threshold to nothing disastrous, I couldn't help but feel a bit underwhelmed. A concussion would have been the perfect excuse to get out of whatever was about to happen. Killian and Garrett both greeted me with exuberant hugs, and I laughed once I finally detached. "You guys act like you didn't just see me less than 24 hours ago." "Yeah, well, the circumstances were less than enjoyable then," Killian spoke in a deep, husky voice. "We're hoping today's a bit better." I was a little taken aback when Garrett's girlfriend, Gwen, came up with a small smile and offered me her hand. "It's good to see you again." With a playful roll of my eyes, I pulled her into a hug, replying, "I won't bite. If you're dating one of these losers, you're family." We hug. "We're more than dating," Garrett chimed in, pulling her against his side and lifting her left hand in the air. "She's gonna be my wife." "Oh my God!" I cried with excitement. There were more hugs and congratulations going around for the next several minutes. "Can you believe someone actually agreed to marry his ugly ass?" Killian teased, earning himself a punch in the gut from Garrett. Gwen giggled, her face blushing red as Garrett held her like she was the most precious thing in his universe. It took Herculean effort, but I managed to snuff out the envy for the happy couple and keep my eyes from drifting toward Declan. I didn't need to see him to know he was in the room. I'd sensed him the moment I walked in. He was currently standing over by the bar in the far left corner of the spacious room, while everyone else was gathered around me. I'd felt those smoldering eyes on my skin the entire time and was doing my best to fight my body's natural reaction to shiver. "So, is that what I'm here for this morning? This is such awesome news. I'm so glad you guys included me." The atmosphere in the room suddenly shifted, and the light humor and celebration drained from everyone's expressions. Well, no," Garrett said. "I mean, of course we wanted you here to find that out, but we really wanted to talk to you about something else. We have a proposition for you. I mean, we all talked and are in complete agreement. We just want you to hear us out." He hemmed and hawed over what to say next, and my nerves were just starting to get the best of me when Declan's voice sounded above everything else. "We want you to be our manager." If this had been a cartoon, a semi attempting to screech to a halt would have smacked right into me. Of course, this wasn't a cartoon, but despite that, I still felt like I'd been hit by a truck. "I'm sorry?" I shook my head. "You want me to what?" Mason's hands came up in a placating gesture. "Just hear us out." "Not sure if you heard," Kill started, taking up for Mace, "but we fired Chris. Turns out that he's a rat bastard? Yeah, I already knew that. I couldn't stand the asshole." "Wait, what?" Killian asked. "Why didn't you ever say anything?" I shrugged, unsure how to tell them I despised their longtime manager since the very beginning, and unsure if it even mattered anymore. I told Declan I had a bad feeling about the guy, but it was just that, a feeling. I didn't have any definitive proof to show you. I mean, he was making your dreams come true. Who was I to get in the way of that? "You were our girl," Garrett answered on a growl. "You should have told us." "Told you what?" I asked, throwing my arms in the air. That the guy was a creep because he kept insulting me in an attempt to get me to leave Declan? You were finally breaking out. The band was making a name for itself. I wasn't going to... I stopped talking when, for the second time in a handful of minutes, the air in the room changed. Only that time the shift was downright scary. "He did what?" Declan growled. Uh-oh. What? "He did what?" he repeated, slower and even more ominously. "He tried to get you to leave me?" I was on very dangerous ground, made of ice, that was currently cracking beneath my feet. Turning my attention to Declan for the first time since entering the room, I was forced to suck in a deep breath as soon as my eyes hit his. With all the years and animosity between us, simply looking at him still took my breath away. It wasn't fair. It was cruel how my body still trembled and my heart still jumped. Pushing those thoughts to the back of my mind, I said, "Well, it's not like he bought me a plane ticket or anything like that. He just said stuff." "Stuff like what?" Kem's heat hit my back as he moved closer, letting me know he was there, on my side if anything was to go down. "Like how I wasn't good enough for you?" I said in a sad, quiet voice. "How I was standing in your way. How you'd eventually get tired of me." His corded neck strained as he tensed, the muscle in his jaw ticking at a frightening pace. "Now I'm even more glad I broke that asshole's nose." At that, my head jerked to Gwen. "You broke his nose?" "Yeah," she declared venomously, "and I wish I could do it again." But Declan wasn't to be deterred. "Why the fuck didn't you tell me?" he barked, causing me to jump in place. Everyone else in the room might as well have melted away as Declan and I went into a stare-down. "Because you guys were already working so hard. You finally had your big break, and I wasn't gonna cloud that with stupid petty shit." "Petty shit? Are you fucking kidding me? How is telling your boyfriend some asshole screwing with your head petty shit? Christ, Tate, is that why you left?" "Don't," I clipped. "You know exactly why I left, and it had nothing to do with Chris. That was all on you, Declan. It was your fault." "You didn't let me make it right," he shouted. "You broke your promise and didn't even give me a goddamn chance to fix us." "That's because there was nothing to fix," I yelled back. "You can't fix something like that, Deck. You can't fix someone's trust and heart after you've broken them. I left because there was nothing to stay for. You made sure of that."
The fury rushed out of him, replaced with a stricken expression, as if I just plunged a knife into his heart. Closing my eyes and rubbing at my temples, I turned away from Declan to face everyone else. I'm sorry. I know you hoped that this meeting would turn out different, but I can't be your manager. And it's not just because of the past. I don't know the first thing about managing a band, I said with a self-deprecating laugh. Honestly, I don't even know why you'd want me. Of course you do, Mason argued. Hell, what about all those shows right out of high school? That was all you, babe. Each and every gig was because of you. Please, I scoffed. Those places were total dives. They aren't even worth thinking about. Are you kidding? Killian chuckled. Tate, we made it because of you. Those places might have been shitholes, but that's how every band gets its start. Besides, you might have left us, but you didn't leave the industry. At least not completely, he finished, lifting his hand in Cam's direction. I'd be willing to lay money that your network's a lot fucking bigger than it was back then. Camden's just a friend. He's got a point, baby cakes. My traitorous best friend interrupted. Hell, it's because of you that I'm not living in a van down by the river at this very moment. I shot Cam a killing look that promised serious retribution. Visions of pouring hot wax over him and ripping each and every hair from his body filtered through my brain. See, Garrett said, and don't think we don't know about all the work you did on his album. I barely did anything, I cried. I helped with a few songs, that's all. A few songs on an album that went triple platinum, Garrett deadpanned. Just like what you did for us. You think Crimson would have dominated the charts the way it did if it hadn't been for you? He asked. Bringing up that song was a shot below the belt. I still remembered everything about writing it. How Declan and I laid together in his crappy old truck after making love, whispering lyrics to each other. My eyes began to burn as the memory pushed its way to the forefront of my mind. You wrote that? Gwen squeaked. Girl, that's my best friend's all-time favorite song. Just wait until I tell her. Corey's gonna lose her mind. I didn't write it, I argued, turning to Declan for help. Don't look at me. The asshole actually had the nerve to smirk. No way in fuck I'd have been able to finish that song without your help. You wrote half the damn verses. We need you, Tater Tot, Mace said, using Will's nickname for me, a name all the guys used on more than one occasion. I turned my glower toward him, but it didn't hold nearly as much of the anger it had before. That's not fair, I whispered. We're not above playing dirty, he responded with a shrug. We all want you back. We've missed you like crazy, babe. It's time for you to come back to your family. My head dropped in defeat because I knew I wouldn't be able to say no to them, and they damn well knew it too, which was why they'd staged this so-called meeting the way they had. You guys are such jerks, I grumbled. Hell yeah, Garrett cheered, throwing a fist in the air. Welcome back into the fold, sweetheart. Then he scooped me up in his big arms and twirled me around until my stomach began to protest. If it helps, I pretty much hate all of them every other day, Gwen added. It'll be nice to have someone to commiserate with. Something told me there was going to be a lot of commiserating in the very near future.
Chapter 17. Declan. A week and a half later. Fuck my life. I just couldn't quit screwing up no matter how goddamn hard I tried. My life was one huge bad decision after another, and I couldn't seem to break the cycle. My cell phone chose that moment to ring, yanking me from my self-flagellation. Without bothering to take my eyes off the bland beige ceiling of the hotel room, I reached down, patting around on the floor for my jeans. Once located, I pulled the phone from the back pocket and engaged the call. Yeah. Mr. Forrester? You got him. Who's this? Mr. Forrester, this is Jill Eisenhower. At the sound of the real estate agent's name, I instantly perked up. I'm calling in regards to the condo you inquired about. The owners have accepted your offer. Of course they did. I'd offered the couple living in that place 20% over what they'd paid. They'd have been stupid to turn it down, even if they hadn't been in the market to sell when I had my agent contact them about buying their apartment. That amount of money would have incentivized anyone to pack up their lives and move to some 5-star tropical resort. I found myself grinning in spite of my shitty mood. Perfect. I expect the paperwork to be drawn up as soon as possible. I want to move no later than Wednesday. Mr. Forrester, that's only 2 days away. Closing's usually, I don't give a fuck. Make it happen. I'm moving in 2 days. But we haven't even listed your current house yet. Don't worry about that, I advised. I'm not concerned with selling it right now. 2 days, Jill. Make it happen. I disconnected the call and tossed the cell onto the mattress beside me, just as the bathroom door creaked open. Who are you talking to? Lifting my head off the pillow, I glanced at my latest mistake. A chick whose name I couldn't even remember. I'd picked her up at a bar the night before after having way too much to drink and throwing myself a pity party over Tatum, and brought her to the hotel I typically use for my hookups. I refused to go to a woman's house to get laid, and no way in hell was I bringing a groupie back to mine. So the hotel was my only option when I wanted to get my dick wet. She placed her knee on the mattress and started crawling, naked as the day she was born, in my direction. None of your concern. Blowing out a frustrated breath, I laid back down and said, Playtime's over, sweet cheeks. Time for you to go. Her hand landed on my thigh and started trailing its way toward my cock. The damn thing didn't even twitch. I thought we could go for a second round, she said seductively. The woman had been one of the most boring, frigid lays I'd ever had. So damn lifeless I thought I'd been fucking a corpse. Going for a second round was out of the goddamn question. Pass, but if you leave your number, I'll be sure to call. I definitely wouldn't call. I felt her stop, and seconds later she asked hesitantly, What? Why? It took an unbelievable amount of effort not to roll my eyes. I should have known the bitch would turn into a clinger the second she got herself some rock star dick. Because I'm done with you. Now get out. She grumbled under her breath, calling me some less than creative names as she jumped from the bed and started gathering her clothes. It wasn't until she was gone that I threw my legs over the side of the bed and sat up. There wasn't any time to be a lazy asshole. I had some packing to do.
Tatum. 3 days later. That goes in the kitchen, thanks, I instructed, pointing one of the movers in that direction. I couldn't believe I was here, that I'd agreed to do this. Clearly, I'd lost my freaking mind. That was the only explanation I could think of for why I'd picked up my life in San Francisco and moved to Seattle, away from everyone I loved. All for a job I had no damn clue how to do, working with a man I despised with every breath in my body, but still couldn't stop thinking about. Needless to say, my father had been pissed. Mom had cried and worried. It had taken the full 2 weeks from that meeting in the Four Seasons until my move to talk my folks around, but I wouldn't have been able to leave without their blessing. Ma'am? I spun around to find another mover carrying 2 boxes marked bedroom. Where do these go? I lifted my hand toward the hallway. Third door on the left. Yo, baby cakes, you still there? I'd forgotten all about the phone in my hand as I directed movers around my new home,
and the fact that Camden had been waiting the whole time. Shit. Sorry, babe. It's kinda chaotic around here at the moment. I wish I was there to help you, sweetheart. Pouting through the line, I grumbled. I wish you were here too, but you're the jerk who was too busy and left me to the wolves. Camden's sigh was clear as a bell as it came through the speaker. Tate, you know it's not like that. I'm not leaving you to the wolves. Really? I scoffed. Sure felt that way when we were standing in that room and you teamed up with them to get me to take this stupid job in the first damn place. I pushed for you to take that job because it's what you deserve. You've been waiting fucking tables for 10 years. You have too much talent. I've been saying it for years. You refused to let me help, so I saw a chance to give you better and I took it. So sue me. How considerate of you, I deadpanned. Look, it's just a few festivals, a couple months tops. After my last show, my ass'll be on a plane for Seattle. I'll be there before you know it. If I hadn't already committed to these shows, I'd be with you now. You know that. I did. I knew he'd be there with me if he could. Unfortunately, for the second time in my life, I'd become best friends with a man whose aspirations of stardom had taken him to such great heights that I sometimes came in second. Yeah, I finally sighed. I know, just a few months. Just a few months, baby cakes. Then I'll be there, I swear. Glass shattering from the kitchen area caught my attention. Shit! Okay, honey, I'll hold you to that, but I have to go. We quickly said our goodbyes and I hung up, a headache slowly beginning to pound inside my skull. It took several more hours and only one broken drinking glass, but by the time the sun set over my killer view of the Puget Sound, I was officially moved into my new, totally swank, unbelievably gorgeous apartment that the guys set me up in. I'd managed to find a place for almost everything, leaving only a few boxes against the far wall in the living room that needed to be unpacked. But that would have to wait. I had wine to drink and pizza on the way. Having changed into a comfortable pair of yoga pants and a slouchy shirt, I padded into my fancy kitchen with top-of-the-line everything and pulled my favorite cheap red blend from the wine fridge that had been built into the big kitchen island. That's right. My apartment had a wine fridge. I'd just taken the first glorious sip when a knock sounded on the front door. "Who is it?" I called out as I got closer. "Pizza delivery." My mouth started to water at the thought of all that melted cheese and spicy pepperoni. It wasn't until that very moment that I realized the day had gotten so crazy, the only thing I'd put in my stomach was copious amounts of coffee. I was starving. Just a sec. Placing my wine glass on the entryway table, I pulled my wallet from my purse and opened the door. "Thank God you're here," I started, pulling money out. "I'm so hungry I could eat a—" "Declan? What the hell are you doing here?" "Evening, neighbor. You gonna invite me in or what? This box is pretty damn hot." "What the hell are you doing here?" I repeated, my head suddenly feeling like it was about to explode. One corner of his mouth hooked up in a playful smirk. "Well, I'd planned to bring you a cup of sugar, but then as luck would have it, I just so happened to be coming up from the gym when your pizza delivery guy was checking in at the front desk. Even paid for it and everything. You're welcome." I narrowed my eyes into tight slits. "You actually want me to thank you for hijacking my dinner so you could force your way into my apartment?" His smirk fell, but humor still danced behind those storm cloud eyes. "Well, when you put it like that, I don't really sound altruistic at all." "That's because you don't have a single freaking altruistic bone in your body," I cried, throwing my hands up. "Why are you here, Deck? The real reason." "Honestly, Tate, all I wanted to do was welcome you to the building. That's it." "Wait." I closed my eyes for a moment and massaged my temples. You live here? That's what you meant by neighbor? A shit-eating grin spread across his face, and I had the overwhelming urge to smack it right the hell off. Not only in the building, but right next door. What a coincidence, right? I was going to kill him. No doubt about it. Declan Forrester was not long for this world. Coincidence, my ass, I grumbled. When I came to check this place out a couple weeks ago, there was a nice older couple living next door. Yeah, well, they said something about wanting to retire to the Caribbean. Guess it was always a dream of theirs. Figured I'd jump in and snatch the place up so you didn't risk getting some creepy psycho as a neighbor. Too late, I muttered under my breath. Then, having had enough of Declan for the night, I snatched my pizza from his hands and slammed the door in his face. Just let me know if you need that cup of sugar, he called out. You know where to find me. It was official. I was in hell. Chapter 18. Tatum. So, how's the new apartment? Do you like it? I looked from the security guard I'd been staring at back to Gwen, who seemed oblivious to the fact that she had a huge mountain of a man tracking her every move. I'm sorry, but... I pointed at the giant near the door. How are you able to ignore the 7-foot beast over there? She smiled and laughed cheerfully while wiping a chocolate milk mustache off her adorable daughter's face. When she'd called earlier that day and invited me to Bernie's, the coffee shop she'd worked at the past few years, I'd gladly taken her up on the offer. I'd been holed up in my apartment the past 2 days and was quickly going out of my mind with boredom. I just didn't know we'd have a security detail tagging along, trafficking our every move. Oh, you mean Ian? He's harmless. You'll get used to him. Eventually, you won't even notice he's there. Wait, what do you mean? I'll get used to him? Gwen shrugged like it was no big deal as she stated, "Well, guys have gotten kind of protective of the women in their lives. Can't really blame them, though." Ian's my bestest friend, Liddy yelled at the top of her lungs. God, she was the cutest little girl in the entire world. He puts me on his shoulders so I can be taller than Daddy. Adorable. And after all the S-H-I-T, Gwen continued, spelling out the cuss words for her daughter's sake. That's been in the magazines and on the internet lately. Garrett's not really big on letting me out of the house without Ian having my back. Him's gonna marry Auntie Corey, Liddy declared. What? I asked, smiling down at her. Corrine, my best friend. She and Ian are engaged. I really think you're gonna like her. She's loud and outspoken and totally awesome. She'll be here in a few minutes, actually. Now, back to my original question. How are you liking your new place? That tension that had been building in my head the past couple of days came back with a vengeance. The apartment is great. It's my neighbor who's the problem. Oh, that sucks. They play their music too loud or something? I looked at Gwen curiously, surprised she didn't know. Declan's my neighbor. Gwen had just taken a sip of her latte when I answered and promptly proceeded to choke on it. Wait, what? You didn't know? No, but how is he your neighbor? I thought he owned a house in Medina. That son of a bitch. He owns a house? I seethed. Yeah, a huge place. What is it with these guys buying houses too big for just one person? I couldn't believe that asshole already had a house and still bought the apartment next to me just to screw with my head. Well, actually, I could believe it. What Declan wanted, Declan got, no matter what. Looked like you ladies needed a refill. Gwen's friend and coworker Gina popped over just then, placing a new latte in front of Gwen, another chocolate milk for Liddy, and a chai tea for me. So, what are we gossiping about today? She asked, taking the empty chair next to me.
Besides the three of us and Ian, there were no other customers in the shop at that moment. I had a gut feeling that was intentional, so Gwen could take Liddy out for a bit without being hassled. Oh, Gwen smiled teasingly. Declan's massive crush on the beautiful Tatum here. Ooh, girl, I had that man crushing on me. I'd serve myself up faster than McDonald's. Looks like I showed up at the perfect moment. At the sound of another voice, I turned to see a pretty petite blonde waltzing through the door of the coffee shop. Hey, babe, good day so far? She stood on her tippy toes, but the huge dude Ian still had to bend deep to meet her lips.
You know how it goes with Gwen, he replied in a deep voice. Hearing a bunch of shit I don't want to hear, wishing I could go deaf. Same thing, different day.
I laughed at the same time Gwen barked language at the big man. He had the good grace to look properly chastised as his fiancée made her way to our table, taking the last available chair beside Gwen. Tate, this is my friend Corinne, Gwen introduced. You can call me Corey, the woman offered politely, reaching across the table so I could shake her hand. I studied her for a brief moment, looking for any signs that the cheerful demeanor was fake. I'd gotten pretty good at spotting the ones with hidden agendas over the years, but I couldn't see anything deceptive in her or Gina. It was a nice change of pace, meeting women who could be potential friends. So what were you guys talking about when I first walked in? A certain rocker crushing on a certain lush redhead, Gina chided playfully. Oh, Corinne turned excitedly curious eyes on me. Gwen gave me very little of that story, she said, shooting a glare at her best friend. I've been dying to know what happened between you two. Oh, my God, Gina chirped loudly. Wait, you two were a thing? It was a long time ago, I muttered, taking a pull from my chai. A thing, Corinne scoffed. I'd say it was a whole hell of a lot more than a thing. She's crimson, you know, from the song? No way, Gina squealed. You're kidding me. The crimson? Holy oh, crap. She barely caught herself as she looked at Liddy. So you and Declan Forrester were, seriously together? I can't imagine. I mean, I've always thought the dude was hot, but in that unattainable, billboard-perfect kind of way. Then I kind of got to know him when he came in here to help this one. She hooked her thumb at Gwen, pull her head out of her, behind, and go after Garrett a couple weeks ago. That threw me for a serious loop. That didn't sound like the Declan I knew at all. What? I asked, looking to Gwen for answers. Mommy, when was your head up your booty? Liddy asked seriously. It wasn't, honey. She gave Gina a look that could have melted a glacier. Miss Gina is just trying to be funny. That's right, sweetie, Gina said, tapping Liddy on her nose. It's just a funny saying adults use. It means your mommy was being silly and making bad decisions. She looked at Gwen like she dared her to disagree. And Declan came to talk you around? Declan Forrester, I asked in bewilderment. It was right after Will died, Gwen answered softly, her face awash with sympathy. Garrett and I, we had kind of a rocky start. Because of that, I had some trust issues. Declan showed to tell me what happened and to help me see the bigger picture. Wow. I couldn't keep the surprise out of my voice. That's so out of character from the Declan I used to know. You make it sound like he wasn't a good guy, Corinne stated. It wasn't said in an angry or defensive manner, just a fact, so I continued. The Declan I knew could be selfish and thoughtless. I was careful with how I worded my opinion, since there were little ears present. What I'd really wanted to call him was a lying, cheating fucker who destroyed people.
Sounds like you two didn't have all that amicable of a breakup, Gina hedged. I snorted before taking another sip of my drink. That's putting it mildly. He gave me no other choice but to walk away. And when I did, well, if you guys are fans, then I'm sure you've listened to more than just their first album. No way! You're also Red Devil? Corey asked on a shocked gasp, listing one of the harsher songs from Civil Corruption's second album. And Black-Hearted Woman? Okay, Gwen thankfully cut in. I think we get the point without having to bring up the band's entire back catalog. She cast her eyes to me, and I mouthed a relieved thank you in her direction. I really want to ask, but I won't. I'm holding myself back. At Gina's declaration, Gwen laughed. That's a freaking miracle coming from you. I know, Gina cried, then pointed at me. But rest assured there will be a night in the very near future where I ply you with margaritas and get the full story. I'm so down for that, Corey chimed in. Girls' night. Girls' night. I'd never really had many female friends, so I didn't think that was ever something I'd been a part of. And until that very moment, I hadn't realized it was something I wanted. But sitting around those women, I found that I did. I really wanted things like girls' night. A little while later, Corey got up to go to the restroom, and Gina went to make more coffees. Liddy was immersed in a coloring book that Gwen had pulled out of her huge bag, along with a small box of crayons, making it possible for us to chat privately for a little while. You know, she started in a low voice so no one could overhear. It's none of my business, and feel free to tell me to stay out of it any time, but if you ever want to talk, I'm always here to listen. I reached across the table and placed my hand on top of hers, appreciating the offer more than she'd probably ever know. Thank you, I whispered. She smiled brightly, and I could totally see why Garrett had fallen so hard. Not only was she gorgeous, but she was sweet, too. And just so you know, I think that the past 10 years may have changed, Declan. Gwen's hands went up quickly to ward off what I was about to say. I'm not telling you to forgive him. I don't know the full story there, and it's yours to tell if or when you feel comfortable enough to tell it. I just wanted you to have all the information. I'm not sure he's the same guy he was back then. Maybe he's grown up. Maybe both of you have. And that's all I'm going to say on the matter. Consider it dropped. I laughed at her candor, but silently thanked God when the other women came back to the table. Okay, while I love gossip as much as the next chick, it's time to start talking wedding, Corey stated. Gwenny here is getting married in 2 days, and I'm thinking we need to plan a kick-ass party. And that was exactly what we did. For the next few hours, we talked about nothing but Gwen and Garrett's upcoming wedding, and I don't think I'd ever had more fun in all my life. By the time I left, I had 3 new girlfriends to add to my circle, and they were pretty damn good additions if I did say so myself. Chapter 19. Tatum. Gwen hadn't been wrong. The guys were seriously into big houses, if Garrett's place was anything to go by. Here, you look like you could use this. I turned just as Gina reached me, extending a glass of champagne my way. Thanks, I said appreciatively, taking a huge gulp as I glanced around at the people gathered in the impressively large family room. The furniture had been moved so the room could be set up for Garrett and Gwen's reception. They'd decided on a small ceremony with a justice of the peace, with Corrine and Declan going as witnesses and Liddy as their flower girl. Ian had tagged along as security, of course, but everyone else stayed behind to get the house ready for the party that Gwen wanted to have after. There were caterers in the kitchen, a bartender at a makeshift bar in the far left corner of the room, and across from him to the right was a DJ setting up the music for the evening.
All the people they cared about were gathered around to celebrate the happy couple, and I'd never felt more out of place. True, I'd grown up with the guys in civil corruption, and at one time they'd been my best friends. But years had passed, times had changed, and because of that, it felt as if I was standing in a room full of strangers, having crashed a celebrity wedding. I wished Lila could have made it to the wedding, but she was still dealing with things back home, trying to take care of her parents and keep Will's garage running. It would have been nice to have her with me. The other thing weighing me down and keeping me from completely enjoying the evening was the fact that since my little chat with Gwen, I'd been able to think of little else but her suggestion that Declan had changed. I hadn't seen him in the past 2 days, and I couldn't help but wonder. "Why do you look like you're about to cut and run?" Gina asked, drawing me from my depressing thoughts. "I'm not about to cut and run." I gave her my best semblance of a smile, even though I wanted to do exactly what she'd just claimed. "I just don't know a lot of these people." She nodded in agreement. "Yeah, I think a lot of them are part of their crew whenever the guys tour. And that guy there?" She pointed to an elderly man standing about 30 feet away. "I think he's their agent, but I'm not sure. Oh, and that lady he's talking to?" She continued, speaking of the older woman who looked to be about the man's age, "is Bernie or Bernadette. She owns the coffee shop where Gwen and I work. And that about sums up everyone I recognize." "You don't know Killian and Mace?" I asked, looking over to the guys already at the bar. Her cheeks flushed bright red. "No, not really. I mean, I've been around them a few times, but the only ones I've really talked to are Garrett and Deck. Honestly, Killian kind of intimidates me." She said it in a way that made it sound more like she was crushing on him than scared of him, and I couldn't help but smile. "Is that right?" I teased, glancing toward the man in question. "Well, I guess he can be a bit intimidating." Gina rolled her eyes on a quiet giggle. "Don't give me that look. He's just too damn sexy for his own good, all right? I mean, what normal human being is that good-looking? It should be illegal." She wasn't wrong about that. Killian had always been attractive. Hell, all 4 of those guys were. With his sandy brown hair and tall, sculpted frame, the man had never been short of admirers. But I think it was his eyes that drew women in the most. They were the most beautiful Caribbean ocean blue. Couple all that with the 5 o'clock shadow that he always wore and the tattoos, and he wasn't just hot. He screamed bad boy. But as far as I'd always been concerned, he didn't hold a candle to Declan. "They're here, they're here," Garrett's housekeeper Sylvie cried enthusiastically. It was cute how attached she and their cook Rosita were to the Wilder family. I was glad Garrett and Gwen had people like that in their corner. Everyone gathered in the center of the family room and waited. The first to walk through the door were Liddy, Corey, and Ian, with the big man carrying the giggling little girl on his shoulders. The smile on my face at the sound of Liddy's laughter quickly fell, and all the air whooshed from my lungs at the sight of the next person to enter the room. In all the years I'd known him, I'd never once seen Declan in a suit. It was a freaking thing of beauty that, quite literally, took my breath away. "Careful, babe, you're drooling." I jerked my head around to shoot an amused Gina a murderous glare that only made her laugh harder before she turned to talk with Corinne and Ian, who'd just arrived at her other side. Unable to keep my eyes off him, I looked back to admire Declan. His charcoal-colored suit and dove-gray shirt looked custom-made, fitting his muscles to perfection. His dark hair was styled so that it looked like his hands had been dragging through it, but he still managed to make it look fashionable. The color of his shirt made his eyes stand out even more, and when they turned on me, I could have sworn I felt that look caress my skin. No, that wasn't right. It wasn't a look. It was a goddamn smolder. And as usual, my body reacted to that smolder. My skin broke out in goosebumps.
My panties grew damp with arousal, and my belly flipped. I hated myself for having such an intense physical response, but it was completely out of my control. I watched, transfixed, as his mouth quirked up in a tiny smile that I felt in my core. A smile just for me, as he made his way into the family room and in my direction. Once he reached my side, he leaned in close and spoke softly in my ear. "Hi." I swallowed thickly. "Hi." I wasn't sure why I suddenly felt so nervous in his presence. "You look beautiful in that dress." Shit. He was playing dirty. My brain knew that, but my nipples didn't seem to give a damn as they grew hard and tight. "Thanks," I whispered in return, all other words having escaped me. "Unca Dak, catch me!" Liddy screeched just a second before launching herself off Ian's shoulders. Sucking in a startled breath, I lifted my arms to keep her from crashing to the ground and hurting herself. But before I could get my hands on her, Declan was there, snatching her right out of the air and swinging her around, causing a peal of laughter to escape her lips, before he finally settled her on his hip. Just the sight of him holding sweet little Liddy so affectionately was enough to make my ovaries explode. Add his sexy suit to the mix, and I was a goner. A sigh of relief passed my lips when Garrett and Gwen came walking in at that moment. All the attention shifted to them as everyone cheered and rushed to congratulate the newly married couple. I was able to step away from the crowd, and Declan in particular, and pull in a much-needed breath. Something had shifted in me since Will's death. While the distrust and anger of his betrayal were still as fresh as an open wound, the hatred I'd harbored for Deck all these years was beginning to fade. Hatred I needed in order to keep my heart protected. Because without it, I was terrified of what I might do.
Declan. I'd been content to take it slow and cautious. Well, that wasn't totally true. I wasn't so much content as resigned. I'd force myself to concentrate on the long game, not immediate gratification. Winning Tatum back was going to take some serious work, and I'd already pushed as far as I felt I could by getting her to agree to manage the band and move her ass to Seattle. I didn't think now was the right time to take more action, but then I'd looked in her direction and found her watching me with a familiar desire shining in her eyes that she wasn't able to hide from me, and I decided to hell with cautious. All night long she made an effort to avoid me, moving to the opposite side of the room from wherever I was, and all night long, despite her evasion tactics, I caught her staring when she thought I wouldn't notice. I downed the last of my Jack and waved the bartender over for a refill and a glass of champagne. With the drinks in hand, I moved with determined strides across the room. She wasn't going to get away this time. I'd track her down wherever she tried to run to. Sure enough, once she noticed me closing in, that panicked, deer-in-headlights look flitted across her face, and she quickly muttered something to Gwen and her friends, before turning and skirting the tables in an attempt to escape. Keeping my pace unhurried and relaxed, I continued after her as a small, knowing smirk pulled at my lips. She darted through the entryway and turned left. There were only a few hiding places in that direction, and I had a gut feeling I knew exactly where she was going. Resting my back against the wall across from the closed door, I set the glasses on the small table beside me and stuffed my hands into my front pockets, settling in to wait her out as long as necessary. 10 long minutes ticked by at a snail's pace, and I was starting to worry that she might have passed out in there, when the knob finally turned and the door to the bathroom swung open. "Oh!" Tatum gasped in surprise as soon as she stepped out, and I couldn't help but grin. "Drink?" I asked, picking up the glass of champagne I'd brought for her. She hesitated for a few seconds before taking a couple cautious steps toward me. "Thanks," she muttered, taking the drink from my hand and downing half in one gulp. The hiccup that followed and the slight pink to her cheeks alerted me to the fact that she'd had several glasses already. "So, you enjoying the party?" "Mm-hmm," she hummed, looking anywhere but at me. "I am. It's a great party. Are you having fun?" "I would be, if you weren't spending all damn night dodging me." That finally got her attention, and her eyes shot my way. "I'm not dodging you." "You sure about that?" I asked with a tiny smile. Her eyelids pinched into slits at my taunt. "Of course I'm sure. Why would I need to avoid you?" "You tell me." I continued to prod. "Maybe it's because I make you nervous. That's the only thing I can think of." If there was one thing I knew about Tate, it was that she'd never been able to back down from a challenge, and I wasn't above using that knowledge to my advantage. "Pfft," she scoffed. "Please, you don't make me nervous, you egomaniac." That was when I went in for the kill. Pushing off the wall, I took a step in her direction so we were only inches apart. "Then prove it," I said quietly. That panicked expression returned, and she began stuttering. What? How?" It was almost as if God was looking down on me at that very moment and decided to cut me a break. The fast-paced song that had been playing ended, a slow one following right after. "Dance with me," I dared. "Prove I don't make you nervous by dancing with me." Tatum let out an indignant snort and began sputtering. That's, you're... God, you're so full of yourself." "Scared?" For a second, I worried for the safety of my balls and nearly covered my dick protectively before she finally snapped. "Fine, stupid jerk." She downed the last of her champagne. "You want to dance? Let's dance." Taking the glass from her, I set it on the table next to my abandoned jack and grabbed her hand, but I didn't lead her into the room where the makeshift dance floor had been set up. Instead, I took her in the opposite direction. "Where are we going?" she asked, as she walked quickly to keep up, her heels clacking along the marble tiles as I led her down the long hall toward the back of the house. I kept going, through the formal dining room and kitchen to the front doors that opened to the patio. The backyard had also been transformed for the party, complete with paper lanterns hanging from the deck beams and pergolas. Twinkle lights had been wrapped around all the trees, and the pool was lit with pale blue lights. Fortunately, the chill in the air had kept everyone else inside, allowing me some privacy with the girl who'd been torturing my mind and heart for the past decade. The sound system in the house carried the song from the family room all the way into the backyard. "Declan, I don't think we should..." Not wanting to give her a chance to run, I used my grip on her hand to pull her into my chest, then wrapped my other arm around her waist, holding tight as I began to sway us to the music. Unable to help myself, I leaned in close enough for my breath to slide across her skin, relishing in the way her body trembled as I whispered, "Scared yet?" in her ear. Chapter 20. Declan. Her intoxicating fragrance overwhelmed my senses while her soft, luscious curves pressing against me made my cock stir behind my fly. My fingers on her tiny waist clenched in an effort to keep my desire in check, because all I wanted to do at that very moment was devour her whole. We danced in silence for several seconds before she spoke in a voice so quiet I had to strain to hear. "Maybe we should go back inside." "Why?" I asked. "I thought you had no reason to dodge me." Tatum's eyes closed for just a moment. She shook her head in frustration before looking back up at me. "Stop it," she warned on a whisper. "Stop what?" "Stop trying to goad me so you can get your way." I hated it back then, and I still hate it now, Declan. My stomach twisted into knots of guilt, and I found myself nodding in compliance. Okay, I'm sorry. I'll stop. That gave her a sense of relief, and her shoulders slumped as we continued to sway. Minutes passed, and one song turned into another, but she remained in my arms. We were both so wrapped up in each other that neither of us noticed the music had changed to something with a faster tempo. I couldn't take my eyes off her face as I held her close, and I was sure I'd go to my grave knowing that Tatum Valentine had always been the most beautiful woman I'd ever seen. For the millionth time over the past 10 years, I found myself wondering how I could have done what I did. She hadn't just been the girl I loved. She'd been the blood in my veins, the air in my lungs. She gave me life. She was my life. I'd give every last cent I had to go back to that night and undo all the damage I caused. Problem was, I had no fucking clue what happened. No matter how hard I racked my brain, I couldn't remember a single second of the night that tore my world apart. So, I've been thinking, she started, pulling my mind back into the present and away from the painful memories of the past. There's this band I've been following. Maybe you've heard of them, The Usual Suspects? They've been around for a few years and are building a steady fan base, but they're still relatively young, and their music is raw and gritty. They're just coming off a sold-out tour and are based in Oregon. What if we did a concert? I don't want to talk shop right now, I said over her, frustrated that she was trying to turn our moment into something business-related. Declan, this is my job. I'm here to manage you guys. Looking down at her with a fierce glare, I stated, No, you're here because you're family. This is a goddamn wedding, Tate. Forget about work. I don't want to talk about it. She heaved an agitated sigh and rolled her eyes skyward. Fine. Then what do you want to talk about? She asked sarcastically. Us. My hold on her tightened as her body tensed. Deck. That one word was full of so much anguish it pierced my heart. There is no us. That's bullshit and you know it. I growled between clenched teeth. Please, she implored. Please don't do this. Not now. Shame washed through me as I tucked a piece of hair behind her ear and hunched down to rest my forehead against hers. I'm sorry. I just can't fucking stand this. Her body started to tremble against mine, as though she was fighting the pull between us with all her might. Can't stand what? You being so close, but not having you. I answered honestly, the words causing physical pain as they ripped themselves from my chest. You're supposed to be mine, Tate. You were always supposed to be mine. Declan, I can't. I spoke over her protest. The sudden and unexpected need to pour my heart out for her to hear too strong to ignore. You've been gone for 10 years, and I still don't know how I'm supposed to live without you. Do you have any goddamn clue how that fucks with a man's head? Her eyes closed, one lone tear trailing down her cheek as she jerked away from me. And do you have any goddamn clue how badly it fucks with a woman's head when the love of her goddamn life screws someone else? She snapped, yelling the last 2 words as she began pacing. You know what? Hate me all you want, I don't care. Blame me for breaking my promise and leaving if that's what you want to do. I don't care. You know the truth. You know. How could you expect me to stay after what you did? You knew it would break me. You knew it would destroy me. And you did it anyway. I didn't know what I was doing, I shouted, jerking my fingers through my hair. If you'd have just let me explain. That's not an excuse, she screamed at the top of her lungs. You were everything to me. And you gave all that was supposed to be mine to someone else. I rushed her, closing the distance between us in the blink of an eye, and took her face in my hands. My voice was ravaged as I whispered, "It's not an excuse. You're right. I'll never be able to take back what I did. You were everything to me too, Tate. You were my goddamn life. I've driven myself mad trying to remember what happened that night. But there's no way, no fucking way I could have ever done that to you if I'd been in my right mind. I'd rather die than hurt you." "But you did," she breathed, as tears poured from her eyes. "You hurt me in the worst way possible." Reaching up, she wrapped her fingers around my wrists and squeezed. "You made the choice to get drunk and high that night, knowing the road it would lead you down. You made that choice after I'd begged you over and over to stop using. Whether or not you knew what was happening after that doesn't matter. Losing me was the consequence of your actions. You have no one but yourself to blame." I was dying all over again. With every word she spoke, she was killing me for a second time, just like she had when I walked through the door of our house in L.A. and discovered she was gone. "Tate?" Both our heads shot to the side at the sound of Gwen's voice. She was standing just outside the patio doors, a look of worry marring her pretty face. "We heard yelling. Are you okay?" Her fingers unwound, and she dropped her arms, taking 2 large steps away from me. "Sorry. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to cause a scene." "You didn't," Gwen said, taking a step forward. "There's nothing to be sorry for. I just want to make sure you're all right." Tate pasted a wobbly smile on her face as she wiped the tears away with the backs of her hands. "I'm fine. Everything's fine. But I have to go. Congratulations again. Please tell Garrett I'm sorry for leaving so early. I'm just not feeling very well all of a sudden." "Tate." I moved in her direction, but she quickly backed away, issuing another apology before turning on her heels and bolting. "Declan," Gwen started when I moved to go after her. I paused long enough to look back at her. "You know what you're doing?" "No," I replied. "All I know is I can't lose her again." She examined me closely, her eyes scanning every inch of my face, before she finally nodded and turned to enter the house. Just before the doors closed, she glanced over her shoulder and said, "Start with what you just told me, and good luck."
Chapter 21. Tatum. The moment the Uber stopped in front of my building, I shoved the door open and climbed out on wobbly legs. My poor balance was only partly due to the large amount of alcohol I'd consumed earlier. It was mostly because my world was still shaking thanks to Declan Forrester. I couldn't stop replaying every word he'd said.
"Miss Valentine," Maury, the doorman in my building, greeted the moment I stepped into the lobby. "How was the wedding reception?"
I gave him the best facsimile of a smile I could muster. "It was great. Thanks for asking, but I'm exhausted." Normally, I'd stop and chat with the older man. He was sweet and hilarious, and he was so totally in love with his wife, Elise. I loved talking with him, but tonight all I wanted to do was get up to my apartment, open a bottle of red wine, and take the still lingering buzz to full-blown shit-faced.
"Then you have a good evening, Miss Valentine."
"Please, call me Tatum, or Tate."
"All right, then. Have a good night, Tatum."
"You too, Maury, and tell Elise I said hi." Once I was safely closed inside my apartment, I kicked my heels off and headed straight for the kitchen. Whipping the wine fridge open, I pulled out the first bottle my hand touched and proceeded to uncork it. I was a quarter of the way through my first glass when someone started beating on my front door, scaring the ever-loving hell out of me and making me spill the contents of my glass.
I stared at the hardwood door, frozen in shock as the pounding continued, followed by a furious, "Tatum, open the door!" "Fucking shit," I breathed, placing a trembling hand on my chest. My heart beat so violently I was worried it was about to break through. "Tate," Declan continued to bellow, "open the goddamn door or I'm breaking the fucker down." I was in the middle of a serious emotional upheaval and just tipsy enough to fall over the edge into pissed right the hell off. So I slammed my glass on the counter, silently thanking God it didn't shatter, and stomped to the door. The second I yanked it open, I launched in. "What in the hell do you think you're—" But that was as far as I got. Declan burst into my apartment like an angry bull charging at a red cape. The sound of the door slamming behind him barely registered as he grabbed my face with both hands and pulled me into the most deliciously punishing kiss I'd ever experienced. The instant his lips touched mine, I was gone. There was no rational thinking. Hell, there was no thinking at all. There was only touch and taste. I was consumed by all things Declan, and when his tongue brushed my lips, wanting entry, I was all too happy to comply, opening my mouth to give him access. He cranked up the kiss, taking it from smoldering to white-hot in the blink of an eye, and all I could do was follow his lead, unable to comprehend anything else. I met his tongue thrust for thrust, licking and tasting, battling for dominance at the same time Declan fisted my hair and used his grip to tip my head farther back. Ripping his mouth from mine, he trailed hot, biting kisses from my jaw down my neck. Still just as fucking sweet as I remember. His teeth closed on the skin at my collarbone, causing me to suck in a gasp at the same time his hands grabbed my ass, squeezing hard before lifting my feet off the ground. With no other choice, I wrapped my legs around his waist to keep from falling, then plastered my mouth to his as he walked me, unseeing, through the spacious apartment. 1 second I was holding on for dear life, and the next I was flying through the air before landing on my bed. "Declan," I murmured, my brain momentarily kick-starting. I watched as he ripped his jacket off and threw it to the floor before lowering to his knees. "I don't think—" My words cut off when his hands landed on my thighs and he yanked me to the edge of the bed. "That's good, baby. Don't think, just feel." The tips of his fingers trailed higher, bunching my dress up as they went. Once it reached my hips, he moved my soaked panties to the side and buried his head between my legs. "Oh, God," I cried. The feel of his tongue diving as deep as it could go sent shockwaves through my whole body. He ground his face against me, letting out a deep growl as he lapped and licked and sucked. "Fucking Christ, you have the most delicious pussy. Can't get enough." He licked the wetness from my folds before moving up, pulling my clit between his teeth and flicking it with the tip of his tongue. "So good," I moaned, fisting the comforter as I writhed on the bed. He shoved 2 of his long fingers deep as his mouth continued working that tight bundle of nerves. I bucked my hips, trying as hard as I could to get closer, trying to get more. My body was running strictly on primal desire. Nothing else mattered but what Declan was doing to me, how he was making me feel. "That's right, baby," he growled against me. "Ride my hand. I want you to come all over my face before I fuck you." "Shit," I cried, squeezing my eyes closed as it rushed over me. "Fuck. Oh, God, Declan, I'm coming." He ate me, driving his fingers into my pussy even faster as I came for what felt like an eternity. The waves crashing over me had only just started to subside when I felt his weight hit the bed. It took an unbelievable amount of energy to pry my eyelids open, but once I did, all I saw were those thundercloud eyes, darkened with lust, staring back at me. Jesus, baby. You're still so goddamn beautiful when you come. Makes me so fucking hard. He thrust his hips against me, forcing a needy whimper past my lips when the erection behind his fly rubbed against my oversensitized clit. You feel that, Tate? Feel what you do to me? God, I want you so fucking bad. Always wanted you. I'd just come harder than I had in forever, and already my body was primed and begging for more. Declan, my voice came out, pleading and husky with desire. Please. He continued rocking against me, driving me out of my mind. Please what? I need more. Declan's smile was positively wicked as he continued to torture me slowly. More what? I tangled my fingers in the fabric of his shirt to try and pull him closer and force him to give me what I wanted. You. Now. I was drunk on his mouth, high on his touch, completely and totally under his influence. I went in for another kiss, but he evaded, lifting his head out of my reach. You want me to fuck you, baby? Is that what you need? Yes, Declan. God, fuck me, I begged as I tried fruitlessly to get him closer. His weight slowly left me as he inched away, finally coming to stand at the edge of the bed between my spread thighs. When his hands came up to the buttons of that sexy gray shirt, a new rush of arousal made my panties even wetter. Ask me nicely, he taunted, slowly undoing one button at a time. Ask me really nice, baby, and I'll give you exactly what you need. One button. I'll fuck you so hard. 2 buttons. So deep. 3 buttons. I'll bury myself so completely you'll feel me forever. Another button undone, revealing inch after inch of that toned, tan-inked skin. Is that what you want? More than I wanted the breath in my lungs. Declan, I panted. Please, please fuck me. Please. Well, he smirked. Since you asked so nicely. The rest of the buttons flew around the room, pinging off the hardwood floor as he tore the shirt away. 1 second we were dressed, and the next he had us both naked. When he turned and bent to retrieve the wallet from his discarded pants, I saw it, the tattoo he'd gotten so long ago. It was still there, wrapping around his right hip. My crimson gives me life. The lyrics to one of many songs we'd written together, lyrics that were meant to describe his love for me. He'd kept them all this time. Head on the pillow, Tate, he commanded, standing tall and putting his knee to the bed. The sight of his thick, hard cock erased the memories that threatened to extinguish the fire burning in my veins. And spread those long fucking legs wide. Let me see all of you. My chest stuttered on a harsh breath as I did what he demanded, watching the whole time as he fisted his erection, jerking harder than I would have expected. This what you want? He continued to tease, swirling his thumb in the pre-cum dripping from the tip. Yes, I breathed. I want it, Deck. After pulling a condom from his wallet, he tossed it to the floor and placed the wrapper between his teeth, tearing it open quickly. He rolled it down his massive length slowly before lowering his weight back down on top of me. Been too long, baby. Been dreaming of this moment for way too fucking long. I can't go slow. Don't, I spit instantly. Don't go slow. I want it hard, just like you promised. That was all the encouragement he needed, because the second the last word left my lips, he buried himself balls deep, tearing a cry from deep within my chest. Fuck, baby, fuck. Pussy fits me like a goddamn glove. He pulled out and slammed back in, pushing me farther up the bed. I lifted my arms and braced them on the headboard to anchor myself for his brutal, claiming thrusts. Christ, I've missed this. Missed being inside you. Feels like coming home.
Harder, I demanded, wanting what he'd offered just minutes before. The sound of skin slapping against skin punctuated the grunts and moans coming from our mouths as we fucked like our lives depended on it. My legs wrapped around the backs of his thighs. One of my hands came down so I could touch him, feel him, breaking my nails across the flesh of his back fiercely. Jesus, he hissed as I scratched hard enough to ensure the marks would be there for days. Fuck yeah, Tate. Just like that. Mark me, baby. I did it again, loving the feel of his cock twitching inside me every time I dug in. I'd forgotten how much he loved when I got rough with him. It had driven him wild whenever I bit or scratched almost to the point of pain. He'd always gotten off on it in a very big way. The bed creaked beneath us with each drive of our hips. The headboard crashed against the wall as my impending orgasm built stronger and stronger, threatening to drown me. Close, Deck. So close. God, you feel so good. So do you. Sweat coated our bodies as we moved against each other. I lifted my head, taking his bottom lip between my teeth and nipping before thrusting my tongue inside his mouth as he drove into me. You're like heaven. Hot, wet, tight heaven. I could live inside you forever. Die the happiest man in the fucking world. I felt myself clamped down around him as a million fireworks went off inside me. Screaming his name, I came so hard, so long, that by the time I was done, I could barely breathe. Shit, Tatum. Shit. Yes, fuck, yes, I'm coming. Jesus, I'm coming so fucking hard. He buried himself deep, throwing his head back and roaring as he came. Once he finished, he collapsed, his weight resting on me like a warm, comforting blanket. Minutes passed, ticking by at a snail's pace as we both came back down to earth. My arms and legs fell against the bed, my muscles completely limp from the exertion of what had just happened. It felt like an eternity before he finally lifted off me and moved toward the bathroom to dispose of the condom. Without him clouding my head, the haze of intoxicating lust finally wore off, and I was able to fully comprehend exactly what had just happened, and how badly I had just screwed up.
Chapter 22. Declan. Pulling myself from the miracle lying in that bed was the last thing I wanted to do. Even if it was only long enough to toss the spent condom and wash up after having my world rocked. It had been a goddamn dream come true, better than any memory I had, and believe me, I had countless vivid memories of Tatum Valentine. I went as quickly as I could, seeing as my legs were still shaky and uncoordinated from coming so hard. Anxious to get back to my girl, I moved out of the bathroom and came to a sudden stop at what I saw. "What do you think you're doing?" I asked as Tate, with the bedsheet wrapped around her, struggled to pull her panties up without exposing her nakedness. "Getting dressed," she mumbled, refusing to make eye contact. "Kind of a waste of time, don't you think?" I asked as my feet came unstuck and started in her direction. "I'm just going to rip them off you again as soon as I get my strength back." Having successfully gotten her underwear in place, she started pulling the top drawer of her dresser open and rifling through it. "It's getting late," she continued to mutter with her back to me. "You should go." "The hell are you talking about?" I grunted. "I'm not going. I'm not done with you by a long shot." "Like I said," she continued, working a t-shirt over her head. "It's late. I'm tired." Once she got her left arm through the sleeve, she let go of the sheet, allowing it to fall to the floor and exposing the skin of her back to me for the first time. And what I saw made my blood run cold. I'd had her completely naked beneath me only minutes before, but I hadn't gotten to savor every smooth, creamy inch like I'd wanted. so I missed it. Are you fucking kidding me? I growled angrily, just as her shirt fell into place. No, I'm not kidding, she said, oblivious to the shift in the atmosphere, as she slowly turned to face me. I need to get to sleep, and I can't do that with you. She stopped talking when I grabbed her by the shoulders and spun her back around, yanking the shirt up past her waist. What are you doing? You fucking covered me? Tatum's body locked up tight at the accusation in my voice. Declan, you fucking covered me, I barked, staring down at the brightly colored flowers that spanned the small of her back. Flowers that covered the words she'd had inked on her skin the same time I had her inked on me. He's my storm on the horizon. Crimson had been the first song we'd written together. It was about us, about our love for each other. It wasn't just the song that propelled civil corruption into the spotlight. It had been the song that defined our relationship. That was why, back when we'd barely had enough money to buy ramen fucking noodles, we still pooled every cent we had and went to get those lines permanently etched onto our bodies. I still had Tate buried beneath my skin, where I could see and feel her every day. But she'd gone and covered me up so she wouldn't have to remember. What do you expect? She snapped, pulling from my grip and whipping around, her face awash with fury. Those words were a glaring fucking reminder of how you broke my heart. No way in hell I was keeping them on me. So yes, I chose to cover them up. Every day, I hissed, stepping closer. Every goddamn day, I stared down at those words on my hip, just so I could remember you. That was your choice, she shouted, throwing her arms wide. You wanted to remember. I wanted to move on, and I'm not going to let you make me feel guilty about it. I felt like a knife had just plunged through my chest into my heart. And what about now? I asked, my stomach coiling into a knot of dread. Her brow furrowed in confusion as she shook her head, sending the wild riot of fiery red swaying in the air. Huh? Now that we're back to us, what do you plan on doing about covering me up? Declan, what just happened doesn't change anything, she stated firmly, driving that fucking knife even deeper and twisting it for good measure. Jesus Christ, Tate. I just had my cock buried inside you 5 goddamn minutes ago. That changes everything. It was a mistake, she cried in return. It never should have happened. If I didn't drink so much earlier, it never would have... Don't, I seethed. No fucking way I'm gonna let you blame being drunk on what just happened. You wanted it just as goddamn much as I did, and you're full of shit if you claim otherwise. She lifted her chin in the air defiantly, while at the same time crossing her arms over her stomach in a protective gesture. Fine, she admitted. I wanted it. I won't lie about that. But that doesn't change the fact that it was a mistake. One that will never happen again. That's such bullshit, I gritted out, doing my best to hold on to my fury while I slowly died inside. It was like being a child and having your parents give you your favorite toy, only to rip it from your hands minutes later and smash it into a million pieces. The loss was agonizing, which only made my temper that much worse. It's not, she replied, her tone cold and flat. One slip doesn't change the fact that you're toxic for me in every way. Each word from her kiss-swollen lips was a lash against my skin, leaving me flayed and bleeding. I'd call you begging me to fuck you way more than a slip, I sneered. Fuck me. Never had a woman go that crazy for my cock in all my life. I wanted my words to sting, to create even a fraction of the pain she was causing me. Tate's top lip curled in disgust as she hugged herself tighter, And that right there just proves my point. You're a child, Declan. An immature, selfish child. I took a step forward, invading her personal space, and standing so close she had to tip her head all the way back to maintain eye contact. You can stand here and deny what just happened all you want, but it's a goddamn lie. It's been building for weeks, and tonight you lost control. Rest assured, baby, you'll lose control again. Because, toxic or not, we're in each other's fucking blood, and there's nothing you can do about it. You can't ignore what we are. Watch me, she challenged, even though I could see how her pupils dilated and her chest quivered with a shaky breath at my threat. I was right. I was in her blood, and she'd eventually cave. Leaning down further, I lowered my voice and said, "You're it for me, and I'm it for you. Been that way since we were 7 goddamn years old." "Is that what you told those skanks in Australia right before you fucked them?" She threw back in my face. That lash was worse than all the rest, and I feared I might bleed out right there at her feet. But unwilling to let her see that she'd struck another blow, I continued on. "Lucky for you, I'm feeling generous, so I won't make you beg next time you come to me." "Go ahead and hold your breath while you wait for that to happen," she snarked. Christ, she'd always been a fucking vision when she got riled up. "Get out of my apartment." Pasting a smirk on my lips, I said, "See you around, neighbor." Then I quickly dressed and did the only thing harder than having to let her go the first time. I walked away. And the only reason I was able to do that without losing my mind was because, unlike last time, I knew this wasn't permanent. I'd have her again, and for good, if it was the last goddamn thing I ever did.
Tatum. My feet remained rooted to the floor, unable to move as Declan leisurely dressed and sauntered out of my bedroom like he hadn't a care in the world. It was only after I heard the front door click shut that I was able to unglue myself from my spot. Running on bare feet toward the living room, I skidded to a halt where I dropped my purse earlier and began frantically rummaging through it in search of my cell. There was only one person I could call after the shitstorm that had just gone down between Declan and me. Camden would lose his mind. My parents would probably both go into cardiac arrest at the same time. That left me with only one other option. "Tate, hey, honey, it's really late. Are you all right?" At the sound of Lila's concerned voice, the floodgates opened. "No, I'm not all right," I cried, tears streaming down my face. "I screwed up, and now I don't know what to do." I poured it all out for her, every dirty detail, from what Gwen had said in the coffee shop and how it fucked with my head, making me question everything I thought I knew about Declan, to the epic fight we had right before I kicked him out. By the time I was done, I'd cried so much I'd completely run out of tears. My eyes were puffy and itchy, and I could no longer breathe through my nose. I was a freaking mess. Wow, wow. "That's all you've got to say?" I squeaked through the line. "I'm on the verge of a nervous breakdown here." "Babe, I think it's safe to say you're well past the verge." "Thanks," I grumbled, looking at the bottle of wine on the counter longingly, but I refused to go there again. Booze was what got me into this mess in the first place. "I'm sorry," Lila giggled. "Just give me a second to wrap my head around this, okay? I mean, I haven't been laid since well before I kicked Daniel out. I'm a bit envious here." That was a blast of cold water to the face. I'd been so wrapped up in my own stupid drama that I'd let myself momentarily forget about my friend's troubles. Not only was she dealing with the loss of her brother, but her marriage had been circling the drain for years before she finally pulled the plug on it just 6 months back. "I'm sorry," I whispered, feeling like the world's biggest asshole. "Stop apologizing. You're allowed to call me when you're freaking out. I'm not a piece of glass, Tatum. I won't break. Besides, it's time for me to start getting on with my life." God, I loved her. "Yeah, but you've been dealing with one blow after another lately. I should have been more compassionate to that." "You're the most compassionate person I know," she replied, and hearing the smile in her voice did wonders to alleviate some of my guilt. "You get any more compassionate and you'll explode, raining glitter and rainbows down on everyone in a 5-mile radius." I laughed in return. It was a nice change of pace from the hurricane of emotions I'd been dealing with all night. "I miss you," I told her. "I wish you were here right now." "Me too, honey. I've been doing some thinking lately, and maybe it's time for me to take a little vacation." A smile stretched across my face so wide my cheeks hurt. "Yeah? Yeah. And I've always wondered what Seattle's like. We can explore together." "I'd love that," she said softly, the sorrow leaking back into her words before she changed the subject. "So, what are you going to do about Declan?" "I don't know," I answered on a heavy exhale. "It's not like I can just avoid him, I work for the damn band." "Maybe it's time the two of you sat down and actually talked," she suggested. "You went from cutting him out of your life completely to fighting whenever you're in the same room. What if you guys just sat down like adults and talked shit out? You'd probably be able to move past everything and reach some sort of truce." "Maybe," I replied reluctantly. "I'm just not sure how well that would go over. Like you said, we can't even be in the same room without blowing up at each other. I'm not sure either of us can keep our tempers in check long enough to have a civil discussion." "You won't know unless you try, Tater Tot," she responded sympathetically. "I don't know what's going to happen between you guys, but I do know you two can't keep going at this rate. You'll destroy each other." "I know," I conceded, my head starting to throb. "You're right. I'll try. I promise. Silver lining, I'll be there as a buffer soon enough. I won't hesitate to smack some sense into either of you if I think you're getting stupid." "I love you, Lai. Get here soon, okay?" "I love you too, Tater Tot, and I'll call when I get something set up." We hung up and I headed back to my bedroom. I stepped through the doorway and looked at the state of my bed, the covers destroyed and pillows scattered everywhere. The smell of sex mingled with Declan's cologne still lingered in the air, and I made the decision right then that it was time to break in my new sofa. There was no way in hell I was sleeping in that bed. At least, not until I had a chance to wash Declan off my sheets. Chapter 23. Tatum.
"You need to make those boys come around, Tate. They built serious momentum with their performance at the AMAs. We need to build on that."
I rolled my eyes skyward, thankful I didn't run into anyone as I clomped down the sidewalk toward Bernie's. I was in desperate need of coffee, and sleep, and a migraine pill. It had been a month since my night with Declan, and while I was grateful that working as their manager had kept me busy, I was still floundering. I hadn't realized exactly what I was agreeing to when I took the job. Being their manager was one thing, but since they'd canned their personal assistant for apparently being a raging bitch from hell, I was also doing her work as well, and there weren't enough hours in the day to get everything done. "I'm aware, Eugene," I replied in a flat voice through the phone at my ear. "You've only said this exact same thing 20 times. Civil corruption's agent blustered through the line. For a man who looked scarily similar to Santa Claus, he was a real pain in the ass. Between him and the guy's publicist, Brenda, who was constantly on my case about keeping Mason Killian out of the tabloids, I was in over my head. Add in the fact that dealing with 4 grown-ass men was like trying to hurt a bunch of toddlers, and I was dangerously close to committing homicide.
It's one damn video. I don't understand why they're being so difficult.
It was the same argument Eugene and I had been having for the past month. They're not being difficult, I replied, the same way I had every other time he'd brought it up. The label agreed to letting them have a break after the last tour. It's only been a few months and they're already pushing to release the first single and shoot the music video. They're just asking for a little time. Garrett and Gwen are leaving for a short honeymoon next week. They all agreed to get back to work once that's over.
It's bad enough they refused to tour for this album.
I cut him off, officially over this conversation. They didn't refuse. They're going to tour, for Christ's sake. It's just going to be shorter than their others.
3 months is hardly an adequate amount of time to promote a new album, he grumbled sullenly.
I'd quickly come to learn that the man lived in a perpetual state of grumpiness, which made working with him a real freaking joy. It is what it is, Eugene. You seem to be under the misconception that I have more control over these guys than I actually do. The old man sighed like he carried the weight of the world on his shoulders.
Well, at least you handle them better than Chris did.
Yeah, well, Chris was a dickhead. What can I say?
That may be, Eugene drawled, disapproval dripping from his words. But at least he pretended to have an air of professionalism when we spoke.
Ooh, burn, old man. And look how well that turned out, I snorted indignantly. He might have kissed your ass, but he's also the reason for the media shitstorm you and Brenda only just finished dealing with.
You're rather blunt, aren't you?
The guy was really starting to get on my nerves. He had a nasty habit of speaking down to me, and I got the distinct impression that he felt women as a whole were little more than bumbling idiots. Apparently, he'd refused to move out of the 40s and join the rest of us in the new millennium, where women ran the world. If I were you, I'd get used to it. I'm not going to blow smoke up your ass because that's not part of my job description. But what I will do is keep the guys in check to the best of my ability, which, from what I've discovered, is better than most people are capable of. Another aggrieved sigh echoed from his end.
Fine, he relented seconds later. We'll revisit this topic in a few weeks.
Looking forward to it, I deadpanned. The door for Bernie's came into view, and I ended the call without saying goodbye as I pushed my way in. At least I'd managed to buy myself a couple more weeks before having to kick the guys' asses into gear drill sergeant style. The place smelled like heaven. The scent of espresso beans and sugar filled the air, and I breathed as deeply as I could, wanting to hold that smell in my lungs for as long as possible. It fueled my soul the way caffeine fueled my body, giving me a much-needed boost of energy. "Hey, girl," Gina greeted from behind the counter. I smiled adoringly at my barista goddess and started for the counter, then heard someone call my name. At the sight of Gwen sitting comfortably at a table in the far back corner, I made a detour. "Hey," I said, leaning down to give her a hug. "I didn't know you'd be here." Doing a quick scan of the room, I spotted Ian sitting 2 tables away, alert and mindful of his surroundings as always. As Gwen had said, I'd gotten so used to him or one of the other security guys skulking about over the past several weeks that I barely noticed them. "Needed a change of scenery," she replied, waving for me to take the chair across from her. As soon as my butt hit the wood, Gina popped by, setting my usual coffee in front of me. "Oh, thank God," I sighed, lifting the cup to my lips and taking my first sip. "This is so good. I could kiss you right now." They both giggled as I continued to drink, not giving a damn that I was nearly burning my tongue off.
You look tired, honey, Gwen stated. Have you been getting any sleep? I grinned at her over the lid and asked, Is that your polite way of telling me I look like shit? Gina pulled up a chair and sat down. Well, no offense, but you are looking a little wrecked. There was no way I could take offense to that, mainly because it was the God's honest truth. I'd rolled out of bed that morning so exhausted that I threw my hair in a messy bun, officially entering day 3 of not washing it. I skipped makeup completely, and I was pretty sure the clothes I grabbed off my bedroom floor were the same sweats I'd worn earlier in the week. The right pant leg had a stain on it, probably from the cold pizza I'd been eating for breakfast while dealing with the fallout of Killian's latest sexcapades at a club the night prior. I'd been bleary-eyed and half asleep as Brenda railed at me over Skype, and a glop of sauce had fallen in my lap. I hadn't even bothered with a napkin, choosing instead to scrape it up with my finger and pop it in my mouth. Like I said, I was floundering. That's because I am wrecked, I answered honestly, placing my cup on the table so I could rub the tension from my forehead. Trying to keep those guys under control is more painful than trying to bathe a dozen cats. What I really need is the ability to clone myself. Or to find a personal assistant for the band who doesn't suck and isn't a world-class bitch. Gwen snorted, having had an up-close and terrible encounter with their last PA. Believe me, you won't find anyone worse than Kimber. That's not the issue, I whined. The issue is not being able to find anyone better. Swear to God, the women in this city are worse than a pack of horny old men hopped up on Viagra. I need help, but each applicant is worse than the next. One woman actually claimed that she'd be perfect for the job because she's stalked Mason for so long that she already knows him well enough to anticipate his every need. And she's one of the better candidates. They both burst into laughter, drawing the attention from the few patrons scattered around the coffee shop and sending poor Ian on even higher alert. Gina, why don't you apply for the job? Gwen asked once she'd gotten a hold of herself. I jumped on the suggestion like a lion would a gazelle with a broken leg. Yes, I shouted a little too loudly. Oh my God, why didn't I think of that? You'd be perfect. Gina, whose pretty olive complexion had taken on a sickly shade of gray, gaped at me like I'd just suggested she have a 3-way with Donald Trump and the Demo-Gorgon from Stranger Things. How the hell do you figure that? I serve coffee, for Christ's sake. I don't know the first thing about being a personal assistant. You're smart, I started, ticking the reasons off on my fingers. You're reliable. You've already met all the guys in the band and didn't get a restraining order taken out on you. You're our friend, so we know we can trust you. And the most important reason of all, I'm desperate. Please, Gina, please, I begged, clasping my hands together in front of me. I can't, she cried. That's ridiculous. None of those are good enough reasons to hire a barista to be civil corruption's PA. Yes, they are, I exclaimed. Look, you're basically just going to be a glorified babysitter. You'll do things like maintain their schedule and keep Mace from drinking himself to death and Killian from whipping his dick out in public places. If I have to handle one more picture of him nailing some chick in the bathroom of a public place, I'm going to gouge my eyeballs out. Gina's face fell at that. I could only assume it was because I hadn't made the job sound all that glamorous, so I quickly added, and it's not like you'll be doing this alone. I'll be right there with you every step of the way. And the guys start touring at the end of next month, Gwen offered, sweetening the deal. It's 3 months, all expenses paid across the globe. Tate and I will be there with you the whole time, and when you're not working, we'll sightsee and shop and drink French wine and Italian coffee. How can you say no to that?
I could see the excitement starting to brighten her eyes, so I did my best to quell the sudden nausea roiling in my stomach at the thought of 3 months of near constant contact with Declan, and kept a beaming smile pasted on my face. I knew I needed to take Lila's advice and actually sit down to talk with him, but I hadn't found the courage. And believe me, managing a band when you're simultaneously trying to avoid its lead singer because you can't stop having sex dreams about him is exhausting. I was starting to lose my mind. Every time we were in the same room, my body would react in very unladylike ways at the memory of that night. The asshole had been right. I wanted more, no matter how bad for me it was. I felt like I was walking on a layer of thin ice, carrying 1,000 pounds of sexual frustration on my back. At any second, the ground would give and I'd be left drowning. I needed to stop being such a coward and talk to him already, but that was easier said than done. "Can I—" She hesitated for a few seconds, and I found myself holding my breath. "Can I think about it?" "Sure," I offered exuberantly. "Take all the time you need, just as long as you agree to take the job at the end of it." She gave me a glare that wasn't threatening in the slightest. "You're not going to let this go, are you?" "Not a chance," I replied honestly. Now that Gwen had put the idea in my head, there was no getting rid of it. Having a friend at work who wasn't one of the guys was something I was really looking forward to, and I needed all the positivity I could get in order to deal with the complete emotional upheaval I'd been struggling with the past few weeks. With Gina on my team, maybe things would finally start looking up. Or at least I hoped so. Chapter 24. Tatum. "Well, aren't you two just the cutest couple?" I teased as I walked into the lobby of my building. Maury stood tall, trying to hide the fact that he was just leaning into his wife, Elise, allowing her to wipe lipstick left behind from the kiss they'd shared seconds before. The beautiful older woman giggled like a schoolgirl having been caught making out with her boyfriend behind the bleachers, while he cleared his throat and awkwardly adjusted his tie.
"Miss Valentine, how has your day been so far?"
"Maury," I said warningly, "we've talked about this." One corner of his mouth quirked up in a knowing smirk.
"Sorry, Tatum. How has your day been?"
"Not as good as yours, judging by what I just walked in on," I answered playfully. "You guys are adorable."
"Thanks," Elise chirped.
"That's nice to hear. My son and daughter make gagging noises every time they're around. I swear it's like those two never grew up." I smiled politely, even as a pang of sadness lanced through my chest. I was missing my own folks like crazy. Before I could let the sorrow consume me completely, Elise let out a low whistle and leaned sideways, leering at something behind me. Sweet, merciful Mother Mary Magdalene. And I thought my son-in-law was the best-looking boy in this city. Casting a quick glance over my shoulder, I spotted Declan coming out through the glass doors of the gym into the lobby. Earbuds hung from his ears as he concentrated on the cell phone in his hands. He was dressed in a tight faded black tank, a pair of mesh basketball shorts that hung deliciously from his lean hips, and tennis shoes. He was so much bigger than he'd been back when we were together. His triceps and biceps bulged and rippled underneath the tattoos scattered along his arms. His shirt hugged broad shoulders, swollen pecs, and ripped abs. Sweat coated his skin, making it glisten beneath the harsh fluorescent lights. It was complete bullshit that a man could still look like a Greek god beneath such horrible lighting. He was so engrossed in whatever was happening on his phone that he hadn't noticed me staring, giving me the perfect opportunity to gawk unrepentantly. Desire flooded my core at the sight of him, drenching my panties and causing me to squirm as visions of that night played on a loop in my brain.
Swear to God, woman, one of these days you're going to give me a complex, Mari mumbled.
I said best-looking boy, darling, I heard Elise say as I continued to stare. And most likely drool. You're the best-looking man. Back when we were together, I hadn't thought Declan could possibly get any better looking. Now I knew for certain that I'd been wrong. I'd been so overwhelmed that night a month back that I didn't have the chance to fully appreciate just how much Declan had grown from a boy to a man. But now that I had proof, I was sure the image would be burned into my brain for a lifetime.
Looks like you're not the only one swooning over our own personal resident celebrity, Mari stated.
That caught my attention, and Elise's as well.
Celebrity? Yeah, some rock and roll band or something. Wouldn't know by talking to him, though. Really down to earth. Nice kid.
Hearing Mari refer to Declan as a kid would have been comical if I wasn't already obsessing over the nice part of that comment. I continued to listen while watching Declan tap away on his phone from the corner of my eye.
Don't see manners like that on boys his age anymore, which is just plain sad.
How do you mean? I couldn't help but ask.
Well, he's always the first to open a door for someone. And when Mrs. Kellerson in 12B nearly slipped trying to navigate her walker on these freshly waxed floors, he rushed over to catch her before she could hit the ground. Good thing, too, because she'd just had hip replacement surgery a few months prior. Gave the old lady his number so she could call him anytime she needed help in or out of her apartment.
All of a sudden, I was finding it really hard to breathe. He helped little old ladies who had trouble walking, doted on Liddy like she was blood, and pushed his friends so they could have their own happily ever after. I'd been trying so hard to keep him in the box marked liar and cheater, but it was as if fate was determined to show me just how wrong I was. I'd grown up knowing he was a good person, but after he'd broken my heart, it had been all too easy to forget the good in him and focus on the bad. I easily labeled him as the enemy, the bad guy, but that image was no longer holding up. I was catching glimpses of the Declan who'd been my best friend for years, the Declan who'd made it so easy to fall in love with him. He started moving and my feet began carrying me in that direction of their own accord. "Excuse me, guys," I offered politely to the couple as I hurried to catch up. I didn't have the first clue what I was going to say. There was no plan for how I would handle my first encounter alone with him after we'd had sex. But something inside me wouldn't let me simply stand there and watch him disappear into the elevator. The doors had just started sliding shut when I reached them, and I had to stick my arm out to stop their progress. Declan's eyes shot up in surprise as I stepped into the small confines, and his silver gaze made my knees shake. "Hi," I said quietly. I could hear the heavy thump of rock music coming from his earbuds as he pulled them out.
Huh?
I licked my lips, feeling as nervous as a whore in church. I said hi. The music quickly cut off, and he wrapped the wires around the cell phone before stuffing it in his pocket. I was barely able to suppress a shiver when he did a slow scan of my entire body from head to toe. His eyes went from their unique blue-gray to mercury in an instant, and I felt as if I were standing in front of him completely naked as opposed to ratty sweats. The elevator suddenly felt way too small to contain the heat from that one look. Clearing my throat, I did the best I could to ignore the jolts of electricity sparking to life between my legs. "How have you been?" He was leaning casually against the opposite wall. At least 5 feet separated us, but it felt like inches.
"So, this is what we're doing now?" he finally said. "Meaningless small talk? You gonna ask me about the weather next? Let me stop you there. We're in Seattle, so it's shit and rain. That about sums it up."
Heaving a defeated sigh, my shoulders slumped, pressing deeper into the chilly mirrored surface of the elevator wall. Look, we can't keep doing this, Deck. We need to talk. Actually sit and talk without fighting or throwing barbs at each other. He crossed his arms over his chest, pulling my attention to the way his biceps stretched the skin surrounding them. God, his body was something else. Kind of hard to talk when you've spent the past goddamn month acting like I'm carrying the plague. A loud ding cut through the tension swirling around us, and the doors to our floor opened. Declan stepped off without so much as a backward glance as he said, "Enjoy the rest of your day, Tate." I had to jog in order to keep up. It was now or never. Time to pull up my big girl panties and get this shit over with. There was no way I could continue to do my job if he and I weren't speaking. And the brutal truth was, I didn't want to avoid him anymore. My chest physically ached every time I bolted from whatever room he walked into. As scary as it was, I found myself starting to miss him. Declan, I'm sorry. That got his attention fast. He stopped in his tracks, only a few feet from his front door. Please, can we just talk? I've wanted to talk for the past 10 fucking years, he stated in a low rumble. It's you who's always refused. Well, I'm not anymore. Please. He watched me for a few seconds before finally pulling his keys from the pocket of his shorts and unlocking his front door. Stepping to the side, he held it open and silently waved me in. I wasn't sure what I expected his apartment to look like, but the barren, lifeless space certainly wasn't it. There was nothing in the place making it a home. Literally nothing. One couch, a cheap standing lamp, and a massive flat-screen TV were the only things in the living room. No dining room table, nothing on the kitchen counters or photos on the walls, no personal effects whatsoever. Are you having trouble picking furniture or something? I asked. Nope, he answered, tossing his phone and keys on the long granite bar that separated the kitchen and living space as he circled around it toward the fridge. Don't need much other than a couch and bed. Pulling out a bottle of water, he twisted off the cap and sucked the whole thing down. I stood transfixed by the sight of his strong, corded throat moving with each swallow. So, he said once he finished drinking, you wanted to talk? Why did this have to feel so awkward and nerve-wracking? Can we sit? I asked, pointing to the sofa. We both moved that way. I sat on one end while Declan took the other, a huge, gaping couch cushion-shaped chasm between us. I don't want to do this anymore, I told him in a small voice. You aren't fucking quitting, he growled menacingly. You made a commitment. What? No, I'm not talking about that. I don't want to quit. Looking at my lap, I twisted my fingers together and continued. Believe it or not, I really like managing the band, even though I sometimes want to kill a few select people. I was talking about us. I don't want to keep fighting with you anymore, Declan. I'm exhausted. 10 years of trying my hardest to hate you is wrecking me. One of his long, thick arms stretched along the back of the sofa as he turned fully to face me. And how do you suggest we go about doing that? I dreaded what I had to say next, but if I was going to find a way to move past this, if I was going to be able to forgive him for my own sanity's sake, I needed answers. Tell me about that night, I answered cautiously. His entire body locked tight, and his jaw started ticking. No, he gritted in objection. We aren't going there. Let's just... Blowing out a breath, he raked a hand through his hair. Can't we just leave that in the past and move on? The backs of my eyes stung, and my sinuses began to burn with unshed tears. Speaking past the massive lump of emotion in my throat was difficult, but I somehow managed.
I wish it were that easy. Believe me, talking about that night is the last thing I want to do. But I can't just act like it didn't happen. I need to know how you could do that to me. How you could... Christ, Tate, Declan barked, shooting off the couch. He began pacing like a caged animal, desperate to escape and maul the first person he came across. I don't remember a goddamn thing about that night. It's like a big fucking black hole in my head. I was so messed up over how I'd left things with you before the tour that I spent every hour of every day drunk out of my mind. It was the only way I could function, because if I'd been sober, my ass would have been on the first plane back to you, and I couldn't let the guys down like that. Chris was on my case the whole fucking time, giving me shit for being so hung up on you. Last thing I remember from that night is leaving the venue after the show and finding the closest bar. Chris found me, and that's it. Everything else is gone until the next morning. I don't even remember how I got my hands on that coke. You'd asked me to stop, and I swear to Christ, Tate, I did. I hadn't touched the shit since we fought. You don't remember anything? I asked on a croak, swallowing thickly against the tidal waves crashing around inside me. This was one of the hardest conversations I'd ever had. Not going to the party, meeting those women or anything? The memory of those two girls with Declan stabbed like a white-hot blade every time I thought about it. None of it. I can't tell you how I got to the hotel, let alone that party. He stomped back over to the couch and sat right next to me, his face a mask of sincere concern. You have to believe me, he pleaded, his own voice coarse and ragged. His eyes were ringed with red, like he was battling his own emotional turmoil. There's no way in hell I'd ever have done that to you if I'd been sober. There hasn't been anyone else I've wanted since I was 15 fucking years old. You can't begin to imagine how much I hated myself for what I did to you. Hearing that didn't take any of the pain away, but as bizarre as it sounded, knowing there wasn't a single detail of that night that he could recall made it a bit easier to let some of the anger go. Maybe I was being naive, but I truly believed that he never would have cheated had it not been for the drugs and booze. It didn't make his betrayal okay, but at least I was now able to understand why it happened. It didn't repair the cracks still splintered throughout my heart, but it did help. I want us to be able to start over, I finally said after several seconds of complete silence. I can't say that I completely forgive you, Deck, but I want to try. Before anything, you were my friend. I'd like to see if it's possible to get back to that. His eyes scanned my face, examining me so close it made my skin prickle. He leaned in, placing his lips against my ear and whispered, "That's not gonna work for me, baby." What? I told you what I wanted the night you finally let me back inside you, and I'm not willing to settle for anything less. We can't be friends, Tate. Not when I'm planning on fucking you over and over again until you're begging me for more. Well, shit.
Chapter 25. Declan. I was getting close. I could tell just by looking at her. It had been a little over a week since our talk in my apartment, and I'd gone out of my way to make her as crazy as possible. I stopped by her apartment every day with different excuses. There was the time I couldn't find my phone and needed her to call it so I could track the ringtone. Complete bullshit. Then I was out of milk. That one was true. However, I left out the fact that I had no intention of drinking it and poured it right down the drain when I got back to my own apartment. Fortunately, I could use work more often than not as reason to see her, so my attempts at seduction weren't becoming obvious. I made damn sure never to wear a shirt whenever she was around, so I could watch her eyes heat as she stared at my naked chest like I was her favorite meal. Catching her with that hazy, lustful expression made me hard enough to pound nails every goddamn time. I took every opportunity I could to touch her or get close enough for my breath to fan along her neck. I brushed against her, grabbed her hips, moved the hair from her shoulder, or tucked it behind her ear. Anything to get that skin-on-skin connection. And it was finally fucking working. There was no chance of her hiding the way her chest shuddered with each broken breath whenever I was close, or how her pupils dilated and her cheeks flushed. Her arms and legs would break out in goosebumps, and she'd bite down on her bottom lip as if to suppress a moan every time my fingertips skated across her skin. She wanted me. She craved to be fucked again. But that was just a start. I needed so much more than that. I needed all of her. The only time in my life I'd felt complete was when we were together, and I knew that feeling would never return until she was mine in every way. The muscles in my arms began to tremble and strain as I lifted the bar over my head one last time. "That's enough, bro. Any more and you'll drop this goddamn thing and crush your trachea." Killian helped me lower the bar onto the rack with a loud clatter. "Jesus, man. What's your deal today? You're pushing yourself so hard you're gonna break something." Heaving out a much-needed breath, I sat up on the weight bench and wiped the sweat from my forehead. Tate wasn't the only one going a little crazy this past week. I'd only had two options to blow off steam these past several days: jerking off and working out. And if I jacked my dick one more time, I was afraid I'd chafe the damn thing. So working out it was. Just working off some stress. I huffed, leaning forward and placing my forearms on my knees. "And does that stress have anything to do with a certain sexy redhead giving you a killer case of blue balls?" he asked, a shit-eating grin on his face. "For fuck's sake, can we be done now? I feel like I'm gonna hurl," Mason whined, pulling the key from the treadmill to bring it to a stop. The gym in my building wasn't all that big, but it had everything I needed to get in a good workout. And the bonus was that not many people used it, giving me the privacy I craved. With Garrett on a short vacation/honeymoon with Gwen and Liddy, the rest of us had been kind of out of sorts. Once he got back, we'd be able to get back to work. But until then, we were pretty much bored out of our minds. That was the only reason I could think for why Kill and Mace had shown up at my apartment earlier this morning and decided to work out with me. It wasn't out of the ordinary for Killian or Garrett to hit the gym with me, but Mace would have rather volunteered for a vasectomy than exercise most days. Killian rolled his eyes in the long wall of mirrors that extended out in front of us as he moved to the free weights. Picking up a set of dumbbells, he began curling. "That's because your miserable ass is hungover," he grunted. Fucking again." None of us knew what the hell was going on with him, or why he was trying so goddamn hard to drown himself in booze. But he only seemed to be getting worse since Will's death, and we didn't have the first clue how to help him. "Will you just get off it already?" he grumbled, before sucking back a bottle of water. "I'm fine, just having a little bit of fun." "Yeah, well, you better get your shit together before we leave for Europe," I warned. "Last thing we need is for you to cause an international scandal in the middle of a fucking tour." He overhanded the empty bottle into the garbage can with more force than necessary as he snapped. "I said I was fine. Jesus Christ, get off my ass." "Then stop giving us shit to worry about," Killian bit out. Mace wiped the sweat from his brow with the small white towel he'd tucked into the waistband of his shorts, then tossed it into the laundry basket near the door. "I'm out. I'll talk to you guys later." Then he disappeared. "Fuck me," Kill mumbled once the glass door shut behind him. "I don't know what his deal is, but he's spiraling out of control." I sighed and stood from the bench, moving to join Killian at the free weights. We'll try and get this sorted once Garrett gets back in a few days. Maybe with Tate back, we'll be able to get him square. Speaking of Tate being back, he gave me a smirk that I wanted to punch off his smug face. Nope, not going there, I grunted, starting on my bicep curls. What's happening between me and Tate is no one's goddamn business. The humor instantly fled his expression at my comment. You said the same fucking thing 10 years ago, and look what happened. She was our friend too, asshole. She was our family. You weren't the only one who lost her back then. If you do something to screw this up, so help me. Slamming the weights back onto the rack, I turned and shot him a killing look. I wanted to rage, to plant my fist through his face for getting in my business. But another part of me knew he had a right to be concerned. Tate hadn't just been mine back then, and she wasn't only mine now. I might have had her in a way the rest of them never would, but that didn't mean she wasn't just as important to the other guys as she was to me. I'm not gonna screw this up, okay? I'm trying to fix it. Yeah, well, I just hope you know what you're doing, he warned. Same shit happens now that happened back then. I'm not sure the band'll survive it. With those ominous words, he turned and started out of the gym, leaving me alone with my miserable thoughts.
Chapter 26. Tatum. Stop pouting, Gina scolded as she pulled me through the doors of the Black Sheep. This was my first ever visit to the bar, but I'd heard plenty about it. Apparently, it had one of the best open mic nights in the tri-state area, and the place was a crush. People crammed in just waiting to hear great music. We're gonna have fun tonight, whether you like it or not. I'm not pouting, I called back as we got closer to the U-shaped bar tucked in at the back. I'm just thirsty, and the wait for a drink is probably gonna be forever. The second my butt hit the bar stool, a gorgeous woman with hair only a couple shades lighter than mine stepped in front of Gina and me asking, "What can I get for you ladies?" The speedy service was miraculous, considering how packed the bar was. "You're officially my favorite person," I informed her. Double anything as long as it's strong as hell." "Rough day?" the woman asked with a polite smile as she poured vodka and tonic water into a glass, mindful to use a heavy hand with the vodka. "You don't know the half of it," I mumbled before sucking down half the contents with a few pulls from the straw. Gina gave me a side-eyed look as she asked for a rum and coke. "I thought we were having a girls' night. If I'd known I was going to have to carry your plastered butt out a year later, I'd have worn more appropriate footwear." We both glanced down at her insanely high-tan platform stilettos. My sweet friend barely topped 5 feet, so she had a habit of wearing heels to add some height to her teeny frame. "Sorry," I said around the straw as I continued to drink. "Boy drama?" a woman to Gina's right asked. The tone she used was more commiserating than curious, making the question feel slightly less intrusive. I leaned forward and noticed 3 women watching me and Gina with equal expressions of interest. "Ignore her," the bartender said with a laugh. "Lola has a gift for butting into strangers' conversations." "Hey," the woman now known as Lola cried in mock offense. "It's one of the hazards of the job. I can't help it." "She really can't," the blonde beside her giggled. "How do you think we get most of the stuff for our show?" "Show?" Gina asked, perking up on her stool. "Wait, Lola? As in Lola Abatelli?" "That's me," she replied. "Well, Lola Lockhart now. Nice to meet you." She offered her hand for Gina to shake. "And these are my friends, Daphne and Sophia? I know who you are. Oh my God, I'm a huge fan of your show." "What show?" I asked, my curiosity piqued. Gina spun around so fast, her honey-colored locks whacked me in the face. "These are the hosts of Girl Talk. It's only like the best radio show ever."
"Oh, I've heard it," I chirped as my eyes bugged out. "You guys are huge in San Francisco." "Is that where you're from?" the brunette Sophia asked. "Yeah, but I moved here about 2 months ago for work. I'm obsessed with your show. When you asked that one chick how she expected to be able to get off with a guy when she was too embarrassed to even diddle herself in the privacy of her own home, I spit my coffee everywhere. It was great." Lola laughed melodically, everything about her radiating pure class. "Thanks. I'm all about a woman taking her pleasure into her own hands. You have to demand what you want." "Amen, sister," Gina crowed while I gave that statement some serious thought. Demand what you want. The concept sounded so simple. But what if what you wanted wasn't good for you? "Ooh," Daphne cooed. "Now I'm really intrigued." I hadn't realized until just then that I'd spoken the question out loud, and my cheeks burned red in embarrassment. "You guys, leave the poor girl alone," the bartender admonished her friends before looking back at me. "Seriously, you don't have to answer any of their nosy questions." "And this would be our friend and murderer of all things fun, Fiona," Daphne said in a teasing tone. "Tatum," I replied, shaking the other redhead's offered hand. "And this is my friend Gina." "Nice to meet you both, and drinks are on the house since you've had to deal with these three," she said, pointing at Lola, Daphne, and Sophia. "Oh, no, you don't have to do that," Gina insisted. "We wouldn't want to get you into trouble with the owner." "Don't worry about it," Fiona waved her off. "I'm sure it's nothing I couldn't talk my way out of with a blowjob." I had been mid-sip when she said that, and promptly began to choke. "Oh, God, you should see your face," she laughed uproariously. "I'm sorry, I was just messing with you. My husband owns the place." She poured me another vodka tonic and pushed it in front of me. "Forgive our tactless friend," Daphne offered. "Now that we're all painfully wed, we have to find our entertainment wherever possible." "Don't you mean blissfully wed?" Gina asked on a laugh. "Hell no," Sophia scoffed good-naturedly. "Whoever invented that saying should be strung up by their short hairs. Marriage is hardly ever blissful." "Cheers to that," Lola commiserated, clinking her glass with her friends. "It's work. Is it worth it? Hell yeah. But no one really talks about all the time and energy you have to put into it to keep it good." "You make it sound so bleak," I muttered. "Not at all," Lola continued. "Nothing in this world is worth having if it doesn't take work. I mean, how fulfilled would you be if you got an award for just showing up? You wouldn't. Think of it like this. You're building a house for Habitat for Humanity, and you have blisters and splinters from all the work you're putting into creating a home for a family in need. You fall into bed each night completely exhausted, your entire body aching, but you're still smiling because you know what you're doing is good and right, and you've actually achieved something great. And when the family gets a look at their new home, they feel just as grateful as you do. A marriage, or any relationship, really, is exactly like that. Some days are better than others. You're both going to screw up, usually him more than you," she added with a wink. "But if you bust your ass every day to make the person you're with happy, and they do the same, each of you gets to go to bed at night smiling at what you're steadily building together." I stared down, unseeing, into my new drink as I played Lola's words over and over in my head. "You know," Sophia started, her voice so soft it drew my attention to her. I could feel her friends and Gina watching us closely, but Sophia's understanding gaze held me completely captive. "I'm not going to assume I know exactly what you're dealing with, and I'm certainly not going to press you to pour your heart out to complete strangers. But from what you said earlier, it sounds like you're struggling to forgive someone you're still drawn to."
All I could do was nod at her assessment, my words lodged in my throat. "Ben, maybe fate's not done with you yet," she continued. "I can only speak from my own personal experience, but I've discovered that you can fight your feelings all you want. In the end, they'll always win out. Closing yourself off to avoid heartache won't do a damn thing. There's no avoiding pain like that, because your heart's already decided whether you like it or not. All you can do is brace and hope for the best." "Maybe not the most comforting advice, but it's the honest truth," Fiona chimed in, giving me a sympathetic smile as she nudged my drink closer. "And because of that, God created alcohol. Drink up." I did as ordered, returning the squeeze Gina gave my hand as she drank her rum and coke. "Okay," Lola clapped. "Now that we've gotten the heavy out of the way, it's time to sit back and enjoy some kick-ass music with our new friends." Gina hadn't been wrong when she said I wouldn't regret coming out with her. The bands and solo performers who hit the stage were unbelievable. I'd loved some of them so much that I'd recorded bits and pieces and texted the videos to Camden to share, knowing he'd get a kick out of it since open mic nights were how he'd gotten his start. He'd replied back after the third video of one guy saying, "You should totally manage him, baby cakes. Go introduce yourself." I'd scoffed, laughing off his suggestion and pocketing my phone. Turning to Fiona, who was still tending the bar, I called out to get her attention and leaned in. "These acts tonight are great," I shouted over the music. "Seriously, how do you find these guys?" She rested her elbows on the bar top and replied, "Social media is a beautiful thing. We have them audition for us first before picking who we're going to let perform. My husband and I have been tossing around the idea of hosting small private concerts a couple times a year, but finding the right connections is proving to be harder than we thought." At that comment, I was hit with an idea. "Give me your phone number." "Why?" she asked, studying my face curiously. "Because I might have some connections." Her eyes went wide as she scribbled her digits on a napkin and slid it over. "Are you serious?" "Yep. I'll call you later this week with more info. That cool?" "Absolutely. You make it happen and you and your friends will drink free for life." I laughed and turned back to the band currently on the stage, letting the music wash over me like warm, soothing water. Gina and I hung with our new friends for a while longer, chatting intermittently between performances. But every time someone got on that stage whose music I connected with, all conversation faded from around me. I had tunnel vision, unable to concentrate on anything else. I was lost in one woman in particular when I felt a prickling sensation on the back of my neck. The tiny hairs on my arms stood on end, and as I glanced toward the door, I knew exactly who I'd see. I sensed him the moment he entered the bar, a sixth sense I'd only ever had for Declan Forrester kicking into high gear. He was moving through the crowd, his head down to obscure his face from view, but I knew in my bones that it was him. A baseball cap obstructed his face, and a long-sleeved button-down shirt hid his recognizable tattoos, but there was no mistaking the sudden buzz in my veins. From a distance, I watched as his head came up, those intense silver eyes landing on me. It was as if he'd sensed me as well, a gift both of us had since we were 7 years old. I knew in that moment that he'd been right. We were in each other's blood, and a part of me feared there was no getting him out.
Chapter 27. Declan. I'd been sneaking into the Black Sheep's open mic night since they first started. I never brought any of the other guys with me, afraid that more than one of us in a public setting would draw unwanted attention. That bar was the shit when it came to hosting some of the best undiscovered talent I'd ever heard play, and I got off on the high the music gave me. It was the same high I'd tried chasing with drugs and booze years before, when I stopped feeling like I was in control of my own life. The same high I started losing my grasp on around the time the band hit it big and we had too many other people to answer to. Back then I'd been so swept up in the fame and notoriety that I'd lost my passion for what I did. It took losing Tate to pull my head out of my ass. But without her there to share in it, the joy that once fueled my soul whenever I created music was dull and unsatisfying. It wasn't nearly as heady as when Tate had been a part of it, but at least these open mic nights helped spur my creativity to some extent. So I donned my poor attempt at a disguise and headed to the bar alone. But when I walked through the doors, I instantly felt her gaze penetrate my skin like laser beams. Lifting my head just enough to see from under the brim of my ball cap, I scanned the area, coming to a stop at the bar where she sat on a stool beside Gina. Her stare held mine, unwavering, as I tipped one corner of my lips up in a smirk. Tate tracked me the whole time as I worked my way through the crowd into an unoccupied booth in the back. Once there, I took a seat, lifted a hand, and curled my finger in a gesture that told her to join me. She leaned over to Gina, whispering something in her ear that sent her attention my way. A knowing grin teased the blonde's lips as she nodded and waved Tate off. A few seconds later, she arrived at my table, sliding into the seat across from me. "Is this an attempt at a disguise?" she asked with a teasing smile, reaching across the table and flicking the bill of the cap. "It's worked for me so far." Her lips scrunched to one side. "Well, I don't know how much longer it'll save you from the masses. I clocked you the second you walked through the door." Propping my forearms on the table, I pressed closer and lowered my voice. "Sweetheart, that had nothing to do with my disguise." One of her perfectly arched eyebrows quirked up. "Oh, really? Really? My blood still hums to life whenever you're around, and I'm guessing yours does the same." Her cheeks flushed a pretty pink, and I knew I'd hit the nail on the head. "Am I right? Or are you going to lie to yourself about that too?" Her expression turned defiant at my challenge. "Are you baiting me?" she asked in a way that told me she already knew the answer. "You tell me." "I think you are," she replied, leaning in as well, just to prove she wasn't backing down, just like she refused to back down when we were kids. "And I'll call your bluff. Yes, I knew the moment you walked through those doors before I even turned to look. You happy now?" "Immensely," I answered honestly, as a full-blown smile stretched across my face. Tatum's attention darted down to my lips, and I flicked my tongue out, reveling in how her eyes grew hazy as I wetted my bottom lip, before pulling it between my teeth and biting down, giving her a show of exactly what I wanted to do to her lush mouth. The spell was broken when a waitress stopped at the table, asking in a bubbly voice, "What can I get for you guys?" I lowered my head so she couldn't see me and opened my mouth, prepared to answer when Tate spoke up, cutting me off. "Jack over ice for him, and I'll just have a water." The server scribbled our order on her pad and took off a second later. I looked up at Tate and asked, "Pretty presumptuous of you. How'd you know I didn't want a beer?" Her grin was playful as she shook her head. "You only drink beer when you're relaxing with your friends privately. When you're out in public, it's usually Jack, or tequila if you're in the mood to party. And seeing as you showed up here alone, I'm guessing you came for the music, not to tie one on." Fuck. She was something else. "And she thinks she doesn't know me anymore," I muttered under my breath. "Yeah, well, it's starting to come back to me piece by piece." That hit me like a blow to the stomach. Such a simple statement packed such an emotional punch. To anyone else, that might not have sounded like much, but I knew it was an admission that I was starting to break through those walls of hers. So, how come you're here by yourself? Not in the mood to hunt for some poor, unsuspecting women with kill and mace tonight? She asked, the uncertainty in her eyes belying the casualness of her tone. What can I say? I shrugged. Meaningless pussy just doesn't cut it anymore. So you're saying you want meaningful pussy? How mature of you. Resting my back against the booth, I let my gaze travel over what I could see of her body. My cock stirred to life in a way only Tate could incite. Now, Tater Tot. It's not like you to fish. Her face pinched with anger, but I kept talking before she could issue an insult. I think you're more than aware of exactly whose pussy I crave. Sadly, nothing else compares. Sadly, she repeated, a triumphant smirk tugging at her lips as she leaned back. We sat in silence for several minutes, both getting lost in the acts coming and going from the stage. The drinks the waitress had deposited on our table went untouched while we let the lyrics consume us. Shifting on the bench, I pulled the small notebook from my back pocket and tossed it onto the table in front of me. Tate's focus bounced to the notepad, her eyes growing round at the sight of it, before she blinked to clear the glassiness and look back up at me. You... Her throat bobbed with a heavy swallow. You still have that? She asked, her voice so low I barely heard it over the band playing. The shock in her voice made my stomach clench, and I knew answering with something light and carefree would be a mistake. You surprised? She closed her eyes for a brief moment, giving her head a quick shake like she was trying to clear it. I just thought, how is it not full by now? I flipped the book open to a particular song. Crimson scribbled along the top in my chicken scratch handwriting. I only write the most important songs in this one. All the others are in a separate notebook. She dropped her head on a sigh. God, Declan. I've carried you with me for 10 fucking years, Tate. When she looked back up at me, her eyes were red with unshed tears. How much have you had to drink? I asked, unable to hold back for another goddamn second. The way her chest rose with a deep inhale, and how she squirmed in her seat, told me she knew exactly what I was asking. I switched to water a few hours ago. Good. Stuffing the notebook back in my pocket, I stood from the booth and grabbed Tate's hand, pulling her out after me. She didn't say a word as I led her down a dimly lit hallway off the back of the bar. I checked every door we passed, desperately, looking for one that was unlocked. I knew I should wait until we were back at our building, but I couldn't. My need for her outweighed common sense and courtesy. I had to have her right then. Finally, one of the knobs turned and I shoved it open, yanking Tatum into the pitch-black room behind me and slamming the door shut. I felt along the wall for a switch, flipping it up as soon as my fingers closed around it and illuminating the space in a glaring fluorescent light. Bottles lined the shelves all around us, but the minuscule stockroom could have been a 5-star hotel for all I cared. All I could see was her, and by the way she pulled at me, trying to get my lips to hers, I knew she felt the exact same way. We shouldn't be doing this, she breathed into my mouth as she worked each button of my shirt free. Yes, we fucking should, I growled, palming her ass and rocking her against my throbbing erection. We never should have stopped doing this. Her head fell back on a moan, giving me perfect access to suck and bite at her neck. One of Tate's hands fisted in my hair as the other came down to rub my cock through my jeans. Don't make me beg this time, she panted, her eyes cloudy and glazed with want. I need you too much. I had my dick free so fast, it was a miracle I didn't get it caught in my zipper. "Need you too, baby," I told her, as I continued to feast on her mouth. Hiking her skirt up to her waist, I ripped her panties off, stuffing them into my pocket before lifting her off the ground and pinning her against the wall. "Need you so goddamn much." Then I drove in as deep as I could go. The way her pussy gripped me as I thrust in and out of her was fucking bliss, pure and simple. She wrapped her legs around my waist, crossing her ankles so she could work her hips against mine with each powerful thrust. "God, you feel so good," she whimpered. "So thick. Fuck me, Declan." "Nothing in this world that feels better than being inside you," I grunted as I moved, mindful not to go too fast. I never wanted this to end. "Harder, baby," she demanded, clenching her pussy around me. "Fuck me harder." Christ, she was killing me. "No," I hissed through gritted teeth. She looked at me with pleading eyes as she begged. "Please, Deck." "Want this to last," I said on a grunt, as beads of sweat began to trail down my temples. Then the little minx leaned in, taking my bottom lip between her teeth, and bit down. "You can fuck me nice and slow later. Right now, I want to feel you everywhere." Her words made me stop completely, causing her to cry out in protest. "Declan, what are you doing? Move!" She circled her hips, desperately trying to get more of me. "Promise," I commanded, refusing to move until I had her attention on my face. She blinked rapidly to bring me back into focus. "What?" "Promise this isn't the last time. Promise you'll let me have you again, and I'll give you what you want." She hesitated for only a second. "I promise." That was all I needed. Pulling all the way out, I dropped her back to her feet and spun her to face the wall. "Yeah, baby, just like that. God, such a good girl," I encouraged, as she braced her hands on the cold cinder block wall and tipped her ass back to give me better access. "Yes," she hissed, throwing her head back when I powered inside her slick pussy. Harsh breaths cut through the echo of naked flesh, slapping together as I fucked her so hard, I wondered if I'd leave bruises. Wrapping all that long, silky hair around my fist, I pulled back until her neck bent and her back bowed. "This what you want?" I asked, tugging her hair as I fucked her hard and fast. "Yeah, baby, just like this." Lifting my free hand, I brought it down on her bare ass, and her body jolted at the feel of my slap. "Oh God, I'm so fucking close." "Yeah, my girl always liked it rough." I gave her ass another smack, the red palm print on her creamy skin making my cock swell. Her walls clamped down as she whimpered. "Again, baby?" she begged. "No one else can give you what I can." Smack. "No one else knows what you need." Smack. "No one," she cried. "Only you." My Tatum was perfect for me in every single way, in bed and out of it. She gave me her heart and her body in any and every way I asked. We'd loved each other so much, there were no inhibitions whatsoever. Sliding a hand between her thighs, I coated my fingers in her juices and slid the slick digits up the crease of her round, perfect ass. Her whole body trembled as I swirled my index finger around her tight hole. I pressed my chest against her back, my finger prodding that ring of muscle as I whispered into her ear. "Tell me you want me." "I want you," she replied instantly. The first knuckle slipped past the resistance, and I could feel her entire body string tighter. "This isn't over," I demanded, as my balls drew up, desperate to empty themselves inside her. "It's not over," she repeated. Another knuckle sank in. "What we have, it's not even fucking close to over," I growled. "Please, Deck, I need to come." Releasing my hold on her hair, I snaked my other hand around her ribs and down to where we were joined. I buried my finger deep in her ass, drove my cock into her pussy, and pinched her clit all at the same time, causing her to detonate. It was more goddamn brilliant than fireworks on the 4th of July, and it was impossible not to follow her head first into ecstasy. With my jaw clenched and my eyes screwed shut, I poured myself into her, groaning her name as stars burst behind my eyelids. It took forever for us to come back down from the high we'd just ridden together, but once I did, only one thought crossed my mind. If she tried to run again, I'd tie her to my bed for the rest of her life. Tatum Valentine was mine, from that moment until the day we died, whether she liked it or not.
Chapter 28. Tatum. Maintaining a professional and personal distance from Declan was proving to be much more difficult than I ever would have imagined, especially considering the fact that I didn't have the first freaking clue what we were. 2 weeks had passed since that night at the Black Sheep, and there wasn't a single night since that Declan and I hadn't slept in the same bed. But something between us in that time had shifted. It wasn't about sex. Well, it wasn't only about sex. We still went at each other like wild animals after the sun went down, but it was so much more than that. We talked, ate dinner together, either my cooking or takeout, since he couldn't be trusted in a kitchen. We curled up on my couch and watched mindless TV together, and there were even a few times where we reminisced about the past, and I caught myself smiling fondly at the memories instead of feeling like I'd taken a punch to the stomach. What was scariest was how seamlessly it had happened. It was like we'd fallen into a groove without even realizing it. The near obsession, the unbridled desire to consume the other person was still there, but it had been relegated to the shadows, a heady feeling that only surfaced when we made love. Every other time we were alone, it was as though we were any other normal couple on the planet. If I took the time to think about what we were doing, I'd start to panic. But it was as if Declan had a sixth sense when it came to me and made certain never to be out of my presence long enough for my mind to go down that road. He'd fought it initially, but when I explained why we couldn't act touchy-feely in front of our friends from a professional standpoint, Declan had finally relented. To everyone else, we appeared to be nothing more than two people getting along. None of them knew that we were secretly tearing each other's clothes off at every available opportunity. It helped that things with the band were blowing up. Garrett and the rest of the Wilder clan were back from their tropical vacation, looking tanned and relaxed, and things had since moved at warp speed. The label had picked the first single on the new album to release to the public, and after some intense studio time, Soulless was given to the world. I had to admit, although begrudgingly, that it was an amazing song, and the fans ate it up. After initially hearing it during Civil Corruption's performance at the American Music Awards months ago, I hated it. The meaning behind the song didn't burn any less the more I heard it, but the call wasn't mine to take, and being with Declan was a balm that soothed the sting that song left behind. In the next few weeks, the guys had a whirlwind of TV and radio interviews to push the upcoming tour. The record label would set us up with their private jet to flit up and down the western seaboard. Then it was a stop in L.A. where they'd shoot the music video for Soulless. Shortly after that, we'd return home for a concert right here in Seattle, with Usual Suspects opening to kick off the tour. Then it was on to Europe and Asia before returning to the States for the remainder of the shows. It was almost too much to comprehend, and I don't know how I would have managed on my own. Thankfully, I had Eugene, Brenda, and now Gina to help me keep my head afloat. Another plus was the fact that Gwen had decided to tag along as much as she could. When they returned, they dropped the bomb that they were pregnant with baby number 2, so she hadn't been able to join the entire media circus since there was Liddy to take care of and doctor's appointments to attend. But Corrine was there the whole time, since Ian was the guy's head of security, and the two of them could barely pull themselves apart for more than 5 minutes to come up for air. Everything seemed to be running like a well-oiled machine. The world continued to turn, and California had yet to fall into the ocean. But I still felt off balance. You keep staring like that and you'll go blind. I let out a startled squeak and jumped in my seat, spinning around to face a grinning Declan. Crap, I breathed, placing a hand over my frantically beating heart. You scared the shit out of me. I didn't even hear you coming. Declan plopped down in the spacious seat next to me. That's because you're too obsessed with that stupid laptop to notice anything else. The private jet had looked so tiny from the outside that I'd had a mini freakout the first time I saw it. But the second I stepped inside, the size seemed to triple like something magical, right out of the world of Harry Potter. I'm not obsessed, I argued, turning back to the computer screen. I'm working. My fingers slid over the touchpad on the keyboard as I checked and double-checked the calendar religiously. I need to make sure nothing in the schedule has changed. And Eugene emailed earlier about the radio interview in San Diego. Hey, I protested when the laptop suddenly snapped closed, nearly taking my fingers off. I was looking at that. I turned back to Declan with a severe frown. Relax, will you? You're gonna burn the fuck out. Nothing's changed. The schedule's the same, and anything Eugene's bugging you with can wait until we land in Sacramento. He was right. I was exhausted. Collapsing back in the surprisingly comfy seat, I closed my eyes and pressed the heels of my palms into the sockets. You're right, I said on a sigh. I'll try and relax. His hand came down on my leg, the tips of his fingers pressing deep into my inner thigh as he slowly slid his palm up toward the juncture between my legs. Pretty sure I know a way to help you with that, if you want, he whispered into my ear. My eyes shot open at his touch, and the innuendo laced through his words. Knock it off, they're gonna see us, I hissed, my eyes darting around the cabin of the plane to make sure no one noticed our unprofessional behavior, even as my body burned and ached for more from him. Garrett was back with Gwen in the only bedroom on the plane. Pregnancy was in full effect, and the woman was tired a lot more than normal. Gina had a big bench all to herself and was curled up, reading a book on her Kindle. Killian was consumed with whatever he was watching on his iPad, and Mace's loud snores could be heard from a few rows away. Ian and Corey were currently making out at the back of the plane like two teenagers, and the rest of the security detail were wrapped up in their own means of entertainment. No one was paying Declan and me a bit of attention, but still... Who gives a fuck, he grumbled, removing his hand from my leg and flopping back in his seat with an annoyed huff. For Christ's sake, Tate, you don't have to act like I've got Ebola every goddamn time someone else is around. I'm sorry, I whispered quickly, reaching over the armrest, dividing our seats and taking his hand. I'm not trying to do that, I swear, it's just... Until we know exactly what we are... I'd like to keep it private. Until we know what we are? He repeated indignantly. The fuck's that supposed to mean? I know exactly what we are, Tate.
And so do you. Pulling a breath in through my nose and blowing it past my lips, I searched for my calm as I stated, "It's not that easy, Deck, and you know it. Our past is messy. We can't just fall back into what we used to be, not without talking about it." "It is that easy," he objected, his voice rising a few octaves. "Please," I pleaded on a quiet whisper, "lower your voice." He glared at me, his jaw ticking like he wanted to let out a bellow, but he thankfully quieted down when he spoke next. "Fuck the past and everything else. Loving someone is the easiest thing on the goddamn planet." My back went straight, my skin grew cold and clammy, and my eyes bulged from their sockets. "Love?" I hissed in bewilderment. Declan leaned in closer, the spicy scent of his cologne coating the air between us. "Are you really that surprised, baby?" But I stammered, before finally finding the words. "Well, yes, actually, yeah, I am." He closed his eyes for a moment, shaking his head almost as if in disappointment, before looking at me again, the gray completely snuffing out the blue hue in his eyes. "Just because I didn't have you the past 10 years doesn't mean I ever stopped loving you. I haven't. I carry around that notebook every day. I still have the fucking tattoo. I kept every single reminder of you close to me for the last decade. I might not have acted like a choir boy since I lost you, but every time I was with another woman, I closed my eyes and pictured your face as I came. It's always been you, Tate. It'll always be you." My heart had no business leaping in my chest at that barbaric declaration, but the stupid organ wasn't listening to me much these days. However, that didn't mean I was ready for such a significant conversation. I wasn't, not even close. "Declan," I said on a choked breath, "I can't." I had to swallow past the golf ball currently threatening to suffocate me. "I don't think I'm ready for this. Not right now." His expression was crestfallen. Everything about his demeanor sagged in defeat, and seeing that was almost too painful to bear. "I need some time," I continued, hoping to soften the blow a bit. "This isn't me saying I don't love you or that I can't. Please understand. I like the direction we've been going in lately, and I don't want that to change, but I can't talk about love. Not yet." His head dropped back, and he stared up at the ceiling of the cabin, pinching the bridge of his nose. The silence engulfing us was miserable. Finally, after what felt like a lifetime, he broke it. "I'm going to ask you a question, and I want you to think hard about the answer. Am I wasting my time here?" "No," I replied instantly, not having to give it a moment of thought. Squeezing his hand tightly, I leaned even closer. "You aren't wasting your time, Declan. I promise." He looked into my eyes closely, his own flashing with so many emotions I couldn't possibly place them all. "Okay," he said after a few more seconds, and the relief that one word gave me was palpable. "Excuse me," the flight attendant on board said, pulling us from the privacy of our personal cocoon. "We'll be arriving in Sacramento in a few minutes. The captain's asked that everyone please fasten their seatbelts." Declan and I buckled up as requested, and as the plane descended into the 5th city we'd visited in the past 3 days, I kept my fingers tangled with his, unwilling to break the physical connection. I just hoped that connection was enough, at least for the time being. Chapter 29. Tatum. The line of SUVs pulled up in front of the hotel we were staying at for the night before heading off to San Diego for even more interviews in the morning. "Oh, God," Gina whispered as she leaned over me to gawk out the heavily tinted window. "This can't be normal, can it?
she asked, turning wide, frightened eyes my way. I mean, this is crazy. At least 300 screaming, crying fangirls and fanboys flooded the sidewalks and streets in front of the hotel. Guess it was safe to say word had gotten out that civil corruption was in town. "Welcome to life with the rock stars, sweet cheeks," Killian said in a smug tone, giving Gina a cocky wink before dismissing her altogether and climbing out of the SUV. My palm itched with a desire to smack him on her behalf. Ever since she started as their assistant, Kill had gone to great lengths to act like an asshole. I wasn't sure what his problem was, but I was 2 seconds away from giving him a purple nurple like I did back in the day whenever he pissed me off. Mace and a couple of the security guys who'd been riding with us followed after him. The cab of the truck filled with high-pitched shrieks before the door shut again and blocked them out. "Tate, I don't think I can do this." Gina looked like an adorably tiny, yet hysterically frightened bunny caught in headlights, just moments away from being plastered all over a car's front grille. "This is too much. I feel so out of place." "Honey, I'm just as out of place as you are," I said in a soothing voice that did absolutely no good. "Yeah, but you're lifelong friends with these guys, and you know Camden Knight. You're a part of this world. I just sling coffee drinks." "Trust me," I giggled. "I am not a part of this world. I don't even like this world. And the guys are really down to earth. They like you, G. You've got nothing to worry about." Her gaze returned to the window, a sad expression flitting across her face as she mumbled, "Yeah, well, I'm not certain they all like me," under her breath. I gave her a sympathetic smile and asked, "You want to talk about it?" That seemed to shake off some of Gina's nerves. "No," she responded resolutely, giving her head a quick shake and squaring her shoulders like she was about to go into battle. "No, I'm good. I can do this. I know you can. I got this." A huge smile spread across my face. Tiny Gina was adorable on any day, but watching her psych herself up was hilarious. "You totally got this." "I'll show that asshole," she finished on a mumble, and I didn't reply to that one because I was pretty sure she hadn't meant to say it out loud. "Let's go, then. Show them who's got her big girl panties pulled up and firmly in place." "Yeah." She pushed open the door and climbed out. I followed suit and met her at the sidewalk. "Thought you two decided to move into that SUV for good," Declan teased as he joined us, along with Garrett and Gwen. The rest of the group was already moving through the crowd, watching as Kill and Mace signed countless autographs and posed for one selfie after another. "Just giving Gina a boost?" I shrugged. The woman in question looped her arm through Gwen's, and they took off toward Corrine, who was already standing at the revolving glass doors, waiting for everyone else. When I looked back up at Declan, I saw the feral glint in his eyes and warned, "Don't you even think about kissing me in front of all these people, Declan Forrester?" "Oh, I'll think about it all I want, baby," he teased in a lascivious voice. "Nothing you can do about what goes on up here." He tapped his temple for added effect. "But I won't act on it. I'll save what I have planned for later tonight, when I sneak into your hotel room." "Oh, yeah?" I asked, lifting a single brow. "And what exactly do you have planned?" "So much," he whispered. "But the part I'm looking forward to the most is when I make you sit on my face." With that, he turned and casually sauntered into the crowd. I walked past him, doing my best to ignore the tingles shooting between my thighs. "Declan! Declan! I want to have your babies!" one overzealous woman shouted. "I'm Civil Corruption's biggest fan!" another screamed, following that up by flashing her boobs for everyone to see. "Gwen is a slutty bitch." That one made me stop. I glared the cow down before turning to Ian and pointing at her. "Get her ass removed," I demanded. "Anyone else seems hostile to you, get the cops involved." Ian nodded and burst into action, one corner of his mouth quivering as he fought a smirk. He and 2 other security guards went about dragging the shrieking bitch away while the guys finished autographing whatever was thrust in front of them. "You're savage," Corey joked once I joined the rest of the ladies in the hotel lobby. "I love it." "Thanks, honey," Gwen smiled. "But you didn't have to do that. I'm quickly learning to tune it out." I crossed my arms over my chest and looked out the glass at the guys. "Yeah, well, as long as I can do something about it, I will." While they waited for everyone else, I headed over to the front desk and checked us all in. The lady working the desk wore her hair in a severe ponytail pulled so tight, I was pretty sure it was the reason she didn't have a single wrinkle on her pinched face. As her fake nails clacked on the keyboard, she kept shooting obvious, needy looks across my shoulder at the guys in the band. She finished and slid an envelope with the keys across the cool marble countertop, never once taking her eyes off the celebrities gracing the hotel. "All set?" Declan asked, coming up behind me. He discreetly brushed the backs of his knuckles over my side before resting his palms on the counter. "Yep. Here you go." I pulled the key to his room out and passed it to him. "Excuse me, sweetheart," he said to Pinched Face behind the desk. "But would it be possible to get an extra key to her room?" "Dak, what?" The woman looked at me for the first time in the 5 minutes I'd been standing there, and it was clear as day from her expression that she was less than pleased. "I'm sorry, sir, but it's hotel policy not to hand out extra keys to rooms occupied by only one guest." That was a policy I'd never heard before, and while I wasn't necessarily thrilled that Declan had been so obvious by asking for a key to my room, I still wanted to claw that chick's plastic face off. "Come on, Sandra," he continued, peeking down at her name tag and smiling that charming, panty-dropping smile. "You'd really be helping me out here. See, this lovely lady is our manager, and I'm an extremely needy client." I was going to kill him. First I was going to screw him stupid, but then I was totally going to kill him. "I'm sorry, Mr. Forrester. Policy is policy. I wouldn't want to do anything to put my job at risk. But you could always come back down to the front desk if you're having trouble reaching your manager," she finished with a sneer, curling her top lip up while giving me a once-over. "I'm on all night, and I'd be more than happy to assist you with anything you need." Oh, I just bet she would. That's too bad." He stared off, deep in thought, before finally smacking his palm on the ledge. "Looks like there's no other option." Snatching the envelope of keys from my hand, he began fishing through them as he spoke. "Do me a solid, Sandra. Go ahead and cancel Ms. Valentine's room and put mine down for 2 guests. "But," we both sputtered at the same time. "Mine's better anyway, and we'll need a second key for that one. Great. Thanks so much. You're a doll." Left with no other choice, Sandra did as demanded, clacking away once again. A few minutes later, she slid the second key card my way with a sour look on her face. "All set. Enjoy your stay, and please let me know if you need anything else." "Oh, I'm sure we'll be fine," Declan grinned. "Once we get upstairs, I doubt we'll be leaving the room. You know how it goes, jet lag and all that." Jet lag my ass. He grabbed my elbow and began leading me away, but I planted my feet and glanced back over my shoulder. "Oh, someone should have dropped our luggage off earlier. Could you please have a bellman deliver it to our rooms?" "Right away," she chirped with a fake smile. "You're a pain in my ass," I whispered between clenched teeth as Declan pulled me toward our group. "Sorry, baby, what was that? I couldn't quite hear you."
You want me to tap that ass?
I laughed in spite of myself. God, you're such a jerk.
You're saying that now, but you'll be calling me a god later tonight when you're riding my face.
Everything okay? Gina asked once we joined the huddle.
Everything's great, Dec replied. They just screwed up the reservation. Tate here didn't have a room, but I kindly offered to let her bunk with me, so problem solved.
How it was possible for him to make me want to laugh and punch him at the exact same time was something I was sure I'd never understand. So instead of fighting it, I let out a sigh and decided to roll with the punches. This was the Declan I remembered from so long ago, the one I demanded be my friend when we were 7. The one who used to climb through my window at night just so he could spend more time with me. The one I'd missed so badly these past 10 years, my heart ached. "Oh, well, you could always room with me," Gina offered, giving Declan and me a curious look.
"No worries," he cut in before I had a chance to respond. "It's already done, and I have 2 rooms in my suite anyway. Why don't we all head up? I'm beat." "The diva needs his beauty rest," Garrett chided as he and Gwen led our posse toward the elevators. "Hey, don't hate just 'cause I'm the best-looking one out of all you ugly assholes," Declan replied.
And just like that, I felt like I'd been thrust right back into high school playing mediator between 4 dumbass men who traded insults like it was an Olympic sport. I'd forgotten what that felt like, and how much I secretly loved it.
Chapter 30. Declan. "Enough," I growled, my jaw ticking furiously in an effort to keep from coming. Tate ignored me, swallowing my cock down her throat as her fist squeezed tighter around the base of it. It was as if she was trying to wring me dry, and she was doing a phenomenal fucking job. But I didn't want to come in her mouth, or her tits, or on my own goddamn stomach. I wanted to come inside her sweet pussy. She let out a wicked hum, sending vibrations through the head of my dick and into my entire body, pushing me closer to the edge. My teeth gnashed, and a ferocious snarl rumbled from deep within my chest as I tried desperately to ignore the tingles in the base of my spine, alerting me to the fact that I was about to blow. "God damn it, Tate," I grunted, reaching down and grabbing under her arms. I hauled her up my body until she straddled my waist, her slick cunt gliding along my cock and driving me out of my mind. "You're in the mood to play, huh?" She writhed on top of me, desperately trying to get off as she stared down, her eyes clouded with hunger. But I wasn't finished," she teased. "You are now." With that, I drove her down onto me at the same time I snapped my hips, filling her as deeply as I could. My balls instantly drew up tight, and her walls began to spasm around me. We moaned simultaneously. "Oh, God," she whimpered, throwing her head back. She started moving, riding like her life depended on it. "Yes, God, Dec, you feel so good." Sitting up, I wrapped one arm around her waist as I used my other hand to lift her plump, round breast to my mouth, taking her nipple between my lips and biting down. "Yeah, just like that," she groaned, picking up her pace. "Harder, baby. I'm so close." I bit down again, this time harder, as I pumped my hips up over and over. Her breath hitched and she plunged down, grinding against me as she came on a sharp, keening cry. I quickly followed her over the edge, coming so hard I nearly blacked out. We collapsed back onto the bed, and I'd have been content to stay there for the rest of our lives. Unfortunately, the real world insisted on invading. A pounding knock sounded on the hotel room door. Yo, get your lazy ass up. Everyone's heading down to the lobby. Killian shouted through the solid wood. I want to get this video done so we can get the hell home. And just like that, the blissful dream world we'd been living in the whole damn trip came to an end. Be down in a minute, for fuck's sake, I hollered back. God, I hate L.A., Tate declared on a whisper, burrowing her face in my neck. Rolling her to her back, I slid out of her silky heat and stared down at her face. You do? Since when? Her expression grew sad, and I instantly knew the answer without her having to say a word. Things between us had taken a turn for the immensely better ever since Sacramento, and there was no way in hell I was going to fuck that up by taking us backward. Not giving her a chance to reply, I said, Then let's get this shit done, yeah? Faster we shoot, faster we can get back to Seattle. The sadness melted away, and she gave me a brilliant smile as she replied, Sounds like a plan?
Tatum. This is so bizarre, Lila whispered in awe as she gazed around the set where the guys were about to shoot the music video for Solace. She'd come in from San Francisco, planning to head back with us and hang in Seattle for a bit before we had to jet off again for the start of the tour. I loved having her there with me, though I wished it was a different single we were filming for. I mean, I know they're famous and everything, but they've always just been the guys to me. I had zero desire to hear the song again, but I had to admit I was excited to watch the guys shoot. Even if their performance was fake and scripted, seeing them in the element had always been a thing of beauty. I know what you mean, I replied with a smile. It's hard to picture them as celebrities when I'm still breaking up catfights between them, just like back in school. Well, I'm glad you two can be so cool about it, 'cause I'm still freaking out, Gina grumbled as she joined us, a tray of coffees in her hand. Who are those for? I asked curiously, spying the infamous paper mermaid cups. She looked at me with confusion as she answered, Killian said the guys needed coffee. Should I have gone somewhere else? That son of a bitch. He actually said that? I asked, my anger starting to grow thanks to a certain bass player's childish behavior. Yeah, and the closest damn Starbucks was like a 15-minute walk from here. Then the line was damn near out the door. Are they pissed I took so long? Isn't there a coffee station near the craft services table? Lila asked. Gina's entire face grew red with rage as she glanced at the full-service coffee bar a few yards away. Are you fucking kidding me? Thumbelina, we heard shouted from the direction of the dressing area. Coffee, woman! At the sound of Killian's condescending tone, the vein in Gina's forehead began to pulsate. I'll fix it, I reassured her, placing my hands on her shoulders. I'll make him stop, I swear. In the meantime, I took the coffees out, passed one to Lila, and kept another for myself. We get to drink these, and Kill can go screw himself. She plunked the tray on a small folding table not too far away and snatched out a coffee for herself before stopping a guy shuffling past to give him the last one, saying, It's from the guys in the band. Enjoy. Lila and I laughed at his bewildered expression as he slowly took the drink and started away. That was $25 of my own money, she continued to rant. I'm gonna murder that guy before this tour's over. Murder who? Gwen asked as she and Corey came to join us. Killian, I answered. It's taken to playing immature, nasty pranks on their new assistant. Gwen's eyes went big as she turned to Gina. He's pranking you? That asshole! Don't worry, babe. I'll totally help you bury his body. Thankfully, all plans of homicide were put on the back burner when the 4 members of civil corruption came sauntering out of the dressing area. People all around began to scramble as the guy directing the video went over to them and started gesturing wildly while he gave them instructions. There were 2 areas where they were going to film. The first was set up like something out of an apocalyptic doomsday movie, complete with dilapidated buildings and a cracked, crumbling road like a bomb had been dropped right in the middle of the city. The second was an outdoor area, an empty, barren desert with fire barrels set up strategically. In both scenes, the guys would be playing just like they would on a stage, complete with Garrett's drum kit, Declan's microphone stand, and all the other instruments. Declan glanced over in our direction, quickly catching my eye, and shot me a wink that sent my panties up in flames. God, he looked unbelievably hot. Of course, they all did, but he stood out from the rest, that was for damn sure. Their clothes were tattered and torn, and it looked like dirt or oil had been smudged all over. Each was in tight, ragged jeans covered in holes and plain white t-shirts with carefully placed tears in the fabric that stretched across their muscles. I had no idea what the director was planning, but from the looks of all 4 guys, the women were going to go crazy over the video. "What's going on with you 2?" Gwen asked, pulling me from my perusal of Declan's fine body. I replied, trying not to blush at being caught staring. "Nothing's going on. Why do you ask?" "Maybe because you're staring him down like he's a T-bone and you're a hungry dog?" Corrine spoke on a laugh. "Yeah, and you've basically roomed with him the entire trip," Gina continued, adding fuel to the fire. "Either something's up or someone seriously needs to lose their job. 3 cities, 3 hotels, and they've all managed to screw up your reservation?" Their skepticism was evident, and I could feel Lila's penetrating gaze boring into my skin. I hadn't shared anything about Declan and me with her since that first night, and I knew she was going to start demanding answers very soon. "Quiet on the set," someone shouted, effectively ending our conversation. Thank God. Everyone started fluttering around. The guys headed into the bomb area set and got ready, and the rest of the girls and I grew silent so we could watch. I'd never been a part of this process before, and I was giddy with anticipation to see how everything turned out. The director called for action, and Garrett started banging out a beat with his drumsticks. They'd dub the music later, but for the time being, the guys were playing live and unplugged. Mace and Declan strummed their guitars in fluid synchronicity, and Killian's bass rumbled through the area. As soon as Declan stepped up to the microphone and opened his mouth to sing, rain started pouring down on them from the ceiling. I was so enraptured by how the drenched T-shirt conformed to Declan's chest and abs that I barely paid attention to the lyrics he was growling out in that decadent voice of his, which was just fine with me. That was until 2 women on the crew started whispering just a few feet away from us. "You know, I heard he wrote this song about an ex-girlfriend. Apparently she was a real bitch." "And a dumb one, too," the other girl replied in a hushed voice. "I mean, what chick's gonna willingly walk away from all that? Who gives a shit what he did wrong? Right?" My stomach tangled in knots as the 2 of them continued ripping apart my intelligence and overall character. The words to the song finally started to penetrate, and I went from feeling turned on and happy to downright miserable in the blink of an eye. The past had just reared its ugly head and bitten me right in the ass. There was no escaping it no matter how hard I tried. "Ignore them," she whispered in my ear. "They're stupid bitches who don't know what the hell they're talking about." The smile I gave her was pathetic at best. "I'm good," I lied. Truth was, I was the furthest thing from good there was. Lila gave me a sympathetic look and turned back to watch the show while I wallowed silently.
I was just about to excuse myself for an extended bathroom break when 2 arms closed around me from behind and lifted me clear off the ground.
Surprise, baby cakes.
As soon as my feet hit the floor, I spun around in sheer excitement. Camden?
The one and only. You miss me?
I threw myself at him, wrapping him in the biggest, tightest hug I could manage. So much, I sighed happily. You have no idea. Leave it to my best friend to have an uncanny ability to pop up right when I needed him most.
Chapter 31. Declan. When that asshole put his hands on her, I nearly fucked up the entire shoot by storming off the set and beating the motherfucker to death with my guitar. "Cut!" the director yelled, bringing everything to a screeching halt. "Declan, what the hell, man? You were killing it, and then all of a sudden you locked up tighter than a virgin on her wedding night." Camden Knight got swept up by some chicks on set going nuts at his presence, and Tate turned her concerned gaze to me. "You okay?" she mouthed, but I was too pissed to issue her any kind of response. "Sorry," I mumbled, turning to the prick in the director's chair. "Let's just get this shit done." "Okay, take it from the bridge, and action." The rain started again, and my fingers glided along the fret and picked at the strings instinctually. The lyrics were gritty and crude, and I ground them out into the mic between clenched teeth as I stared Tate down. She shifted in place with a nervous energy as she watched me pour every angry, jealous feeling I had coursing through me into that song. "Cut! That was fucking perfect!" the director shouted a while later with so much excitement I could have sworn he'd just creamed his pants. "Let's get ready for the desert shot." We headed back to the dressing area, a private, closed-off space away from the hustling crowds on the set. I dreaded the thought of having to sit another hour in that uncomfortable chair while women fussed over my appearance, spending an ungodly amount of time styling my hair to look like I'd just rolled out of bed. "That scene looked fantastic," the woman in charge of making it look like I'd been stranded in a desert for weeks crooned, as she applied makeup to my face and arms. The next scene called for us to be shirtless, and there was another girl standing by to slather my chest and stomach with baby oil. She seemed positively giddy with anticipation. Meanwhile, I was in hell. In the past, I'd have taken one or both of them into a bathroom and fucked them each to within an inch of their lives. Now I just wanted to get out of there so I could get to my girl and demand some answers. "You look so hot. I can't wait to see how the video turns out." "Thanks," I grunted in response, careful not to make eye contact. "You know," she continued, undeterred, "if you're free after this, I know of a great little pub a few blocks from here. It's quiet and has the best—" "He's busy. Sorry," Tatum's snarky voice called out, gaining the attention of everyone in the room. "Oh, well, that's too bad," Makeup Chick muttered quietly. "Yeah, it is," Tate continued, a fake, pissy smile plastered on her face. "Can you all give us a minute, please? I need to speak with my client in private." "Yeah, I'll bet she does," Kill chuckled as he and the rest of the guys climbed from their chairs and started out of the room. "Oh, and you," she snapped, stopping Killian in his tracks and leveling him with a vicious glare. "Any more pranks on Gina, and I swear to God, I'll make you wish you'd never been born. We clear?" Kill's eyes went wide. "Jesus, Tater Tot. I think I liked you before you were our manager. And I liked you better before you decided to start making my friend miserable. Knock it off. She's a good assistant, and I need her if I have any hopes of keeping you big babies in line during the tour." "Fine," he grumbled sullenly, like a kid who'd just been dressed down by his mother. "I'll stop." With that, the room emptied, leaving me and Tate alone with nothing but my uncontrollable jealousy between us. "I don't like that girl," she mumbled under her breath as she watched the woman who'd been doing my makeup scamper away. "She was just doing her job," I replied in a flat, emotionless tone, keeping my ass planted in that godforsaken chair. "She was all over you," Tate returned, closing a few feet of distance between us. "It was unprofessional." "All over me?" I hissed, my jaw ticking. "You mean like that stupid fucker Camden was all over you a goddamn half hour ago?" Her head jerked back in surprise at my brusque tone. "That's why you seem so mad out there? Because of Camden?" she asked, like it was the most unimaginable thing she'd ever heard. Shooting out of my seat, I started toward her, each step more menacing than the one before. "You let him put his goddamn hands all over you," I snarled. "No one has the fucking right to touch that body but me. No one." That fierce red-headed fire of hers started bubbling to the surface. "He's a friend, Declan," she snapped. "That's all. And you've got no right to be pissed off at me for hugging a friend when you are the one out there singing about what a heartless bitch I am." "It's just a fucking song. Christ, I wrote the damn thing before we got back together." She crossed her arms over her chest and scowled. "Doesn't change the fact that your next Billboard hit is going to be an epic middle finger at me. Do you have any idea what some of those women out there were saying?" "Who cares?" I shouted, throwing my hands up in agitation as I turned away and started pacing. "They're clueless bitches who don't know what the hell they're talking about. Why do you give a shit what they're saying?" "You think it's that easy?" Tate's voice was heavy with exasperation. "It's not just a few people's opinions I care about. When that song hits the airwaves, it'll be entire freaking countries picking each and every word apart. That's what I care about. After we broke up, and you started putting out songs bashing my character, I couldn't have cared less because we weren't a part of each other's lives. But now?" She gave her head a weary shake. "Now people are going to start digging. You keep saying the past is behind us, but this is pulling it front and center all over again." She raked her fingers through her hair, the stark fear on her face twisting my stomach into knots. "I don't think—" I rushed her, cupping her face as desperation took hold of me. "No," I grunted violently. "Don't say it. Don't even fucking think it." "Declan," she sighed, wrapping her fingers around my wrists. "You don't even know what I was about to say." "You're gonna say you don't think you can do this." I knew I was right when she attempted to drop her head and hide her eyes, and something primal and instinctual roared to life inside of me, lacing my blood with adrenaline. Grabbing her hand, I pulled her into the tiny bathroom near our curtained-off area and slammed the door shut. "You aren't leaving me," I ordered, pinning her against the wall with my body. "Declan," she gasped, her mouth hanging open in shock at my sudden feral behavior. Slamming my lips against hers, I cut off any more of her protests. My tongue demanded entrance between her lips, and when she finally parted them, I dove in, soaking up her sweet taste as my hands roamed all over her body, squeezing and clenching, grabbing fistfuls of her clothing in desperation to get at her skin. "Declan, there are people right outside. We can't," she panted, her head falling back against the wall with a heavy thud while I feasted on the sensitive flesh of her neck. "We fucking can," I grunted, ripping her jeans open and tearing them and her panties down her thighs. "I can sink myself inside of you any time and any place I want," I continued, as she took my cock from my pants and fisted it. "Because you're mine." Grabbing the back of her knee, I threw her leg over my hip and sank into her pussy. It had only been hours since the last time I had her, yet it felt like a lifetime. Her mouth fell open, and I slapped my hand over it before she could scream the place down. "You belong to me," I grunted as I fucked her, my dick soaked with her wetness. Christ in heaven, every goddamn time. "This," I slammed in and ground my cock deep, rubbing against her clit in the process, "is mine." She shook my hand from her mouth and pleaded, "Deck, baby, faster." "Say it. Say your pussy's mine." "It's yours." I pulled out and drove back in once. "And this is mine." Cupping her jaw, I rubbed the pad of my index finger against her bottom lip before slipping it past her teeth. She gave the digit a suck, twirling her tongue around the tip like a good girl. "Yours," she answered when I pulled it out. Still holding her leg up, I wrapped my other arm around her waist, prodding at that tight hole with the finger she'd just sucked on. "And this, baby, this is all mine." I buried my finger into the first knuckle, catching her sharp cry of pleasure with my mouth. I kissed her through each wave of her orgasm until the way her cunt squeezed me became too much to handle, and I fell headlong after her. I dropped my forehead against hers, slowly lowering her leg to the ground and removing my finger from her ass, but keeping my cock firmly planted inside her, as we both came down. "And this," I continued, gently placing my palm between her breasts, right above her heart. "This is mine too. I broke it once before, but I swear to fucking God, baby, I'll never do it again." She sniffled, her eyes growing glassy with unshed tears. "If everything I am is yours, does that mean everything you are is mine?" Trailing my fingers along her temple, I tangled them in her hair and squeezed my eyes shut. "I've been yours since you pulled up on that bike when you were 7 years old and kicked me in the shin for insulting you." A giggle burst past her lips, and I lifted my head so I had the perfect view to glory in her beauty as she laughed. After a minute of laughter, she finally sighed and grew serious. "Camden's just a friend, Deck. I swear," she said on a whisper. Letting out a huffed breath, I pulled out and began sliding my jeans back into place. She did the same as I grumbled. "Can't fucking stand how he touches you. It drives me out of my goddamn mind. I want to break every fucking bone in his hand. At least when you walk back out there to him, it'll be my cum dripping from inside you." Tatum's hand came down on my arm, stopping my jerky motions as I dressed, and forcing my attention back to her concern-riddled face. "There is nothing romantic between Camden and me. I need you to get that. And I need you to accept it, because he's important to me. I can't lose him, and I refuse to pick between you two." The tears had returned, but this time I knew they were full of sadness and worry. "Please," she begged. "Please understand that." "Okay," I answered immediately, taking her in my arms and holding tight. I couldn't stand the look in her eyes, that hollow, endless fear that I was going to put her in an impossible position. I'd have given a lung to take that away from her. "I get it, and I swear I'll try and do better about accepting the guy. It's just..." I pulled my head back and looked down at her so she could see the sincerity I prayed was written all over my face. "He had you during those years you shut me out. It makes me crazy. I'm a jealous guy, but I'll get my shit together, baby, and I'll never make you choose." Her whole body sagged in relief as she rested her forehead on my bare chest. "Thank you," she whispered. "Thank you so much. That means more than you'll ever know." She lifted on her toes and placed one last kiss on my lips. Now let's get this freaking shoot done. I want to go home. You got it, baby.
Chapter 32. Tatum. There were only a couple more weeks until the concert, and while nerves had taken residency in my belly like a horde of hummingbirds, I was getting more and more excited. I'd never traveled anywhere outside of the States, and with Gwen, Corey, and Gina with me, I was counting on having the adventure of a lifetime. But first, I had the opportunity to get in some quality one-on-one time with two of my best friends in the whole world. Lila was crashing with me for a few more days, and Camden was in Seattle until the following afternoon when he had to leave for another show. We'd all gotten back from L.A. earlier that day, and I'd immediately booked at home to do some much-needed laundry and try to shake off the exhaustion from the past several days of constant travel. Camden let out a loud whistle the moment he crossed the threshold into my apartment.
Wow, babe, this place is swank. I see working with those Neanderthals comes with some serious perks.
Those Neanderthals are my friends, Cam, just like you, so lay off the insults, would you? He twisted his face into a fake repentant expression, giving me hangdog eyes and poking out his bottom lip in a pout.
Yes, ma'am.
I rolled my eyes while Lila laughed, drawing Camden's focus to her.
And you, Missy,
he started, crooking his finger at her.
Come give old Camden a hug.
Those two weren't exactly bestest friends, but through their connection to me, they'd become buds. She walked into his embrace, heaving a pleased sigh as he held her tight.
I'm sorry I wasn't able to make it to Will's funeral, honey, but you were in my heart the whole time.
I know, she whispered, snuggling closer as she sniffed back the thread of tears, the loss of her brother still hanging over her like a looming storm cloud. I died a little bit inside for her, wishing there was something I could do to take her pain away. Tate explained it, and I understand. You were missed.
I damn well better have been, he grumbled playfully,
and just like that, Lila went from sad to happy again, all thanks to Camden and his uncanny ability to know what people needed and give it to them unflinchingly. That was why he was such an important person in my life. He had a heart bigger than almost anyone I knew. Watching him finally find and fall for a woman worthy of that heart was going to be a real treat for me. When they separated, he gave a loud clap, declaring,
Now what I want to know, dear best friend, is what the fuck is going on with you and Declan Forrester?
That makes two of us, Lila said, crossing her arms over her chest with a glare that said, I can't believe you've been keeping secrets from me. Camden cast me a withering look.
My publicist will lose her shit hardcore if I get arrested for beating that motherfucker to death, but it'll be totally worth it if it means stopping you from getting your heart crushed again.
I knew I couldn't avoid the conversation forever, but that didn't mean I'd been looking forward to it. Lila was all about support and having my back no matter what my choices were. Camden, on the other hand, was going to lose his shit. He'd come into the picture when I was only just starting to put myself back together again. It had taken me 5 years to get to that place, but when someone had been a part of your life for longer than they'd been out of it, the grieving process felt like it took forever. And Declan had been the closest, most trusted person in my life for more than 14 years. He'd been my first everything. My first best friend, my first crush, the boy I'd lost my virginity to, and my first heartbreak. I wasn't sure a girl ever really got over a guy like that. With a heavy sigh, I collapsed onto the couch, getting comfortable for the storm that was about to come. I knew this was going to happen, so after touching down in Seattle, I'd told Declan that I needed some time with Cam and Lila. Needless to say, he hadn't been happy about losing access to me, but he'd reluctantly accepted, doing as he promised. It's complicated.
Sounded pretty straightforward to me when I heard you guys going at it at the studio.
My whole body heated with embarrassment as I dropped my head in my hands and groaned. Oh, God, you heard that? So, basically everyone knew what was going on. No, Lila offered, taking a seat beside me and placing a hand on my back. No one else heard. Cam and I followed after you because we started to worry you guys were having another one of your epic fights. When we, heard what was happening, we immediately backed off and kept everyone else away. Thank you. I breathed out a relieved sigh and rested my head on her shoulder.
Baby cakes, what the hell were you thinking?
He asked as he took a seat in one of the slouchy chairs across from the couch. I wasn't thinking, I answered honestly. At least not at first. At first, it really did just happen, as cliché as that sounds. But after, he prodded when I took too long. I don't know, okay? I have no fucking clue what I'm doing, and it terrifies me, I cried. But I just can't stay away from him. You're in love with him, Lila stated calmly, causing 2 pairs of eyes to shoot in her direction. You are. She nodded with a supportive smile on her face. And that's okay.
How can you say that? Camden snapped. It's not okay. That fucker nearly broke her.
She looked to him, keeping her expression and tone neutral as she said, But he didn't, and the pieces he did crack, she managed to put back together stronger than they were before.
That's exactly my point, he continued to rant. She shouldn't have had to do that in the first goddamn place.
But she did, and it made her tough enough to go a second round with him and come out the other side this time. They were kids when they got together, kids when they fell crazy in love, and kids when their world started shifting in ways they never expected and were too young to really grasp. They aren't kids this time around, and no offense, Cam, because you know I have all the love in the world for you, but you weren't there. You didn't see them during the good times, and believe me, there were way more good times than bad. It's just that the bad is what stays at the forefront of your mind when things take an ugly turn. She shifted her attention to me. I've never seen 2 people love each other as strongly and completely as you and Deck. Not in all my life. I knew once you stopped avoiding him, you'd get right back to the place you're in now. And I'm not gonna lie, I'm thrilled about it. Neither one of you ever stopped loving the other in all the years you were apart. I saw it on you for years, and on him every time he came for a visit. I had my marriage go to hell and lost my brother all in a year, so I feel like I'm a pretty good candidate to tell you not to waste time because you're scared. Honey, I said on a soft breath, barely loud enough for her to hear. She shook her head and lifted her hand to stop me from interrupting. When I looked over at Camden, I saw that he was also greatly affected by everything Lila was pouring out. It's okay. I'm handling it. It's a struggle, but each day is a little better than the last, so don't feel sorry for me. I can't help it, I offered with a sad smile as a tear escaped and trickled down my cheek. I love you, and I can't stand to see you hurting. And I feel the exact same about you. Tate, honey, there's no telling what tomorrow is gonna bring. When I married Daniel, I expected it to be forever. When Will got in his car that day, I never even considered that would be the last time I saw him. I'm telling you from experience, life's too short. God, she was killing me. He loves you, and he'd throw himself in front of a freaking train if it meant you'd be saved from taking the hit. And you love him just as much. I do, I whispered. Then let everything else go. Please, just. be happy. I watched her for several long seconds, more tears breaking free. Brushing them from my face with the back of my hand, I turned to Camden.
"Don't look at me," he said, holding up his hands. "There's no arguing with that kind of wisdom." I bowed down to Lila and all her awesomeness. Ignore everything I said before.
Typical Cam. The emotional bubble burst, and Lila and I broke into peals of laughter. I really loved my friends. Just then a knock came at the front door, and I knew who it was without even having to answer it.
"I'll behave," Cam swore. "I promise. If this is what you want, if he's what you want, I'll have your back."
Standing from the couch, I bent and squeezed Lila tightly, then moved to Cam and placed a kiss on his cheek before going to open the door. Sure enough, Declan was standing on the other side, an unsure expression on his face and 2 pizza boxes in his hands.
"I'm not here to intrude," he started before I could get a word out. "I just thought, well, I figured you guys would be hungry, so I grabbed you some dinner. It might be a little cold. Mrs. Kellerson from downstairs needed a bit of help. I just want to drop it off, and then I'll leave you to it."
"You?" I gaped up at him in shock. "You brought us dinner? After helping a little old lady?"
"Well, yeah," he shrugged, seeming almost nervous or embarrassed at the thoughtful gesture. "I know you prefer mushroom and pepperoni, so I got that. But I got a plain pepperoni, too, just in case Lai and Cam don't like mushrooms."
I almost burst out laughing at how much he struggled to say Cam's name.
"Hell yeah," Camden declared, coming up behind me. "I'm fucking starved. Thanks, bro."
He snatched the boxes from Dec's hands and spun back around, calling out,
"I'll get the 4 of us some plates." "Oh, no, I'm not,"
Declan started, but Cam was gone before he could finish his objection. "Come on," I giggled. "Let's eat." When I moved to turn around, one of his hands came out and caught my arm.
"I really didn't come here to crash your party, baby."
"I know," I said quietly, giving him a grin as I stepped into him and rested my forearms on his chest. "This is you trying, and I appreciate the gesture so much. And this is Cam's way of showing he's gonna try too." The storm clouds in his eyes cleared a touch, letting some of the blue shine through.
Have you guys been talking about me?"
His mouth quirked up in a cocky smirk. "We have. And now Cam knows how important you are to me."
"And how important is that?"
It was only a matter of time before I let the truth out and confessed that I'd never stopped loving him. But I'd already reached my quota on overly emotional conversations for one day. "You're mine," I answered seriously. "And I'm yours. So, come in, have dinner with us, and get to know my friend."
"Sounds good to me,"
he replied with a brilliant smile that made my soul sigh happily. It finally felt like the downward slope I'd been on for so many years was beginning to shift upward. All I could do was hope it would last. And that Lila was right, and I was able to make it out the other side, hopefully with Declan beside me this time.
Chapter 33. Declan. The crowd was going fucking crazy. Adrenaline pumped in the air as the noise echoed all through the stadium and back to where we were hanging with the guys from Usual Suspects backstage, gearing up for our show. It was the first show to kick off our Ashes to Dust tour. After that night, we only had 3 days before heading off to Asia, and if the roar of the stadium was anything to go by, it was going to be one fucking brilliant concert. Usual Suspects was a kick-ass band. Their music was the shit, and the guys themselves were cool as hell. They weren't coming with us to Europe, but when we came back to the States for the final leg of the tour, they'd be joining up with us again. I couldn't remember the last time we'd meshed so well with the opening band. and we had Tate to thank for that. She'd insisted on getting them for our opening act, knowing how well their sound would work with ours. Chris had never cared about any of that shit. He and the label only wanted whoever would pull in the highest ticket sales. Tate cared about teaming us up with a band that would help us give the crowd an epic show. I crunched the cough drop in my mouth, letting the liquid center trickle down my throat to soothe it. A little ritual I had before every show to make sure I didn't go hoarse or get a sore throat mid-performance. Each of us had our own thing. Garrett stroked his favorite set of drumsticks like they were a woman's legs. Killian usually blew off steam by blowing his load down a groupie's throat. I munched cough drops like they were candy. And Mace, well, Mace's was the unhealthiest of all. Mace drank, getting what he called a pre-party buzz before we hit the stage. If that bastard didn't get his shit together, and soon, me and the rest of the guys were gonna have to take drastic measures. And by that, I meant we'd drag his ass, kicking and screaming, to rehab if that was what it took. I guess I could be thankful it wasn't drugs, but still, the dude was a brother. I'd already lost one of them unexpectedly, so no fucking way I was gonna lose him to liver failure or some shit too. "Okay, you guys ready?" Tate chirped as she bounced through the dressing room door with all the energy of a chipmunk on crack. "Just about," Maddox, the other band's lead singer, answered, giving my girl an appreciative once-over. Something I would be having a talk with him about after the show. "Great. Wait, where the hell's Killian?" "Probably getting sucked off by some chick with no gag reflex," Mace muttered, before lifting a bottle of Johnny Walker to his lips and chugging it back. I noticed two things just then. First, the way Tate's lip curled in disgust, and second, the way Gina blanched white as a sheet and quickly excused herself from the room. "Are you drunk?" Tatum hissed at Mace, her cheeks turning as red as her hair. "Not yet," he replied calmly with a wink. "Oh my God!" She was about to blow, and to keep everyone else safe from the explosion, I quickly pulled her out of the room by her arm. "He's drinking?" she blurted incredulously once I had her in the hallway. "Are you kidding me? He can't go out on stage drunk." "Baby, you have to chill. Everything's gonna be fine. This isn't the first time he got a little lit before a show. Hell, probably won't be the last either." She glared at me like she was ready to breathe fire and melt my face off. "And you're okay with that?" "Of course not. But there isn't fuck all we can do about it right now." "God," she sighed, running a hand through her long, glossy hair as she looked off to the side. "Kill's sticking his dick in whatever available slut crosses his path, and the only time Mace isn't drunk is when he's sleeping. What the hell's going on with these guys?" Running my palms up and down her arms, I tried my hardest to soothe her. Chris never gave a shit what we did before a show, just as long as it didn't fuck with our performance. Asshole actually used to throw chicks Kill's way and feed Mace booze like it was water. We've had over a decade of our manager doing less managing and more enabling than anything else. It's an adjustment. They'll be okay. You'll see. "I hate Chris," she mumbled, before looking back up at me. "We have to help them, Deck. I can't just watch them go downhill like this. They're our family. I'm not losing anyone else." Fuck. Hearing her call the guys our family, just like she had back in the day, made me feel better than any bump of coke used to. It was the best fucking feeling in the world, because it was proof that I had almost broken through, and was that much closer to getting us back to where we'd once been. "We will," I offered in a gentle voice. "No one's losing anybody, baby. We'll take care of them." One corner of my mouth hooked up in a teasing grin, just like we had to all through high school. The random people flitting through the hallways, preparing for the concert, all faded into the background as she smiled up at me. In that moment, no one else existed but us. If I remember correctly, I was the only one taking care of anybody. You were right alongside the rest of them, getting your dumbasses into trouble. See? I laughed. We make the perfect team. She broke into full-blown laughter. You are such a pain in the ass. I hummed, suddenly turned the fuck on and rock hard. You're mixing up pain with pleasure, I whispered, leaning down and running the tip of my tongue along the cord on her neck. Everything I've done to that luscious ass of yours has been all about pleasure. Her breath hitched and her pupils blew, blacking out every speck of color. I know what you're doing, she said in a breathy voice that contradicted her next words. And it's not gonna work. We don't have time. You need to get ready. My forehead fell to her shoulder as I groaned in pain. Evil woman, you're gonna make me go out there like this? I thrust my hips forward, digging my hard-on into her belly. When did you become so fucking cruel? Her teeth sank down on that plump bottom lip, and I swear I almost came right then. Unfortunately, she was still as stubborn as she'd always been. You'll be fine. Keep your head in the game. Lifting onto her toes, she granted me access for a quick, but no less thorough kiss. She mumbled once we broke apart, licking my taste from her lips. I see you still suck on cough drops before performance. Yeah, well, I'd like to suck on something else, I told her, gliding my thumb across her tight nipple. But my girl's got a mean streak. She sucked in a desperate breath, but held strong, promising, Your girl will make it up to you after the concert. And trust me, she's worth it. Baby, I've known that since we shook hands under that tree on the playground and promised to be friends forever.
Tatum. I can't believe I'm standing here right now, Gina called out over the heavy bass bleeding through the speakers. I'm totally posting this shit on Instagram. I'm backstage at a civil corruption concert. She pulled her phone from the back pocket of her jeans and spun around, lifting it high so she could catch the guys playing in the background just past her head. Gwen and I laughed as Corey jumped into the shot, photobombing Gina's pictures and throwing up devil horns for the camera. You know, I spent years avoiding everything to do with them and their music after the shit Garrett pulled when I was pregnant with Liddy. This is only the second time I've ever seen them play live. They really are incredible. I can't believe you grew up watching this. I shot my friend a smile before facing the stage. Yeah, well, this is a huge difference from sitting on empty milk crates while they argued over what cover songs they were going to play. I swear to God, if I had to sit through one more bad attempt at the Foo Fighters ever long, I was going to lose my mind. The song came to a close, and Declan let his guitar hang from its strap so he could grip the microphone stand. "What's up, Seattle?" he called, sending the crowd into hysterics. "We're stoked to be here tonight, and how fucking awesome we're usual suspects." He paused, that cocky, charming smile of his plastered on his face as he waited for them to calm down. "This show kicks off our Ashes and Dust tour, and the new album's gonna blow your minds. But for this next song, I want to take it back to the record that started it all. This song's always held a special place in my heart, so this goes out to her. Like the blood in my veins, she's still the one who gives me life, even after all these years." Garrett tapped out a beat, and Declan and Mace quickly fell into pace, with Killian joining in seconds later. The already insane audience went nuclear as the opening notes of Crimson flowed over them. Meanwhile, I was struggling not to burst into tears and trying to keep my heart from blasting through my chest. Lila was right. God, I loved him so damn much.
You know I love you, babe, Gwen said, leaning to speak into my ear as the song played, energizing every cell and atom in my body. But I have to tell you, you guys are shit at hiding what's going on between you. Everyone who doesn't already know you're together for sure is speculating. I looked at her, a huge shit-eating grin stretching my cheeks. I'm okay with that. Good, she returned my smile. Because I'm happy for you, and Garrett's positively beside himself. That was all she needed to say, so we both turned back to the stage as Declan continued to sing the song we'd written together, the song that defined the very meaning of us. I was his crimson. He was my storm on the horizon, swirling blue and gray. We completed each other. And for the first time in more than 10 years, I was finally starting to feel whole. Chapter 34. Tatum. The shrill ringing of my cell phone jarred me from a soundless sleep, waking me with a jolt of surprise. Christ, it's too fucking early, Declan mumbled from beside me before rolling to his other side. He wasn't wrong about that. The clock on my bedside table showed it was barely 8 in the morning. It was the day after the Seattle concert, and we'd been up way too late, both of us jazzed beyond belief after the show. It had taken hours and tons of physical exertion before we'd been able to work the adrenaline out of our systems and fall asleep. "Hello?" I answered sleepily, barely able to keep my eyes open as I collapsed back into the bed. "Tatum Valentine?" my father boomed through the line. "Is it true?" At my dad's loud, livid voice, I shot up to sitting, the action stirring Declan and making him wake up too. "Dad? What's going on? Is everything okay?" "No, everything is not okay. Your mom's about to lose her mind with all those vultures tramping all over the goddamn lawn. One bastard crushed her azaleas and, swear to Christ, I thought she was gonna go for the shotgun in the closet." "Dad, stop," I demanded, his belligerent early morning rantings having begun to worry me. Did he have a stroke or something? Was that why he wasn't making a bit of sense? "Start over. Who's in the yard crushing Mom's azaleas?" "Those goddamn reporters and, what do you call them, paparazzi? Or is that singular? Or is the plural paparazzo? Or am I mixing that up?" "Reporters?" I squeaked loudly. At that, I felt Declan move. He snatched his jeans from the night before off the floor and pulled them up, only bothering with the zipper and leaving the button to hang open. He pulled his phone from the pocket and started hitting buttons before putting it to his ear and stomping from the room. I held the sheet to my naked chest as my father continued to rage through the line. "The reporters demanding answers to questions I know nothing about. Apparently you and that man are all over the TV and papers this morning. For fuck's sake, Tate, what's going on? Are you okay?" "I have no clue what's going on," I answered, shaking my head to try and make sense of the conversation. "I only just woke up. I haven't even turned on the TV." "Well, don't," he shouted almost hysterically. Just don't, baby girl. Let his people take care of it. Doesn't he have people for shit like this?" "Yeah, me," I cried. "I'm one of the ones for shit like this, whatever this is." "Well, let someone else pick up the torch for this round. Your mom and I are coming up. She's determined, said you'd need your mom for this, but we won't get in till late tonight. You know how she is about flying, so we have to drive." Dad, just hold on." I pinched the bridge of my nose, trying desperately to keep up and not freak out. "We're leaving for Europe in 2 days." "Yeah, well, your mother won't be put off until she sees you for herself. You might be a grown-up, but you're still our baby girl, and she needs to put her finger on your pulse. Take that from her, sweetheart." "Okay," I sighed, feeling a serious migraine coming on. "Fine. Call me when you guys hit the road. We're actually about to head out the door in the next 30 minutes. All right, just be careful, okay? Will do, honey. Love you. I love you too, Daddy. See you soon. As soon as I hung up, Declan came prowling back into the room with a face like thunder. What the hell is going on? I shouted, jumping out of the bed, too disconcerted to bother searching for clothes. I snatched my panties and his shirt from the floor and slid both on. Don't freak out, he started, holding his palms up. But there's a minor situation. Don't freak out, I yelled, throwing my arms up. Declan, whatever the fuck's happening is bad enough that my folks are getting in their car this morning and driving 14 hours because my mom said, according to my dad, that she needs to take my pulse. I'm already in full-blown freak-out, so you better start talking. Just breathe, baby, he attempted to soothe, coming over and rubbing his hands down my arms. We'll get this fixed. I called Brenda while you were talking to your dad. She's already on it. We just have to wait this out. Wait, what out? I gritted between clenched teeth. He hesitated for a few seconds, like he was terrified to tell me. There's a story floating around, and some pictures. They're all bullshit lies, and like I said, he added quickly, we'll fix it. What story? Baby, you don't... What story? He inhaled deeply before speaking again. Someone leaked a story about us, how we grew up together and that we dated for years. Whoever it was had some serious inside information because they had details of that night in Australia that I don't even remember, and he looked like he was going to be physically sick as he said, there are pictures. My blood turned to ice. Of that night? He swallowed audibly, looking anywhere but at my face. Me and those women and the coke. Oh my God! I shouted in outrage. Someone took pictures of you that night? It wasn't until right then that I realized my fury wasn't directed at Declan, but for him. I hadn't even considered the heartbreak of that night. I was too fixated on the fact that someone who was supposed to have been there for him had betrayed him so badly. What an asshole! When I find out who did that, I'm going to... Baby, he whispered, panic-stricken. That's not all. My stomach plummeted to the floor. Tell me. They said some stuff about you and Camden. I didn't even give him a chance to finish before I was out the bedroom door. I went straight for my laptop, sitting closed on the kitchen bar, and threw it open. Tate, don't. My head whipped around in his direction, my hair flying everywhere. They're saying shit about me, I want to know. I didn't know until I started reading that I'd been horribly wrong about that. The story full of ugly lies was the first thing that popped up when I typed Declan's name in the Google search bar. Hell, it was the #1 story on every link on the first page. I didn't bother scrolling to see just how far that went. Clicking on the celebrity gossip site's link, the first thing that loaded was a big picture of me and Camden hugging each other at the video shoot. The headline was the most humiliating part. Scorned ex gets her revenge. The article went on to detail my relationship with Declan, from our teens all the way to when the band hit it big. It talked about his cheating and included multiple pixelated pictures of him in the act with the two women. Seeing their faces again was like a wound being ripped back open. Even after all these years, I never forgot what they looked like. There were even some with black stripes covering the cocaine, but it was clear as day what Declan was doing in them. It talked about our subsequent breakup, and personally named me as the muse for so many of Civil Corruption's hate-fueled songs, including their latest release, Soulless.
They posted a photo of the band performing the song at the AMAs months back, and right beside that one was with me laughing and smiling up at Camden. Then the story went on about how I came back into rock star Declan Forrester's life, making him believe that we could start over, when it was really just a scheme to get him back for breaking my heart a decade before. When I started reading about how the band had wrongfully terminated their former manager, Chris Evers, because I'd come back, begging for the job, even going so far as using sex as an incentive, I felt my stomach roil violently. It claimed that the rumors being spread about him and the band's former assistant targeting Garrett Wilder's now-wife Gwen were fabrications I'd created to tarnish his name in an attempt to secure my position within the band's inner circle. Then there was a collage of images of me and Camden, the site claiming they had inside information that not only had I gotten an innocent man fired and blackballed in the industry, but that I was not so secretly sleeping with Cam behind Declan's back to punish him for cheating in the past. "Holy shit," I gasped, covering my mouth to keep from getting sick once I reached the end.
Tatum?
Holy shit! I can't believe... This is total bullshit, I yelled, slamming my laptop shut. How can they say this? I demanded, whirling around on the bar stool to face Declan. They made me the bad guy. They brushed over your cheating like it was nothing more than a young kid making a tiny mistake and made me the villain. What the fuck?
Tate, sweetheart, you need to calm down.
Easy for you to say, I snapped, jumping off the stool so I could begin pacing. It painted you as the poor, misunderstood victim who made one bad call, and me as the evil, obsessed bitch hell-bent on getting back at you 10 years later. They accused me of trying to humiliate Gwen, for Christ's sake, and they totally smeared my friendship with Cam. I raked my hands through my hair, tugging the strands so hard my scalp stung. The press is already eating this shit up. They're hounding my parents. They crushed my mother's azaleas. I ended on a high-pitched squeak. Oh my God! It was Chris, I exclaimed, the puzzle pieces finally falling together. It has to be. I was full-on manic as I continued to ramble. Think about it. That asshole hated me. He was always trying to get rid of me. This has his slimy name written all over it.
I'm going to put in a call to Ian right now. He'll find out who leaked this goddamn story and these pictures, and we'll get it taken care of.
I stopped mid-pace, spinning around to face him, suddenly furious that he wasn't instantly agreeing with me. My emotions were all over the place, so scattered that I couldn't think. All I could do was react. You know I'm right, I hissed. It was him, Deck.
You probably are.
Probably. I was quickly coming unraveled, and I was completely helpless to stop it.
I'm just saying
that you don't believe me, I cut in. I knew I was being unfair, that I was putting words in his mouth, but it was as if I'd become disconnected from my body and was hovering above, watching everything play out and unable to stop any of it. His muscles locked tight, and his jaw began ticking.
I didn't fucking say that. I believe you. You know I do. I'm just trying to be rational here.
I was blaming him for something that wasn't his fault, and I knew I needed to take a step back before I did or said something I couldn't take back. I need to make some phone calls. I have to try and get this taken care of before my parents get here and all hell breaks loose. He watched me silently for a solid minute, studying my face like he'd never seen me before.
What are you saying?
Please, just give me some time, okay?
Tate, no.
Declan, please, I snapped, a sudden rush of tears threatening to burst forth. I just need to be by myself for a little while, okay? I need to be alone.
I said it in such a way that he couldn't possibly argue with me without it turning into a huge fight. He finally left a few minutes later, but not before making it known that it was the last thing he wanted to do. And once I was alone, I let the tears fall and the humiliation and anger wash over me. The happiness, the feeling of being complete that had warmed my heart for the past few days, splintered into a million tiny shards, and the black hole of sadness I was so familiar with returned once more. I should have known it wouldn't last.
Chapter 35. Declan. I was losing her. I could feel it in my goddamn bones. Not long after the initial fallout, Maury had called to say reporters were swarming the building. I didn't feel comfortable with Tate being somewhere so exposed and unsecure. So, after a huge fight, I convinced her to come with me to my house in Medina. The community was gated, and my place had a killer alarm system. She texted her folks the address, telling them to head there instead of her apartment, and we'd packed enough of her stuff to last for several days. I didn't bother with the bag since most of my stuff was still at that house. The apartment remained barren since my endgame was getting her back, moving her into my house, and unloading both apartments once everything was said and done. My girl was tough. She'd held up relatively well, all things considered. At least that had been the case until we tried making a mad dash to Ian's waiting SUV. Then we'd been swarmed, and the reporters and paparazzi hadn't even been the worst of it. It was the fans who were out of fucking control. And not just civil corruption fans, but Camden Night fans as well. They'd flocked in droves. They screamed at her, called her names. One bitch even went as far as spitting on her. "Christ, Ian, get them the fuck back!" I shouted, doing my best to hold on to Tate as Ian and his guys tried to fight off the crowd. "You stupid slut! You don't deserve either of them! You're an ugly bitch, and I hope they both kick your fat ass to the curb!" It was coming at us from all directions. I'd almost breathed a sigh of relief when I noticed the SUV was in sight. We were almost there. But then some cunt reached out and grabbed a huge chunk of Tate's hair, pulling so hard her neck bent at an awkward angle, causing her to cry out in pain. "Get the fuck off!" I yelled, getting in the woman's face. Luckily, Ian got there before I was forced to do something extreme, like put my hands on a woman in anger. "Back, now! Get the fuck back or I'll have you arrested!" Ian pushed and shoved until there was an opening for us to dive into the car. The door slammed, drowning out the screaming psychos. But the damage had already been done. Tate was in tears, curled into a ball on the bench seat. "Shit, baby. I'm so goddamn sorry. Are you hurt? How bad is it?" Her hair was a tangled, knotted mess from being pulled and grabbed. Her cheeks and nose red and blotchy from sobbing as she huddled in the corner. I've never... She began to hiccup, her words broken as she cried uncontrollably. Fear and adrenaline spiked in my veins. "Tate, please, baby, talk to me. Where are you hurt?" "I'm not hurt," she wailed. "I'm fucking terrified." I'd never felt more helpless in my life. What just happened with that mob was unacceptable, and I was going to make the asshole who leaked that bullshit story pay if it was the last thing I did. Ian finally made it to the driver's side and climbed behind the wheel with the rest of his team in the car behind us. "My place in Medina, Ian." "Yes, sir," he said with a snarl, and I knew he was just as pissed as I was. "And Ian," I caught his eyes in the rearview mirror as I issued my demand. "You find the motherfucker responsible for all this, you got me? Find him, and when you do, I'm the first goddamn phone call you make." "You got it," he replied. "You'll be the first call, after I've had my turn with this son of a bitch." Wow, this is some place. Tate whispered, as we crossed the threshold into my house. The place really was something else. At the time, I hadn't been sure why I bought such a huge house. It was about 20 times too big for just me, and back in the day I'd throw wild parties just to have people around. It was pretty damn pathetic when I thought back on it. But the truth was, I bought the house with her in mind. It hadn't been about the size or opulence of the place, although I knew the style of the house was something Tatum had always wanted. No, I didn't get it to flaunt money or the famous lifestyle. I got it because I imagined filling the huge place with our kids. The yard was plenty big enough for a pool and swing sets, and there were massive trees all over the property that I'd pictured building a treehouse in with mine and Tate's son one day. The neighborhood was safe, and I'd even scoped out the school district prior to buying, learning it was one of the highest rated in the area. The house had always been for her and the family I wanted us to create together. It might seem a little imposing, but I swear it's comfortable. Unlike Garrett's place, before Gwen moved in, it looked like a goddamn show house. She didn't laugh or comment, just hesitantly moved through the space, checking everything out. "You're safe here, baby. I promise," I told her when her silence became too much to bear. "Nothing will touch you here." She stopped and turned to regard me, clutching her overnight bag in front of her in a death grip. "But that doesn't take care of the problem out there." She tipped her head in the direction of the door. "I can't stay cooped up in your house forever, Deck. And the second I step through the gates out front, it'll happen all over again. As far as all those people are concerned, I'm the bad guy. Hiding out here isn't going to change that." I didn't have the first fucking clue what to say to make her feel better because, whether I liked it or not, this was my fault. If I hadn't forced my way back into her life, she never would have been attacked earlier. She never would have had her name smeared for everyone in the country to read or hear. "I'm sorry." I finally managed to croak past the intense emotions lodged in my throat. "I'm so fucking sorry, Tate. But I swear to you, I'll make it right." The smile she gave me was more pitying than anything else, and the fact that she didn't believe me hurt like a rusty blade carving through my skin. "Can you point me in the direction of the bathroom? I need a shower. I've got spit and God only knows what else all over me. Please tell me you've got a heavy-duty loofah or something." Taking her bag and grabbing her hand, I guided her up the stairs to my room, tossing the bag onto the bed before leading her into the spa-like all-suite. It had a huge steam shower with 6 shower heads and a deep jacuzzi tub. Instead of starting the shower, I twisted the taps on the bathtub, making the water nice and warm. Then I scoured the cabinets beneath the double sinks until I unearthed a bottle of bubble bath I had for whenever Liddy was over. She liked to put on her bathing suit and go swimming in my tub when she came to stay with Uncle Deck. "You have bubble bath," she mumbled quietly, "with a cartoon princess on the bottle." "Liddy," I answered with a small, reticent grin. "I'm her favorite. So whenever she needs a babysitter, I'm the first choice." Tate stood motionless as I poured the glittery pink soap into the tub. Once the bubbles started to form, resting along the surface of the water, I turned to her and gently helped her undress, cursing my dick for getting hard at the sight of her naked body when what she needed most was comfort above everything else. Not me going all caveman and pawing at her. "You relax," I told her, adjusting the dial for the lighting until it was nothing more than a soothing, faint glow. "I'll be downstairs making some phone calls. Stay in here as long as you want." "Thanks," she muttered, watching the level in the bathtub rise. Placing my fingers beneath her chin, I tilted her face until it angled up, then pressed a firm kiss to her lips. She didn't respond at all, and my heart plummeted. "Holler if you need anything," I whispered, then left, praying the fear of losing her that was currently twisting my gut into knots was just an overreaction. "I can't believe this is happening right now," Eugene balked through the line. "You guys are supposed to be on the plane to Asia in 2 goddamn days. The scandal couldn't have come at a worse time." "I don't give a single shit how fucking inconvenient the timing is, Eugene," I growled, quickly beginning to lose my cool. "Stop harping on the fucking Asia shows and fix this." I hung up and launched the cell in the direction of the couch, not caring at all whether I missed or not. The only thing I gave a damn about was currently in my bedroom, but might as well have been a million miles away for all it mattered. Tate had been upstairs for the past 5 hours. The only reason I wasn't scared she'd drowned in the tub was because I heard her moving around a while back, and when I'd gone to check, she'd been curled up in my bed, wearing nothing but one of my T-shirts and passed out to the world. I'd left her in there, knowing the nap would do her good, and gone back to work on fixing this fucking mess. The rest of the guys got word on the clusterfuck swirling around Tate and me and had rushed over about 3 hours ago. Gwen, with Liddy in her arms. Gina and Corey were with them. They had gone upstairs to offer my girl moral support and hadn't come back down since. Meanwhile, I'd been fielding phone calls on my phone, barking no comment at every asshole trying to probe into my personal life, plus monitoring Tate's phone for any calls from her folks, since they should have been arriving at any minute. The damn thing had been ringing off the hook, every number unknown and unanswered. "You know damn good and well who this was," Garrett snarled, pacing my living room and dragging his hands through his long blonde hair. "Should have killed the fucker when I got my hands on him after the shit he pulled with Gwen." "I know." I cast my eyes to Ian, who was standing at the window, talking in low tones on his phone. The dude had more connections than anyone I knew. He'd find out for sure that it was Chris who went to that gossip site, and as soon as we had the proof, I was gonna nail his ass to the wall. Tate's phone rang just then, and I looked down to see Camden's name pop up on the screen. I quickly engaged the call and brought it to my ear. "Cam, you got Deck." "Shit, man. I'm so fucking sorry it's taken me this long to call. I've been in the air. I didn't even know what the hell was happening until I touched down in Chicago. The shit's crazy." "Tell me about it." I grunted, reaching up to rub at the tension building in the back of my neck. Every muscle in my body ached from being strung so tight. "You know it's not true, right? She'd never—" "I know." Thought never even crossed my mind. He let out an audible sigh of relief. "Good, 'cause she'd never do that to you, man. And I wouldn't either. I might not have been your biggest fan at the beginning, but I'm not stupid. I see how good you are for her now." I lowered my head and my voice at the same time. "Appreciate that, man. Glad she's had you at her back all this time. You and me both. Wouldn't be where I am now if it wasn't for her. How's she doing?" Heaving a defeated breath, I collapsed into a recliner and propped my elbows on my knees. One hand held the phone to my ear, and I used the fingers of the other to massage my forehead. "Not good. She was... Christ. She was attacked by some rabid fans earlier when we were trying to get out of the building. Spit on her and everything. One bitch even ripped at her hair. She's been disconnected ever since." "Fuck," he hissed. "I was afraid that was gonna happen." "What?" I sat up straight. "Why?" Camden hesitated for a while before finally speaking up. "Look, I'm not telling you this as an attempt to put blame on you or anything, but you need to know in order to take care of her the way she needs to be taken care of." "Know what?" I barked impatiently. "She hates this industry, man. Like, really fucking hates it. She blames the fame for what happened between you guys. Said it turned you into a totally different person. Getting her to go with me to that award show was a months-long process. It was like pulling teeth every single time I wanted her to attend an event with me. She went because she's a good friend. but she loathed every goddamn second. So the fact that there's a media circus currently circling her like a pack of rabid wolves? Yeah, she's not going to handle that well. God damn it. I sighed, dropping my head. I'd be there if I could, I swear. And I'll join up with you guys in Asia just as soon as I'm done. In the meantime, you call with whatever you need, okay? I'm here. You let me know what you want me to do, and I'll do it. Guard at the gate just called, Ian rumbled, drawing my attention to him. Valentines are on their way up. Son of a bitch. This was going to be ugly, I just knew it. I put my focus back on the call and asked, I don't suppose you have any tips on how to handle her folks? The asshole actually started laughing. Sorry, bro. You're on your own. Helen's the shit, but John Valentine scares the piss out of me. And he actually likes me. Jesus Christ. Could this day get any worse? Thanks a lot, I grumbled. Like I said, call if you need anything. That includes identifying your body if Tate's Papa Bear murders you. I'll be in touch. With that, he hung up, and my front door burst open. Where the hell's my daughter? The answer was yes. Yes, this day could, in fact, get worse. Chapter 36. Declan. John Valentine came barreling into my living room like a raging bull looking for the stupid son of a bitch with the red cape, and at that moment it appeared that I was the one with the cape. Christ. The man was even bigger than I remembered. He stood well over Garrett, who was a good 6.5 feet, and even topped Ian, who was a goddamn beast. And age hadn't done shit to diminish his frame. He looked like the type of guy you'd expect to see eating raw steaks for every meal and ripping phone books and bowling balls apart for exercise. He was fucking terrifying. You, he bellowed, pointing a long, thick finger my way. This is all your fucking fault. John, enough. Helen came scrambling up behind him, the complete opposite of her husband in every way. Short, curvy, and with an abundance of flaming hair, Helen Valentine could easily pass as Tatum's slightly older sister. Age had barely touched the woman. She was still a looker. You promised before we got here that you wouldn't go off half-cocked. The older man crossed his tree-trunk arms over his barrel chest. Yeah, well, I changed my mind. Well, change it back. Right this second, or so help me God, you will not like what I do to you. The only thing I had going for me was Helen's support. John might have had size and strength on his side, but his wife had always been the one to wear the pants in their family. He wouldn't dare cross her. John, Helen, good to see you. It's been a while, Garrett said in a conversational tone. Hi, Garrett. It's good to see you too. Helen came forward and placed a kiss on his cheek. The Viking suck-up had always been every parent's favorite all our lives. Anyone ever told you that you need a haircut, son? John grunted in way of hello. He cuts his hair and I'll be angry, and he doesn't want to answer to me. We all turned at once to see Gwen coming down the stairs with Liddy on her hip. Hi, she offered with a kind smile as she reached Tate's parents. I'm Gwen. My wife, Garrett threw in, coming up to wrap an arm around her shoulders. And this is our little girl, Liddy. Well, hello, Liddy, Helen cooed. Aren't you precious? My daddy says I'm a princess, she replied before turning her inquisitive eyes to John. Wow, she breathed. You's really big. Can you squash people like bugs just like Ian? Sure as hell can, he mumbled under his breath, giving me a glare that could melt the polar ice caps. Language, Gwen and Helen chastised at the same time. Leave it to baby mama to have no fear and go head-to-head with a man more than double her size. Guys, I started, wishing I could melt into the walls, instead of facing Tatum's father's wrath. But that wasn't an option. How about we move into the living room? Are you hungry? Thirsty? You've been on the road for a while. I'm not here to make pleasantries. I want to see my daughter, John demanded. She's sleeping right now, Gwen told him. Our friends Gina and Corey are up there with her right now. I only came down to see what all the yelling was about. Maybe you should take some time to cool off and talk to Declan about what's going on before you see her. Let her get some rest. That sounds like a good idea, Helen agreed, but John was having none of it. No offense, little lady, but you don't know the first thing about me or what I need to do before seeing my little girl. You're right. I don't know you, but I'm a mother, and I'm Tate's friend, so I'm on the side of her best interests right now, not yours. Oh, darling, I like her, Helen whispered to Garrett from behind me. She's absolutely perfect for you. Don't have to tell me, Garrett returned, and I could hear the smile in his voice. I also know that your daughter is currently perfectly safe and sleeping upstairs. She isn't going to disappear into vapor in the amount of time it takes for you two to take a load off after a 14-hour car ride. And I really think it would be best to get the full story from Declan, so you know exactly what's happening, and everything that's transpired in the time it's taken you to arrive, before you go up there. Don't you agree? John actually seemed to be considering what she said. Then, seconds later, he turned and stomped on his giant feet into my living room, making himself comfortable in the recliner I'd been sitting in right before he showed up. Note to self: never, ever screw with Gwen Wilder. She'll skin you alive. Helen followed suit, after giving me and the other guys warm greetings on the way in. She rested casually on the couch, crossing her ankles demurely, always the picture of pure class. And when it came to her, it wasn't an act. She was the real deal from top to toe. So fill us in, John stated. I took a seat on the other end of the couch, across from Helen, resting my forearms on my knees and clasping my hands in front of me. Mace and Kill stood sentry behind us. Garrett and Gwen took the love seat, with him balancing his little girl on his lap, and Ian remained by the window, mumbling into that goddamn phone. There was a story posted late last night on several celebrity gossip sites. It detailed my relationship with Tate from the time we were kids until the time we broke up. Whoever leaked the story came from inside our camp, because they had information that had never been made public. You mean like you cheating on my girl and breaking her heart? John rumbled, making me feel an inch tall. Yeah, I said quietly. That, and there were pretty explicit pictures posted about that night. But what's that have to do with Tate? Helen asked, her forehead creased in concern. Well, that's where the article went off course and started posting lies about her. It even went so far as to claim that she's having an affair with Camden Knight, as some sort of revenge. The internet is basically tearing her to shreds. She was handling it, but then... What? John snapped. She was assaulted by some overzealous fans after the news broke. She wasn't physically hurt, but there was a lot of name-calling and spitting. Retelling that particular horror story to Tate's folks was one of the most difficult things I'd ever had to do. I could still recall the stricken look on her face in the car as tears ran down her face. I didn't think I'd ever get that image out of my head, and it made me sick to my stomach. Helen sucked in a disgusted gasp as John boomed. Someone spit on her? Are you He stopped when Gwen lifted a chastising brow. Are you kidding me? All because you're famous? Well, it wasn't just because of me. It was her connection to Camden, too. He's got a pretty big fan base as well, and they're not too happy with the idea of her using him to get back at me. Helen's eyes shone with unshed tears as she muttered, "My poor girl." John leaned forward in his chair. "So what are we doing about tracking the man who posted these lies?" Ian, who had just disconnected his call, stepped into the fray. "That's where I come in." "You in?" John asked. "The one who squashes people like bugs?" His mouth quirked like he was trying to fight a smirk. "That'd be me. I'm the head of security for the band. I've got a buddy back in Virginia who owns his own security and private investigation firm called Alpha Omega. I got in contact with him earlier today, and he's been doing some digging." Ian's eyes came to me. "Looks like you were right about who you thought leaked that story." "Fucking knew it," Garrett snarled. "Mommy, Daddy has a potty mouth," Liddy shouted. Gwen stood, hoisting her daughter up with her. "I'll let you guys finish this conversation while I take this little monster into the kitchen for some ice cream," Liddy shouted with glee as they disappeared, and we got back to it. John looked around the room, his eyes landing on each of us before asking, "Why do I feel like there's something I don't know?" "Our old manager, Chris Evers," Mace answered. "We fired the bastard when he leaked private photos of Gwen and Liddy a few months back. Fucking Chris Evers. I'm gonna fucking kill him," I growled, clenching my hands into fists. Looking at Ian, the words were still a rough rumble as I told him, "Get in touch with our attorney. Give him everything he needs to destroy that asshole's life. I want him buried so goddamn deep he's never able to climb out of the hole he dug for himself. I want your guy to find every single speck of dirt on Chris that exists. I don't care if they have to go all the way back to when he pushed some kid on the goddamn playground. Find it. Then you call Brenda. Have her leak all of it." At that, Ian grinned full on. I wasn't sure I'd ever seen the stoic man smile before. "On it," he muttered, as he started messing with his phone once more and headed out of the room. I turned my attention back to the guys, ready to drop a bomb. But I should have known better. They weren't just friends or bandmates. They were my brothers. "We're with you, whatever you decide," Killian stated, before I had a chance to speak. "Tour's off." None of them so much as batted an eye when I said that, so I continued. "Until we get all this shit taken care of, no way in hell am I leaving for Asia." "Not even a question, brother." Mace nodded. "You do what you have to do." "I'll call Eugene in the morning," Garrett offered. "He's liable to have a heart attack, and you've got enough to deal with. I'll handle it." Wait, John broke in. "You're canceling your whole tour?" "But isn't this a big deal?" Helen asked. "It's a very big deal, and there's no way they're canceling." I shot around to find Tate, Gina, and Corey standing in the entryway of the living room. "I'm not letting you cancel that damn tour. You're going." She was looking at me with that familiar fire in her eyes, and the knot that had been in my chest all day finally started to untangle. At least until she spoke again. "But I can't be your manager anymore."
Chapter 37. Tatum. Declan did a slow blink, like he was having trouble processing what I just said. I took that as my opportunity to turn to my parents and offer them a lame wave. "Hey, guys." They both stood and came over to me, wrapping me in a secure embrace.
"Hey, baby girl, how you doing?" Dad asked.
"Been better, but I'll survive."
"What do you mean you can't be our manager anymore?" Declan asked.
I broke apart from my folks and saw that he'd climbed to his feet, fully prepared to battle. Unfortunately for him, so was I. I'd done nothing but think about what was best for everybody for the past several hours, and unfortunately, Quitting my job seemed like the only option. Deck, I can't possibly be your manager after this, and there's no way I can go on this tour.
Like fucking hell you're not, he boomed.
Please, just listen to me, I pushed on, lifting my hands in a placating gesture. If I go, the whole thing will be a train wreck. I'll be nothing but a distraction, and the media will be all over it. It won't be about the music anymore as far as they're concerned. It'll take away from the band. I can't let that happen. He came at me, taking my face in his hands, his eyes pleading just as much as his words.
I don't care. They can say and do whatever the hell they want. None of that matters to me. You're the only thing I care about. He's right, Tater Tot, Mace said. Until we get this shit handled.
You'll finish your tour, I said, completing his sentence before he could. And once you guys get back, we'll deal. That's just how it has to be. I looked back to Declan, wrapping my fingers around his wrists and pulling them down, but I didn't let them go. Instead, I intertwined our fingers and held tight, since he really wasn't going to like what I had to say next. I'm going to head back to San Francisco with my parents.
No.
Let me finish. His lips clamped shut in an angry scowl. It's just for a little while. You guys will be on a totally different continent for the next couple of months. There's no reason for me to stay here all by myself. And to be honest, I really don't want to. If I'm going to be hounded by the media and psycho fans, I'd rather do it with people around me. While you're gone, I'll stay in San Francisco. When you get back, we'll work on fixing this mess.
Baby, that's letting that asshole win. I won't let that happen. You can't let him beat you.
He's not winning, I replied, even though it kind of felt like he was. But there was just no other choice. The jerk had planned and timed this perfectly. The only option was for me to take a step back. And the guys were under contractual obligation. If they canceled or even delayed the tour, there were serious penalties. It was as if Chris knew all of that and screwed us both at the most inopportune time, simply to make it that much worse. You'll pay once you get back.
Sweetheart, my father called out. Never thought I'd say this, but he's right. You do this, you're giving that prick exactly what he wants.
My eyes began to sting with the threat of tears. There's nothing else we can do, I insisted. Going with them would be a mistake. You think I like the fact that he won this round? I don't. I freaking hate it. But the game isn't over yet. The stormy gray of Declan's gaze grew more intense as his voice lowered to a raw whisper filled with emotion.
I can't lose you again.
Letting go of his hands, I stepped into him and wrapped my arms around his waist, giving him a fierce hug. You aren't losing me, I whispered back. My arms clenched before I pulled back far enough to look up at him. I'm not leaving you, I promise. I'm not ending this. I love you, Deck. His whole body jerked.
Say it again, he insisted several seconds later.
I love you.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. Could you please repeat that?
A giggle managed to escape me, even though I wasn't exactly in a laughing mood. I love you, Declan. I'm in love with you. I'm yours and you're mine. And I want to be with you. We just have to wait a few months to be together again. That's all. His eyes slammed closed and he dropped his forehead against mine, his face tight as though in physical pain.
I love you too. You have no fucking clue how much I love hearing those words, baby. I just wish you followed them up with something better.
I do too, but the situation is what it is. At least for now.
I don't want to do this without you.
A small laugh bubbled past my lips. I don't want you to either. To be honest, I was really starting to love this job.
He growled from deep within his chest. "I'm gonna fucking destroy Chris." "You are," I agree with a nod, "but it'll have to wait until after the tour." Letting my arms drop to my sides, I stepped back, forcing down the tears that wanted to break free at the thought of living without him for even a day, let alone 3 months. "It'll all be okay," I said softly, even though my heart was breaking in my chest. Fuck Chris Evers for taking Declan away from me for a second time. I really hoped that asshole got what was coming to him.
Declan. She let her arms fall to her sides, and I did the same, going against every instinct in my body by allowing her to take a step back. With a bright smile that was as fake as the day was long, she addressed the room as a whole. "Good. That's settled. Now, I'm starving. I'm going to make a sandwich. If you want one, I suggest getting your butt into the kitchen." With that, she turned and started out of the room. Mace, Kill, Gina, and Garrett followed, each of them giving me matching looks of sympathy as they passed by. Helen stopped in front of me and cupped my cheek. "It'll all be okay. You'll see." I didn't have the energy to pretend like she was right, and as if sensing that, she dropped her hand and walked off. That left me alone in the room with John Valentine, the man who'd threatened to rip my head off more times than I could count. But instead of the bloodshed I feared was about to take place, he shocked the complete hell out of me by standing and clapping me on the back. "It's our cross to bear, loving those women. Helen's mom was the same damn way, stubborn and headstrong to the core. It's the hair, swear to God. You'll learn which battles to fight and when to wave the white flag." I looked up at the man who'd always held my respect, no matter how much I feared him. "I never meant for any of this to happen, John, I swear. If I could, we can't control the actions of others, son. All we can do is decide how to react to them. I know we haven't always seen eye to eye, but I'm guessing you'll react the right way. Just make her sacrifice worth it, and don't give up. That's all I ask." I had no idea what came over me in that moment, but I found myself speaking without giving a single thought. "I bought this house for her 6 years ago. I'd already lost her, but I still bought this place for her and our kids. In all this time, I don't think I ever really gave up." A slow grin took over his entire face. "Yep, you two will be just fine. Now let's go get a drink. Something tells me you'll be needing it." Chapter 38. Declan. This is unfucking believable. The bright lights of L.A. filled the dark cab of the SUV, bathing everything in a glow of color. "Careful, Eugene," I seethed into the phone at my ear. "You're starting to repeat yourself. Old age finally getting to you." "You're getting to me," he barked. "I'm going to have a stroke because of you four. First it was no tour, then it was shortened by several months, then a day before it was set to start, you delay it. You're incurring countless penalties, not to mention pissing off your fans and the record label. And for what?" "Women," he grumbled, like that last word left a disgusting taste in his mouth. "And people wonder why I never married." "You never married because no woman would have your miserable ass," I bit out. "And I'd watch myself if I were you. You're not indispensable, old man. Agents are a dime a dozen. Hell, with our success, we don't even really need one. You keep talking shit like that and you'll find yourself without your cash cow. We understood? Well, you at least need to get another manager. You four can't be unsupervised. I'll get on that. You won't do anything about it. That position doesn't need to be filled. I'm handling it, I told you that." When he didn't say anything, I kept talking. "We only delayed the start of the tour by a week. So we lose our break between Paris and London, we'll deal. I'll pay the goddamn fines, I already told you that. And the label will get over it. If not, we won't re-sign when our contract's up. So I suggest you get on board and get off my ass, 'cause this is what's happening. More silence. Then a put out, "Fine. I'll get it taken care of." I hung up without saying another word and tossed the phone onto the dash. We were supposed to have left Asia 4 days ago. If we'd been on schedule, we'd have been on stage in Tokyo at that very moment. But I just couldn't do it. I'd promised Tate I wouldn't cancel the tour, and I kept that promise. Fortunately, she'd given me a loophole. I never promised not to delay it. And when I told the guys my plan, they'd been all over it. "We're almost there," Ian said from the driver's seat. He was the only one I brought with me for this. Everyone else was waiting for us back in Seattle. I promised them I'd return at the end of the week with Tate in tow, and we planned to leave for Japan from there. "You got the file?" "Back seat." I reached behind me and pulled the folder off the back seat, flipping it open and looking through the documents Ian's guys at Alpha Omega put together on Chris. "This is perfect. I can't believe your buddy was able to pull all this together so damn fast. There's a reason they're so damn good at what they do. Trust me when I say you don't want to get on the bad side of these guys." He turned the SUV into a shitty apartment complex in an even shittier part of LA. Chris really had been beaten down since the last time I saw him. Unfortunately for him, he'd tried to climb his way back up by stepping on my girl. Now, I was going to crush him. Ian parked and we both climbed out. "His place is up there." I looked at the door on the second level, just beside the dilapidated staircase. There were no lights on that I could see. "You sure he's home?" "Well, that's his shitty car in the parking lot right over there, so I guess we'll find out." After climbing the rickety stairs, Ian placed his palm over the peephole as I banged my fist on the dingy, rusted door. "Who is it?" Chris yelled, and a light from inside flicked on. Instead of answering, I pounded again. "For fuck's sake, hold on!" The deadbolt disengaged, and Ian and I stepped to either side. As soon as the door opened, I spun around, landing a vicious jab right to his face. "Jesus Christ! What the fuck?" Chris stumbled backward, cupping his bleeding nose. "How you doing, Chrissy boy?" I asked, as I moved into the apartment. Ian closed the door behind us and stood in front of it as I grabbed Chris by the collar and yanked him off the floor. I landed another punch, that one to his jaw. "You doing okay?" I kicked out one of his kitchen chairs and dropped him into it, enjoying the sight of his nose and lip bleeding profusely a little too much. "You stupid son of a bitch. I'm gonna press charges. Swear to God." I sat across from him, tossing the file Ian had given me onto the table, then flipping it open and thumbing through the pages. "See, I don't think you're gonna do that. You've been a bad boy, Chris, and very busy. Let's see." I turned a couple other pages until I found what I was looking for. Here we go. Is that? Yup. That's a secret compartment in your trunk. Ian, does that look like cocaine to you? "Heroin, actually," he corrected. His arms crossed over his chest as he glared Chris down, like he wanted to stomp him to dust. "According to my source." "And does that look like he's selling it to someone else to you?" "Well, I see him passing a baggie to a guy while taking money." "You can't prove that," Chris cried. "Oh, but I think we can. Right, Ian?" At that, Ian pulled his phone from his jacket pocket and pulled up a video his buddy in Alpha Omega had filmed when he went undercover to score off Chris the day before. Chris watched the video, his face turning pale beneath the bruises already forming. When it ended, He looked between me and Ian. "What do you want?" "How do you mean?" I asked, faking confusion. "Don't be an asshole," Chris hissed. "What'll it take for you not to leak that video?" "Oh, well, unfortunately, there's nothing you have that I want." "That's bullshit. Everybody wants something. What is it you want? Is it coke? You need a hookup? I can get that for you, no problem." "You got coke on you?" I asked, pretending to be interested. "Hell yeah, I'm set. I'll even give it to you at a discount. You got the cash? I'll set you up right here and now." "God," I chuckled, shaking my head. "You really are a stupid fucker, aren't you?" "What?" "I don't want anything from you, asshole. This isn't about blackmail. This is about ruining your life. You never should have gone after Tate. That video, and everything else in that file, which includes some pretty damning proof of tax evasion, oh, and let's not forget the kiddie porn on your computer, have already been turned over to the cops. They're downstairs, searching your piece of shit car as we speak. Only reason I got to you first is because they extended me the courtesy of being the one to break the news. You're fucked." I stood from the chair as Ian reached for the doorknob. "You've got nothing, you prick! That shit can be doctored!" Ian opened the door, and 2 officers were standing right at the threshold. "You got everything in your search?" I asked one of the cops. "Yep, we'll take it from here." "Good deal. Oh, and you might want to search in here, too." I started for the door as they began cuffing him. "Oh, and just in case you're wondering, Brenda already released everything in that folder to the media. Just a little tip. It'd probably be best not to fight it when you're being targeted by a bunch of white supremacists looking to make you their bitch in prison. I've heard they like a challenge." Ian and I took off just as the cops started reading him his rights. He wouldn't be locked up forever, but even a few years would be impossible for a spineless pussy like Chris Evers. And once all the major networks got hold of the story, nothing he said about Tate would count for a single goddamn thing. The icing on the cake was the fact that our lawyers were already going after the gossip site that initially leaked the story and pictures. Being tied to a convicted criminal with a history of selling drugs and pedophilia was going to ruin them. That was just an added bonus as far as I was concerned.
Chapter 39. Tatum. "Stop pouting. You'll give yourself wrinkles." I pulled the pillow from behind my head and launched it at Lila, who was lying on the end of my bed on her stomach, painting her nails a bright, cheery pink. I hated the color and its stupid cheerfulness. I'd been back in San Francisco for a little less than a week, and I missed Declan so much it was as if a piece of me was missing. "Didn't you say you came here to cheer me up? You're doing a pretty shitty job at it." She screwed the top on the polish bottle and dropped it to the floor before looking up at me. The way we were hanging out in my bedroom, watching movies and binging on potato chips and snack cakes, was eerily reminiscent of high school. That just made me even sadder, because 5 days ago I'd had a badass job where I got to hang with my best friends and watch civil corruption in concert from the backstage, and today I was unemployed and currently crashing with my parents. I might have still had a dreamy boyfriend who I was ridiculously in love with, but unfortunately, we currently had more than one continent between us. It didn't help matters that I was stuck in the house all day, every day, until the reporters finally got tired of waiting for a glimpse of me. "Yeah, I gave up on that an hour ago when it became obvious that you wouldn't be pulled out of your current mope no matter how hard I tried." I threw myself back dramatically, fully embracing my pathetic trip back to my teenage years. "I miss him," I admitted quietly, staring up at my ceiling like it held all the answers I needed to fix this shitty situation. "I know, honey." Lila moved along the mattress and laid down beside me. But it's not forever. You've talked to him, right? Yeah, briefly. There was so much to do before they flew out, and the time difference makes things difficult. But we text a lot. Okay, well, that's good. And just think, by the time this tour's over, you two will be like experts at sexting. A very important skill to add to your resume. I let out a loud laugh that lasted for a while before eventually tapering off. You know, you shouldn't have quit, Lila said after an extended silence. I get your reasons for not doing the tour, but you shouldn't have quit. You loved that job, and you were good at it. You let that bastard take it away from you, and he's already taken too much. The wind blew fiercely outside with a coming thunderstorm, whipping the curtains around my open window. I sat up and climbed from the bed, going over to close and lock it. I know, I said, taking a seat in the swivel chair at my old bedroom desk. Camden's already ripped me a new one for the same thing. It's not like I wanted to quit. I loved that job. It was like I'd finally found my calling, and I was good at it. Maybe... Staring out the window, I watched the dark gray clouds roll in. I don't know. Maybe when this is all over, we'll figure it out. And Declan? My forehead wrinkled. What about him? Are you guys still... I'm in love with him, I admitted. And I told him that before he left for the tour. I told him. She smiled happily. I'm glad, honey. I just really miss him. I want this to work, but I'm scared. I worry that his fame will come between you guys, she finished. We were such good friends that Lila was able to read my mood without me having to say a word. I know his job will always come first. I think I've always known that, even back when we were 18 and they were just starting out in dive bars. It's like he's not just mine, you know? He belongs to the world. I have to find a way to get used to that. Give him a little credit, she told me. You two aren't the same young kids you used to be. I think Declan knows better now what's really important to him, and I'm pretty sure he'll surprise you. With a shrug and a sad grin, I said, I hope you're right. I guess we'll have to wait and see. Don't worry, I won't say I told you so when that time comes. How gracious of you, I said with a giggle. After that, we spent a few more hours in front of the television, watching some girly romance movies until Lila finally went home. I went and took a shower, standing under the hot spray, hoping it would work on loosening my stiff, strained muscles. The water went cold long before I was ready, forcing me from the solitary confines of the guest bathroom. I got out and changed into a pair of silky sleep shorts and a tank top, then twisted my hair into a wet knot on top of my head. When I got back to my room and checked my phone, I had a text waiting from Declan. Declan. Hope you sleep good, baby. Missing you so damn bad it hurts. Love you, Crimson. Reading that actually made me smile, a sincere smile, for what felt like the first time all day, and I quickly replied, Me. I love you too. Is it crazy how much I love saying or typing that? I love you, I love you, I love you with all my heart, Declan Forrester. And I miss you so much. Hope your show kicked ass. But then again, I already know it did, because you guys are amazing. Only a few more months. Good night, honey. I set the phone on my bedside table and turned the lamp off, bathing the room in darkness. Then I climbed under the covers and let the thunderstorm outside lull me to sleep. And when I finally dozed off, I dreamed of Declan's silvery, stormy gaze. I woke to the smell of fresh air that only came after a heavy rain washed everything away, leaving it clean and pure. The crisp scent of rain and grass mingled with a woodsy, spicy fragrance that penetrated the thick haze of sleep that enveloped me. The familiar creak of my bedroom window tugged at my consciousness, and I rolled over, my vision bleary as I cracked my heavy eyelids. I smiled in my sleep at the sight of Dream Declan standing by my bed, having just climbed through my bedroom window. "It's you."
It's me, baby.
He came closer, and his cologne grew stronger. God, I missed him. I'd have given anything for this not to be a dream. "This is the best dream," I continued, mumbling sleepily. His rough, deep chuckle pushed the slumber farther back. Confusion started to set in, because it was starting to feel like more than just a dream.
Not a dream, sweetheart. I promise you. I'm very real."
The mattress depressed beneath his weight, and as he leaned down to place a heart-stopping kiss on my lips, I sighed happily. But then something wet and cold hit my cheek, the unexpected sensation jolting me all the way awake. I blinked, shocked when Dream Declan was still there. "Deck?"
Told you, baby. I'm real.
"Oh my God!" I shot up to sitting, my forehead nearly colliding with his chin. I scrambled for the lamp, flicking it on so I could see him in all his gorgeous glory. "You're not a dream!" I cried, launching myself at him. He was soaked from the rain still falling outside my window, but I didn't give a damn. He was there, in my arms, not continents away. But wait. "What the hell are you doing here?" I shouted, pulling from his embrace just enough to smack his shoulder. "You're supposed to be in Tokyo. You promised me, Deck."
Quiet, woman,
he ordered, putting his hand over my mouth to silence my rant, as the other wrapped around my waist, holding me against him.
I promised I wouldn't cancel the tour, and I haven't. We delayed it until the end of this week.
Pulling his hand from my mouth, I looked into those quick silver eyes. "Why would you do that?" Determination filled his expression and voice as he declared,
"Because I'm not doing this tour without you."
"Declan," I sighed, dropping my forehead to his chest.
"Just hear me out, Tate, please."
Sitting up straight, I gave him my gaze and nodded for him to continue.
I couldn't let that shit with Chris wait. Not after what he did to you. So Ian got with his guys who run a private investigations firm, and they did some digging. What they found was damning, to say the least.
My brow creased in bewilderment. "How damning?"
10 to 15 years behind bars minimum damning.
"No," I gasped, my jaw dropping wide open.
"Yep," he replied with a shit-eating grin. "He's already been arrested. I got a front row seat to that shit in L.A. late last night before heading out here. And Brenda's already leaked the entire thing. The media is going fucking crazy. He's never going to be a problem again, baby. It's all been taken care of."
All I could do was stare up at him, so in shock and in love with this man. "I can't believe this. It's
over. It's over. You can come back."
He shifted on the bed, bringing one leg up so he could turn and face me fully. Taking both my hands in his, he gave them a squeeze as he continued.
"Tate, 10 years ago I put my career first. We weren't in a good place, but I left on that fucking tour anyway when what I should have done was stayed and made things right with you. I'm not going to make the same mistake twice. You're the most important thing in my world, baby, and I'll do whatever I have to do to prove that to you."
My throat tightened as a wave of intense emotion crashed over me and threatened to make me burst into tears.
"I realized something after you left a week ago. I always made you promise to never leave me, but baby, I never made you the same promise. I'm correcting that right now. Tate, I promise that I'm never, ever going to leave you. I'm yours in every single way. You're my entire world, and I'll never leave you, even if it's only for a few months." I lost control of my tears at his declaration and threw myself into his arms, holding on as tight as I possibly could. "I love you, Declan, so damn much." "I love you too, baby. Please, I'm begging you, please come back to me. Be our manager, do this tour. Who the fuck knows how much trouble we'll get in without you there? It'll be a disaster. But most importantly, come back because I don't want to do any of this without you by my side. If you aren't there, none of it matters." Twisting my fingers in his hair, I tugged until his lips were close enough for me to reach. Then I devoured his mouth in a hungry kiss, desperate to make up for all the days we'd been apart. By the time I pulled back, we were both panting heavily. "I love you, and I want to come home. When do we leave?" "Thank fucking Christ," he grunted, his eyes clenched closed in relief. When he looked back at me, the blue and gray were swirling together in the most beautiful way. "We'll leave tomorrow, after we have breakfast with Lila and your folks." "Wait." I jerked back. "Why did you just say that like they were expecting you?" And I looked back and forth between him and my opened bedroom window. "How did you even get in here? I locked that." "I figured you would," he smirked. "So I had John make sure it was unlocked so I could climb in. And they're expecting me because I called 4 days ago to fill them in on everything that was happening." "So my best friend and my parents knew you'd never left the country? And no one told me?" I ended on a shout. "Baby," he said gruffly, "you think you can finish being mad later? I haven't seen you in a fucking week. If I don't feel you wrapped around my cock in the next 5 seconds, I'm liable to explode." I managed a glare, even though I was feeling nothing but pure, unadulterated joy and lust. "God, you're such a pain in the ass. You're lucky I love you." "Believe me," he whispered, leaning in so his lips brushed against mine as he spoke. "I know exactly how lucky I am, and I'll spend the rest of my life counting my blessings."
Epilogue. Declan. 2 months later. "God, I'm close," Tate moaned, as she rode my cock harder, grinding down as she chased after her high. I clenched my jaw, my fingers digging into the flesh at her hips as my balls drew up tight, desperate to explode inside her silky pussy. "Christ, you feel so fucking good," I groaned. Lifting one hand, I brushed her hair off her shoulder so I could see it. He's my storm on the horizon. The ink was right there, stretched across her collarbone for me to read every time I looked at her. She'd insisted on inking me back onto her skin when we were in Amsterdam. I'd been fucking beside myself, so I dragged her out to get it done right after our show. Now, every time I looked at it, I got hard as a rock, remembering how she'd watched me with hooded, lust-filled eyes the entire time the dude had hovered over her, permanently embedding me into her flesh. It had been such a goddamn turn-on that neither of us could wait to get back to the hotel. I'd fucked her right there in the shop's bathroom, my hand over her mouth to muffle her screams. Tate's fingers threaded into my hair, tugging my gaze back to hers as she pleaded, "I want you to be rough." I knew exactly what she was asking for, and unable to deny my girl anything she wanted, my palm landed on her ass in a stinging smack. I did it again and again, spanking her hard enough to make her jolt and whimper. That did it. She dropped her head onto my shoulder as her pussy clamped down like a vice, crying out to release and riding me through my own. Once we came back down, she lifted her head and smiled at me. That what you needed, baby? This had become a kind of pre-show ritual for us since we left for the start of the tour all those months back. I'd whine and moan about having to go on stage with a hard-on, and she'd play hard to get for a few minutes, but eventually cave and let me fuck her in a private dressing room to blow off steam before we had to go out and perform. "You're always what I need," I muttered, twirling a lock of that soft, fiery hair around my index finger. After 2 months, we were finally back in the States. Tonight, we'd blow out Madison Square Garden before working our way down the East Coast and across the country until we eventually made it back home. I couldn't fucking wait. I was so ready for this tour to be over. The house in Medina was just waiting, full of all of Tate's stuff. Her folks had set it up for movers to pack up everything she owned and move it into my house. Our house now. So it was there by the time we got back. A harsh bang came at the dressing room door, shattering the perfect moment I was having with the love of my life. "Yo!" Garrett shouted. "Put your dick away and get your ass out here. We need Tate. I think Gina's about to murder Kill." "For fuck's sake," I grumbled, as Tate climbed off my lap. I stuffed my dick into my pants as she righted her clothes. "I swear to God, I'm dealing with children," she muttered, as she finger-combed her hair. "This tour needs to hurry up and end, or I'll be the one murdering people." She wasn't wrong about that. As far as the shows went, the tour had been a hit. One sold-out stadium after another all across the globe. The delay hadn't done anything to deter our fans. But behind the scenes, it had been a clusterfuck. With Mace nearly drinking himself to death and ending up in a hospital in Prague, Lila had officially had enough. She'd hopped a plane and come out to kick his ass straight. It hadn't been easy to watch, and even harder for her to live. But she was determined not to lose anyone else in her life. And that asshole had acted like a petulant child the entire fucking time. Killian and Gina were a different story altogether. I didn't know what the hell was happening with them. I thought things between them would be less icy after I caught them going at it during an after-party in Spain. But it had only gotten worse. Those two were like oil and water, and seemed to get off on pushing each other's buttons. I wasn't sure if they were still fucking or not, because when we were all together, Gina acted like he didn't exist, which only pissed him off that much more. He'd lash out, insulting and needling and picking up other chicks until they eventually blew up at each other. And one or all of us had to talk them out of killing one another. "Only a few more weeks," I said, moving into Tate and wrapping her in my arms. "Then we'll be home." "Home," she sighed, melting against me and giving me all her weight. "I can't wait." "Me either. You've got no goddamn clue how happy I'll be once you're all moved in with me." "I think I have an idea." She grinned up at me as she picked at the cotton of my t-shirt. "And I was thinking..." "Yeah? About what?" She began chewing on her bottom lip nervously. "How do you feel about a big outdoor wedding? Our backyard is massive. It'd easily hold everyone." My head jerked back in confusion. "You want to let Ian and Corey get married in our backyard?" "No." She shook her head slowly. "She's already got a venue in mind, and they aren't getting married until next year." "Then..." "I've always liked the idea of an outdoor wedding, right on the water. I was thinking evening, when the sun's setting over the lake. We could set up white tents and string twinkle lights in the trees. It would be magical." Every muscle in my body strung tight, and my blood thrummed as I held her in my arms. "Baby, are you saying what I really fucking hope to God you're saying?" The nervousness fled from her expression, and she looked up at me with a brilliant smile that spread warmth through my chest. "Well, I'm already yours, and you're already mine, so I figured we'd make it official. Declan, I want to marry you. Fuck, I hissed, dropping my forehead against hers. This goddamn tour really needs to end. A giggle burst past her lips before she asked, "Does that mean you like the idea?" "Yeah," I grunted, emotion making my words thick. "I love the idea." I began tugging at her clothes, suddenly desperate to have her again. "Dak, honey, what are you doing? We need to get out there to stop World War III. They're adults. They can take care of themselves." I lifted her skirt to her waist and started tugging her panties down her thighs. "But we don't have time." I stopped long enough to shoot her a serious look. "Then you shouldn't have brought up marrying me." I slowly started backing her toward the couch. "Technically, this is all your fault." Her face lit with unadulterated laughter, and the sight of it made me fall even more in love with her. "My crimson," I whispered reverently. She instantly stopped laughing and stared up at me in wonder. "My storm on the horizon." "We complete each other, baby." She nodded in agreement as she finished the lyric. "In every way," then added, "from now until forever." This concludes Defile by Jessica Prince, narrated by Alexandra Shawnee and Chris Chambers. Copyright 2018 by Jessica Prince. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Jessica Prince and was produced in the year 2018 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.